You are now listening to The Mafia Don's Baby by Bella King. Chapter 1. Shane. I can't believe how easy it is to find someone these days. Tessa Breyer has been in my sights for a while now, and now her pretty little feet have finally stepped onto Irish soil for the first time. Big mistake. For someone who's been put in charge of planning such a high-profile wedding as Jacob Sullivan's, she hasn't said much about it publicly, other than that she's here in Dublin to wrap things up. It seems suspicious to me that she would be so secretive when her social media is endless blabbering about the wedding she's organised. Unless she knew something. Perhaps the same thing that I know. The coffee machine in the kitchen beeps, thick black liquid filled to the brim. I flick the glowing red switch and wait a moment for the last few drops to fill the pot. Few things make me feel more alive than a cup of black coffee on a rainy Dublin morning. Maybe a woman, but it's been a while, and not for lack of options. I'm just a picky guy. Speaking of women, Tessa is a fascinating development to Jacob's plan. He must trust her, at least to a greater degree than he trusts most other people, but she appears so normal and well composed on the outside, so far removed from organized crime. I have to wonder how she got involved with Jacob in the first place. A debt to pay? Blackmail? Was she just blinded by cash? If so, how much do I need to give her to make her talk? Or, if need be, how much do I have to take? I don't want to hurt anyone, at least not yet. Tessa looks like a sweet girl and she hasn't explicitly wronged me just by being associated with Jacob. She could really just be what she looks like. An innocent wedding planner, unknowingly wrapped up in criminal affairs. So why her? Who is she? I pull the pot out of the coffee machine and pour myself a cup. I guess I have time to find out. She arrived in Dublin yesterday, and she'll be here until the wedding in 4 months. Stupid to say something like that online when you've got a house back home in the States. I've considered having her house raided while she's here just to see if there's more to her than I've been able to gather, but I'm going to wait. If she isn't who I think she is, I don't need the trouble. A woman like her probably has a security system loud enough to break your eardrums. Innocent people are paranoid like that, ironically. I smoke a cigarette in the kitchen while I wait for my coffee to cool a bit. It's been ages since I was able to be alone with my thoughts like this without something else getting in the way. It's nice. Quiet. But it won't be that way for long. Ever since we learned that Jacob and his fiancée were coming back to Dublin for their wedding, I knew I had to take the opportunity to strike. Tessa is the only member of the wedding party who will be in Dublin so long before the wedding. So she's the best bet. For now, all I want to do is try to pick her brain a little. Nothing saying she'll cooperate outright, but I have a feeling she will, eventually. The rain outside is picking up now. It hit a few days earlier than we were expecting, but autumn weather in Ireland is hard to predict, especially with how many storms we've been getting lately. At least I know I have the advantage on Tessa if she tries to outrun me. I've lived here all my life, and a spoiled Californian like her has likely never had to deal with the ancient streets and non-stop rainfall that Dublin can bring in the late autumn. Things get slippery, fast. My brother Liam walks into the kitchen, waving his hand through the haze of cigarette smoke I've created. It's like we're getting a monsoon season here. I know we said we were going to stay local, but I don't know if I can live in a swamp. I shrug, finally taking a sip of my coffee. Why are you up so early? He asks, looking into my cup. No cream, either? You're going to be geeked from that much caffeine. I have to go talk to Tessa. She touched down last night, and if I can figure out where she's staying, I might be able to extract something useful from her. That's today? Where are we at with the planning? Liam asks as he grabs a cup to join me. She's here, so yes. I'm not wasting any time. I still don't know why Jacob chose Tess, and I'd like to figure that out. I doubt he would want to let someone he didn't know around all that cash, so she'd have to be in on it in order to not snitch on him. That's the only explanation, I reply, flicking my cigarette into the sink. Liam gives me a slightly annoyed look, but doesn't comment on the cigarette. All right, but I've seen her socials since we started following her movement. She seems pretty naive and uninvolved. She might just be good at her job, and by choosing to confront her, you're opening yourself up to investigation. He speaks to me as if I don't already know just how risky this whole operation is. If he were in charge of coordinating everything, he'd make it a point to go over the fine details of every possible issue. Since I do all that for him, he comes up with stuff like this and declares it as if he's rediscovered the theory of relativity. Instead of getting angry at him, I take a deep breath and divert my attention to the pouring rain outside. Listen, I've already gone over all the details. All you have to do is listen to me, trust me, and do what I say. He raises his hands as a show of surrender, jokingly or otherwise. I take another drink. It's really coming down out there. Right. There's a moment of silence, but Liam is talkative this morning. What if she calls the cops? She's American, and a pretty blonde woman at that. I'm pretty sure they call the cops when they see someone sitting on their porch in the US, he replies. He's not wrong. She might call the cops just by virtue of getting a knock on her door later tonight. Not to mention, she's probably hopelessly jet-lagged. If she isn't terrified of me, the chances are high that she'll be angry enough to tear my head off my shoulders. I guess I'm going to find out. The heat of the coffee diffuses through the chipped ceramic as I hold it, warming my whole palm as I open a window with my other hand to let out the smoke. There's a breeze floating through the rain, carrying the familiar scent of rain and wet pavement into the dimly lit atmosphere of the kitchen. I'm more serene now than I have been in weeks. Maybe it's the calm before the storm, as cliché as it sounds. Maybe I'm just prepared enough to the point that I'm no longer afraid. I've been able to justify my anger and thirst for revenge 1,000 times over. Either way, I'm more composed and zen than I have been in recent memory. And I don't want to scare Tessa. I've always had a hard time confronting women about business, even when I knew they were guilty of heinous crimes. The brutality that I meet my male counterparts with never seems appropriate for the women I've encountered, and some of them end up weeping at my feet at the very implication that I would seek revenge against them. So I usually don't. But this might have to be different. All right, whatever. I'll leave you to stare forebodingly into your coffee until you come to your senses and go back to sleep. I think you might be jumping the gun on this one, but I'll leave you to it, Liam says when he realizes he's not going to get anything else out of me. I give him a half wave as he leaves, and then I take another sip of my coffee, staring at the rain until I start to feel the caffeine taking effect. I pull up Tessa's social media to see if she's checked in anywhere that could tip me off to where she's staying. It only takes a couple of scrolls and clicks before I find a tag in a neighborhood a few blocks from here. That area is strictly residential with no hotels or commerce to speak of, so it takes me a moment to find a listing for a rental in the middle of an otherwise quiet stretch of houses. Naive is right. She shouldn't be so transparent about her location. It's a little eerie how easy it was to find her location, even though she volunteered the info in the first place. If I had a conscience, I'd probably feel like a creep for stalking her. However, if I had a conscience, I wouldn't be doing this kind of work. Maybe I'd be a pharmacist or a professor, but they don't hire men like me. Men with criminal histories. Dangerous men. I glanced down into the mug one last time before I finish my coffee. I rinse it out haphazardly, placing it off to the side so I can use it in the morning when I'm dragging myself across the floor from exhaustion. It's going to be a grueling ordeal tonight, and I wish I could be spending my day doing something pleasant like sleeping. But my brain won't allow me to rest until I have Tessa. I won't sleep until she's mine. And I don't. I pace the house like a madman while Liam occasionally tells me to stop, but I don't. My feet know the path they're walking, and my mind gets into a rhythm that way. I can picture what I'm going to do, how I'm going to twist Tessa's willpower until she submits to me. Only once I've done 500,000 laps around the house, stopping once for lunch and once for dinner, Do I stop and put on my jacket? It's time. I watch a few cars roll through the rain with caution, wondering to myself if it makes more sense for me to take one of the smaller vehicles to avoid being traced. I have a few standard, unremarkable cars for this purpose, and so far they've only served to break down at the least convenient times. Still, I'd hate for anyone to catch me in an SUV. Not many people around here drive them, so it would immediately put a target on my back. I close my eyes for a moment, planning out my course as I envision the twists and turns in the dark streets. I know this city like the back of my hand. All I need to do is get into the house, detain her, and get her out. If I can do that without attracting much attention, I'm golden. At this hour, the cops are busy dealing with drunks and teenagers spray painting penises on historic landmarks and bridges. That's far more important than an attractive American tourist being kidnapped in the dead of night.
Chapter 2. Tessa. Jet lag is an expected outcome of a flight as ungodly long as the one I had yesterday, but this is really starting to get to me. I was hoping that the exhaustion from the agitation of traveling would at least help me fall asleep on the first night in, so that I could adjust my sleep schedule as needed over the course of a week or so. That doesn't appear to be the case, and I can already feel the bags forming under my eyes. If I were a normal, well-adjusted person, I might kick my feet up, order some takeout, and watch a couple episodes of Love Island before relenting to an Ambien and falling asleep sitting up. However, I'm not, and therefore every remnant of free time must be spent putting together the biggest, most expensive wedding of my career. It feels somewhat premature to say that since I'm only 30, but the idea of planning a wedding even bigger and more extravagant than this makes me want to vomit. I would love for 20-year-old Tessa to see me now. She'd faint from the pressure I'm under, but that's just a testament to my resilience and commitment to my work. Right now, though, I wish I was a little less committed so I could enjoy what remains of my very limited free time. I fish around in my suitcase for my laptop, panicking momentarily when I realize I don't feel it. It only takes a few seconds to find it shoved in between a dress and a sweater, a place that TSA thought appropriate to place the lifeline for my work. I'm still so tense from yesterday's travels that I would have screamed at the top of my lungs if it had been broken or gone missing. I force myself to breathe deeply, turning the laptop on and letting out a sigh of relief as the familiar glow of the home screen lights up my face. No cracks or electrical issues that I can detect for now. Let's hope it stays that way. One of the first tasks I've been placed with in Ireland is finding a venue that the bride will be happy with. She gave me a long list of venues, but none of them have anything in common. It feels like a guessing game at this point. The bride might stress me into an early grave, but at least her first wedding will be everything she dreamed of. The rain is really pouring now, and I'm tempted to sit by the window in the dark just to listen as it hits the trees outside my bedroom. I love how it looks as it falls through the lights shining from the street lamps. It's moments like this that I wish I could paint. It would feel like such a privilege to be able to grasp onto these moments and recreate them through the lens of my own mind. Maybe someday. But right now I need to focus. I leaf through the folder I was given by the bride-to-be, noting all the mismatched, incoherent details along each bulleted list. It's as if she'd chosen to partake in her first drug binge when she wrote this up for me. And to be honest, I wish she had tried something different for the occasion. Usually, the women who have been planning their weddings since age 6 are the worst in terms of overreach and obsession. Right now, though, I would give anything for just a taste of that procedural, rigid planning process that I had grown to hate so much over the years. I don't even know where to begin here. I've never met a bride who had seemingly never attended a wedding before in her life. The floral arrangements she chose don't match, the dress she wants will show an ungodly amount of skin, and the playlist she's working on for the ceremony is so inappropriate that I'm wondering which of her family members she's trying to piss off with this entire production. In my experience, it's almost always the mothers. I put aside the folder for a moment to enjoy the rain again. I'm on salary, so it's not like I'm getting paid extra to be awake all night. I need to let myself live a little. The rain is beautiful, this house is beautiful, and despite it all, I'm more than content with the work I've chosen to do. I made the decision to dedicate my life to this, so why not choose to enjoy it sometimes? It takes a few minutes, but I finally allow myself to drift off as I nestle into the blankets in my bed. The sound of the rain fades into a background haze like radio static as my mind detaches from my body. When I'm able to let myself relax, I can feel the tension in my neck and shoulders that's been slowly twisting my sanity into knots. I wonder how much a massage costs in Dublin. Not like it matters. I'd give my left kidney for even an hour of uninterrupted peace. Right as I begin to see all kinds of nonsense behind my eyelids as my brain surrenders to sleep, I hear a loud bang outside of my bedroom. What was that? At first, I want to pretend that it could be the house settling, or maybe a result of the rain pouring hard onto a structure in need of repairs. I'm so ready for sleep that the thought of getting up to investigate feels like running a marathon, and if it turns out to be nothing, what if I'm wide awake for the rest of the night? It could turn out to be a giant waste. But I don't know this rental house well enough to make assumptions. I scrape myself up off the bed, trying not to groan out loud. I hadn't even looked around for anything I could use as a weapon against an intruder, and God knows there's nothing in my suitcase that would work. What am I supposed to do if I find someone out there? Brain them with my phone? A nearby lamp? As I listen closer, I'm more convinced by the second that there is, in fact, a person right outside my door. I can even hear him breathing. I stupidly left my phone on the other side of the room to charge, but I fear that moving too fast on these old wood floors will signal my presence. I'm trapped unless I decide to be brave for once in my life. It never was my strong suit. I decide to creep along the wall, climbing as quietly as I can into my bed to grab my cell from the charger on the other side. The bed squeaks and my heart drops to the floor. Suddenly, it's so quiet I could hear a pin drop on the other side of the house. He knows. My arms are about to give out from under me just from trembling alone. I'm almost incapacitated by fear, but I'd spend eternity rolling in my grave if I didn't try to escape. As in most cases, this rental doesn't have any valuables in it. Either the person who broke in doesn't know that nobody lives here, or they're looking for me. Before I'm able to make any more assessments, I hear the doorknob begin to rattle before the door itself swings wide open. And there he is. "You need to come with me. Don't scream or I promise I'll kill you," he demands with a gravely, authoritative voice. I'm frozen to the floorboards, unable to feel my feet or fingers as dread fills my entire body. Is this really happening? We both stand there as he waits expectantly for my reply, but I can't say a thing. I'm stunned. "Please wake up. Please wake up. Please wake up." "You're going to make this difficult, huh?" he says, and then he grabs me. His hand finds my mouth, the other arm pulling me close to his chest as he begins to drag me through the house. I'm kicking and screaming to no avail, but his lack of retaliation shows me that he has no intention of actually hurting me like he said. Was he bluffing? I have no time or mental space to theorize his intentions or character. This man has broken into my house with the intention of kidnapping me, and I don't know a single soul in this neighborhood. Nobody can help me but myself. "You need to stop screaming before you attract the wrong attention. Do you understand me?" He growls under his breath. His Irish accent is heavy, and for a moment I struggle to understand him between my own terror and his subdued volume. What am I supposed to do now? He continues to drag me toward the back of the house to a back door that I didn't even know existed. Was this break-in planned? Why didn't I know about the other door to begin with? I'm going to chew my agency a new asshole if I survive this. I stop screaming, allowing myself to let go of some tears as I struggle to contain them any longer. "Oh, come on, please don't do that. There's no reason for that," he says in an inappropriately casual tone. "Come on, I'm not going to hurt you if you just cooperate." Cooperate with what? "Help me out here." "Don't go all limp like that," he says, pulling me harder. Even in the midst of what could be my final moments, I'm floored by just how strong and muscular he is. He could pick me up and throw me across the ocean by the way his biceps feel. Perhaps he's giving me a chance to carry my own weight. It's obvious that he could pick me up and toss me over his shoulder with little to no resistance if he wanted to. He smells like smoke, coffee, and a spicy cologne with notes of peppercorn and blood orange. It's a strange combination of elements, especially at this hour, but if I'm able to identify him by smell, there's a higher chance he'll be caught once all this is over. But he doesn't seem like he plans on getting caught. When we're out the back door, I'm blocked in by an old wrought iron fence crawling with ivy. I've hardly had a chance to explore the front step of this house. How was I supposed to know that there was a back driveway? There's a black car running just a few feet away, the glow of the headlights illuminating the falling rain in the same way as the streetlights before. What a strange detail to notice when I could be facing death within the hour. Get in. Don't cause issues, the man growls, opening the back left passenger side and throwing me inside. It takes him hardly 2 seconds to be behind the wheel, and he speeds away into a back alley that lines the backyards of several houses. There has to be someone around here who's seen this. It can't be possible that there are no witnesses in such a highly populated area. But until someone speaks up, it doesn't matter. I'm as good as dead. Where are you taking me? I scream at the top of my lungs. Keep your voice down. You're going to blow out my eardrums, he shouts, slamming on the brakes as we approach a red light. My head hits the headrest of the driver's side. The impact is dizzying, incapacitating me just long enough before the light turns green again. Now we're on our way, speeding through the neighborhood toward the bay. Okay, fine. I won't scream, but you still need to tell me what's going on. I continue shouting. Shut up. I don't need to tell you anything. Besides, you'll find out soon enough. I can tell you one thing. If you choose to cooperate, you won't have any issues. You can go right back to reading books by the fireplace just like you were before, he replies. I don't even think the house has a fireplace, but that's beside the point. My captor is silent for the duration of the drive, which doesn't last longer than 10 minutes before we pull up to a warehouse out on the edge of the water. When we draw closer to the warehouse, I notice that the lights are on inside, and there are at least 10 men inside. My mind takes me to the darkest places imaginable, and I start to regret that I didn't just jump out of the car at the red light. I might be facing one of the most horrific evils of the human race in a matter of minutes, and I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to anyone that I love. The world is cruel. He parks the car, immediately opening the back door and dragging me out. I begin to scream as loud as possible, but the second he slaps his hand over my mouth, I'm drowned out by the sound of the rain. There aren't any houses out here like there were in my new neighborhood, so the chances of being seen are slim to none. I wish I had a cyanide pill. That seems like the best way to go right now. He resorts dragging me into the warehouse as my legs fail to support me. Every bone in my body is screaming to ram my heel into his balls and stomp his face in, but my limbs disagree. I can feel my resolve floating away into the deep sapphire blue of the stormy night sky. When we enter the warehouse, each man in attendance has a weapon trained on me. Why the hell is this necessary? I'm one woman. I don't need 10 different guns to prevent me from running away. One would do just fine. Sit down, the man orders, pointing to a metal folding chair in the middle of the room. This is going to be horrific. I feel like I'm going to puke. I slowly make my way to the chair, legs shaking as they threaten to fail on me once again. As I sit down, I realize that nobody has moved to restrain me or even take off my clothes. What the hell is going on here? The man who kidnapped me walks into the center of the room where I sit trembling, and he lights a cigarette with the most unbothered expression I've ever seen. This is starting to feel like a really mean joke. What do you know about Jacob Sullivan? Jacob? What about Jacob? Why are you asking me that? I stammer. The man glances around at the men he's gathered to intimidate me, smirking as if they all know a secret that I'm unaware of. Why are you asking me about Jacob? He takes a long drag, reveling in my anxiety and terror as the suspense eats me alive. It sounds like you and I have a lot to talk about.
Chapter 3. Shane. A coffee would really complement this cigarette right now. I should have thought about that before kidnapping Tessa. Jacob paid you a ridiculous amount of money to plan his wedding. Knowing how Jacob is, I find that suspicious. Do you happen to know what he does for a living? I ask, reveling in the fear shimmering in her eyes. She shakes her head. I don't know what he does. I think he works in finance or something. I know he's rich. Is that what this is about? You're after my client, she asks. Why would you attack me instead of him? I take another drag, breathing in the dry paper taste as the smoke fills my lungs. I exhale for an obnoxiously long amount of time, watching her eyes grow even more desperate for answers. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that you're moving his money for him. And what you don't know is that Jacob's money is my money. Her expression changes from anger and fear to shock and confusion. What do you mean? Who even are you? She asks as she eases herself up off the chair. I snap at her to sit back down, and she does without protest. It isn't going to be that easy to get information out of me, Tessa. And yes, I do know quite a lot about you already, so there's no point in trying to appeal to my emotions. I already know about your family and your little white dog and all that. She seems insulted, but I can tell she's determined to get herself out of this situation as cleanly as possible. Tell me what happened with Jacob and I'll try to explain what I know. That's all I can do for you right now. Beyond that, you're wasting your time with me, she replies. I pull up a chair, sitting across from her to establish rapport. It won't be hard to intimidate her into giving him up, but I always find it easier to pretend I'm their friend before extracting what I can from them. When you threaten them, they almost always double down. That's unhelpful for everyone involved, and quite frankly, I'd rather go home before the sun comes up. Jacob is the reason that one of my most trusted men is dead. He informed him that there was a new drug dealer in the area who wanted to supply us with our whole stock in order to streamline our distribution. Ash decided to go meet with this man in my stead due to a nagging wariness about the situation. He sold us garbage, nothing but aspirin and xylazine. We were out $200,000 with no product to speak of. Her expression remains unmoving. She's determined not to overreact after screaming in the car, which I respect about her already. So what do I have to do with that then? I'll ask again. Why didn't you go after Jacob instead of me? I'm still not sure what she has to gain by resisting at this point. I've already told her that I'll keep her out of harm's way if she can lead me to him. But she's choosing to protect him instead. I guess she's loyal at least, but it's starting to become grating. Listen, prove to me that you're not involved with Jacob beyond planning his wedding. I mean, as a wedding planner, you should know that he's spending an exorbitant amount of money, right? Even that should be obvious enough to you, I say. She lifts her hands, showing me that they're empty. Okay, I'm going to reach down for my phone, which is in my left pocket. Is that all right? I can show you everything you want to see to prove that I am not laundering money for Jacob. I nod. Slowly, she moves her hands down to her pocket and pulls the phone out. Once she scans her fingerprint into the biometric reader, she puts it on the floor and slides it over to me. She didn't take 1 second to delete or alter anything, so whatever she shows me must be real. At least I hope for her sake that it is. I pick up the phone from the dirty concrete flooring, wiping off the screen before I begin a deep dive into all of her messaging, emails, apps, and photos. At first, I'm blown away by how full all of her messaging apps are. She must get a ton of business, so it makes sense that she's overwhelmed by texts and emails, but even so. I have to search by name through every inch of the apps before I decide that I don't see anything suspicious. Every message she has regarding Jacob's wedding is from his fiancée. He hardly communicates with her at all, and when he does, he's short and to the point. No discussion of money beyond price ranges and deposits. When I look through her photos, I find a series of selfies she's taken in a large floor-length mirror in what I assume to be her bedroom. She's wearing hardly anything, some of them featuring nothing but a strategically placed towel over her body. It's hot, I have to admit, and it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain my focus. Wow, who'd you take these for? I ask, showing everyone in the room the pictures. Tessa gasps, and I can almost hear the blood rushing to her cheeks from embarrassment. It's kind of cute, I must admit. Why don't you just finish what you're doing and give me my phone back? Haven't you had enough fun already? She says, her tone growing frustrated. Of course I haven't. But I don't want to be here all night either, so I suppose I need to let her go if I can't find a reason to keep her here. I scroll through her photos a bit longer, mostly out of curiosity, before deciding that she's not the person I thought she was. Certainly she isn't the person I needed her to be. Now I'm back at square one, and the only true target that I have is Jacob. Well, now that I've made a fool out of myself, I'm not sure what else I can do but buy her off. All right, obviously you're not who I thought you were. That much is clear, but you've had enough conversations with Jacob's fiancée T to know that something isn't right. There's no way you haven't detected that with those two, I say, starting to backpedal. No, I never thought anything was wrong with those two. I thought they seemed eccentric and maybe a bit spoiled, but I never assumed they were drug dealers or money launderers. I don't live in a criminal brain like you do. I'm just a normal person, she replies, snatching her phone back from me. Amy is spoiled, I can't lie about that. I still don't know if I believe that you were just turning a blind eye to how big their budget was, though, I reply. I smoke the rest of my cigarette, tossing the filter on the ground and stamping it out. She scoffs a little, rolling her eyes in a defiant, mocking way. People are allowed to be rich. It isn't my responsibility to find out where they got their money. I'm not like a banker or a loan officer. I'm just an event planner. People give me money to give them good experiences. I'd say that's a pretty normal exchange. Even though she's making it impossible for me to recover from this massive waste of time, energy and resources, I can't help but notice how attractive her attitude is to me. She's gone from being terrified to talking me down. She knows what she's doing. Maybe this is part of her job in some way. How much do I care to find out? Okay, whatever, sweetheart. I've got a little something for you. Something to thank you for your time. Matt, go get the suitcase out of the back of your car. She glances at me questioningly but doesn't protest. You can't buy me off. I know where this warehouse is, she says, clearly bluffing. Oh yeah? Going to the cops would be very messy for you, sweetheart. I recommend that you don't. She hesitates, her eyes growing wide at the implication. She knows that I know where she's living now, and it's apparent that I'm powerful in ways she can't fathom yet. She might be a bit feisty, but I doubt she'll come after me in any meaningful way. When Matt comes back with the suitcase, he opens it in front of her to reveal around $50,000. It's not a lot to me, of course, but she's not rich enough to know that. She's not an idiot, but it doesn't take a lot to keep a middle-class person's mouth shut. How's this looking? Are we straight? I ask, already knowing the answer. She takes the suitcase from Matt as her delicate hands wrap around the handle. I see her manicured, slim fingers gripping it harder than she needs to, like she's expecting me to psych her out and steal it back. I guess it wouldn't be the most insane thing that's happened tonight.
Chapter 4. Tessa. I can barely feel the handle of the suitcase in my hands as I set it on the ground to roll it away. Where am I even supposed to go now? Does he expect me to go back to my rental like nothing happened? There's no way I can do that. I need to get a hotel room tonight, at the very least. It's not like I can't afford it now. What am I supposed to do? What's all this for? I ask, uncertain if I'm doing the right thing by taking the suitcase and leaving with the money. You're going to do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't involve calling the cops or informing the Sullivans. It seems pretty simple to me, really, he replies in a sarcastic manner. He cracks a smirky smile that both intrigues me and makes me want to smash a vase over his head. How the hell am I supposed to continue planning this wedding knowing that my clients are his targets? I didn't even know that the Mafia existed in Ireland, at least not to the scale of other countries. I suppose it was naive of me to feel that way, but I feel like a fool. I'm just supposed to call a cab and go home? That's really your answer? I reply. He sighs. Yes, you're free to leave. Don't you want to leave? I thought you were begging me to let you out of the car less than an hour ago. You're not my responsibility anymore, and I can't have you around here. You're a liability to my interests. I'm sure you can understand that. His interests include coming after the people who have paid me a very significant amount of money to give them the happiest day of their lives. Now I have a suitcase full of cash I can't deposit unless I want the FBI on my doorstep by the next morning. I have a lifetime supply of takeout money and gas for my car. Is that worth turning my back on Jacob and Amy? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say. You must understand that I'm not a part of this world of yours. It's quite a lot to take in, I reply. If I were you, I'd do better research before abducting people from their homes, especially foreigners with a wide social net. If I were to actually go missing, at least 32,000 people would know. I'm very active on social media, which is obviously where you found me. Hadn't you thought of that? He's not a stupid man, that much is apparent. He's actually quite intelligent, and his eyes punctuate his cleverness with an unusual shade of sky blue. There's a deep, dark ring around the irises, pointing his gaze at me in an even more menacing way. Despite how loathsome he must be as a human being, he is extremely attractive. Why does it seem like the worst men are the most alluring? What is it about their darkness that draws me in? It's not an uncommon phenomenon at all. In fact, it's such a cliché that it plagues the dating community that I've willingly removed myself from. I've never been less compelled to interact with men, unless they gave me a sense of danger and mystique. It's one of the main reasons that I stopped dating to begin with. All the men who gripped my heart the hardest were the absolute worst. It was embarrassing for me, trying to introduce these men to my friends and family who had such high hopes and expectations for me. After all, I'm a successful, mature career woman in every other aspect of my life. Allowing my dating life to be infested with dangerous lowlifes wasn't at all what they expected. Yet here I am, gazing into his eyes, wondering what's going on in his head. He pulls a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and slaps them against the palm of his hand. I've thought of everything, sweetheart. Like I said, I never intended to kill you. I knew you'd cooperate. I just needed to find out what you knew and what you didn't. As he lights the cigarette, I watch the flame shimmer in his eyes, accenting thick, long lashes as he gazes downward at the lighter. As he inhales, I notice the subtle signs of release, making him more human to me. He has needs just like everyone else. We all just use different things to fulfill those needs. I'm losing my focus. Well, just remember that I am a human being with a family who loves me. They'd send the entire world after you if something happened to me, I threaten, my voice faltering. He chuckles to himself. Lucky you. I'm shaken to my core by those two simple words. Meaningless words. Words he's using to patronize me. But that only makes me more curious about him. He waves his cigarette around in front of him. Listen, I'll call you a cab for your time. Just keep your mouth shut about the suitcase, and everything else. Remember, I know who you are and where you're staying. I'll be watching you until all this blows over. It's going to get resolved one way or another, so you better keep that pretty little nose of yours clean. Got it? Another long drag. Another deep, relieved breath. I nod, feeling my nerves beginning to crumble as he pulls his phone out of his pocket. I'll need to bring you to the corner though, at least that way you'll just look like a stranded traveler, he continues. Follow me. Without another word, I follow him out to the car again. Now that I'm not as actively terrified for my life, I'm able to appreciate the beauty and loneliness of this part of town. The rain has let up significantly, but not enough to prevent the surrounding area from feeling abandoned and forlorn. It's tragic in a sort of romantic way. I can imagine someone filming a dark comedy out here. When we get into the car, I expect him to try to touch me for some reason. I suppose that, in a weird way, this feels just like all the dates I've been on with untrustworthy men in my life. Is he going to reach over and touch my knee? Is he going to look at me with the needy, gooey eyes that all tough guys have under the shell they put on for their friends? Am I just imagining it because I secretly want it? Within a few minutes, we're at a random corner in a nearby neighborhood. He hasn't made any moves on me yet, but there's a tension between us that I could sense with my eyes closed. Here, you should be fine waiting for like 15 minutes in this neighborhood. It's pretty quiet, he says, opening up the door for me and pulling the suitcase out. It's almost like he's a gentleman. Almost. Our goodbyes feel stilted and awkward, but eventually he pulls away with his cohorts in tow. And I'm alone again. Like nothing ever happened. The wait for the cab feels otherworldly. It's almost 5 in the morning now. I haven't been awake at this hour since I was in college, smoking a joint with my friends around a dying campfire in someone's mom's backyard. I'd have to admit that this time is missing that particular charm. When the cab finally pulls up, my thoughts race as I try to piece together a believable story that explains my predicament. "You look like you've had a hell of a night," says the driver as I lug the suitcase full of cash into the back of the cab. "Oh well, my boyfriend broke up with me. I needed to get all my stuff out of his house before he started throwing it out the window," I lie. The driver, a burly man in his late 50s, is amused by me, clearly growing invested in hearing more about this spectacular breakup. Now, how could a pretty girl like you make a man that angry? I'm nervous to continue, but it's not like he's going to check the suitcase for proof. He thought I was involved with another man. I wasn't, and I showed him proof that I wasn't, but he still didn't believe me. Oh well, at least I know that the relationship wasn't for me. To be honest, it feels kind of good to pretend that my attractive, nameless kidnapper is my ex-boyfriend. Regardless of the implications, it feels thrilling and a little dangerous to imagine what he would be like in such a situation. It isn't long before we arrive at my rental. I lied the entire way there, but at least he's been entertained by my story for the past 15 minutes. If no other good comes from this situation, he has a fun story to tell his wife and kids in the morning. I drag the suitcase out of the back of the car, pulling it up the concrete steps behind me. The driver offers to help, but I wave him away. Even the mere idea of someone else handling this suitcase makes my stomach drop. The back door is still open when I get there, and I'm a bit peeved that my kidnapper wouldn't even close the door after snatching me from my bed in the middle of the night. The night feels absurdly quiet now that everything has settled. In a way, there's something comforting about having already experienced a break-in. What are the odds that it would happen again in one night? It would be cosmically unfair to go through it again. I can rest easy for the night. One thing is for sure, it's probably better that I avoid this man at all costs, no matter how much he intrigues me. It goes against my nature as a curious woman, but I'm too old to be playing games with someone who makes his living skinning men who owe him money. He'll be hard to forget, though. I can't deny that. Chapter 5. Tessa. I lie down in the bed, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu from before I was taken. It's almost as if I never left at all, and I've been dreaming this whole time. If only. I'm soon drifting in and out the cracks in my brain, just as I was a few hours ago. I feel weightless, formless. The world around me ceases to exist, and I'm brought a degree of peace, knowing that, at least in my head, nobody can hurt me. I'm a free person in here, and not a single soul can control me. If I want to imagine blowing up the warehouse, I can. If I want to imagine buying a new car with the money, I can. There are no rules here, no logic to dampen my experience or expectations. After I've had my fun with the petty fantasies, I start to notice that my body reacts in a peculiar way whenever I think about the man who kidnapped me. He begins to bleed from my semi-conscious state into a full-blown dream, following me deeper into my subconscious until he's practically leading me down the alleyways of my own mind. And then, at the end of the darkest one, he stops me. Without a word, he presses me against the cold, wet brick of the building behind me. He grips my throat just hard enough to make a point. I can feel the intensity of his striking blue eyes as he sizes me up the way a snake does when it plans to attack its next meal, grinding its bones into dust inside of its fleshy, warm body. I wish I wanted to scream and run away. I wish I wanted to do the right thing, do the logical thing, but I don't.
The following scene is too steamy to include on YouTube. You can listen to the complete unedited version with all steamy scenes included at bellakingbooks.com or by following the link in the description. Chapter 6. Shane. The night after scaring the crap out of Tessa, I'm able to finally sit down with my brother for something resembling a meal. It's been ages since we were able to sit down like this, especially since I've been so busy hunting down Jacob and Tessa. It feels weird to know that Tessa is no longer my target. I have to admit, the game was a lot more fun when she was. Pursuing an attractive young woman is far more interesting to me than learning the whereabouts of a man who screwed me over and got a close friend killed in the process. At least with Tessa there was an incentive, even if it amounted to nothing more than an attraction. Being attracted is still a lot more fun than feeling nothing but vengeance and righteous anger. Liam sits across from me in the south dining room, picking at a charcuterie board we'd had made just for the occasion. I know he's a snob for good meats, but he'd show up even if all I had to offer was a frozen pizza. He's been by my side since before we were millionaires, and that's the best way to find out whether someone actually has your back. I'm lost in thought by the time Liam speaks up, right before he takes a sip of wine. "You never told me about what happened last night. I heard you come home and you sounded kind of upset," he says, making a face at the wine. "Do you have anything a little less dry? This tastes like permanent markers." I roll my eyes and toss an olive at his head, hitting him in the temple. "That wine costs $5,000, and you need to grow up. If you don't like that, we have a 10-year-old cognac you can complain about as well. Be an adult, or go drink a Capri Sun." He mumbles under his breath, picking the olive out from under his collar and eating it. "Yeah, fine, but you didn't answer my question. What did you learn?" I don't even want to get into it with him right now, but there's a more than 50% chance that he won't let it go until I cave in. If there's one thing Liam is good for, it's interrogating people until he gets what he wants. Maybe I would have gotten more out of Tessa if Liam had been there. He could annoy her almost to death before she'd start spitting details. It was a huge waste of time. She's not involved with them. I looked through her phone and everything. "She's clean," I reply, partially keeping my voice down in case any of the household staff can hear me. It's none of their business, of course, but I'd rather keep them in the dark as much as possible. I'd hate to get them talking. Their jobs are boring as hell. Who knows how far they'd run with information like this? "You brought like half your people out there to point a gun at a wedding planner from the States. That's messed up, man." "I bet she was scared out of her mind," he replies, taking another sip of his wine and nearly vomiting it back up before he forces it down. "Drink water if it's that bad," I growl. He grabs the glass of water to his left. I would have done that anyway. "You don't get to tell me what to do." I roll my eyes at him, hoping he'll choose to move on from this subject and knowing fully that he won't. "So you, sent her home? After kidnapping her? You can't do that to Americans, man. They'll sue you. She's going to come down on you so hard." "I gave her $50,000. She knows that if she tries something, I'll come down on her twice as hard. I doubt she'll be making any bold decisions anytime soon." "But no, she isn't what we're looking for," I reply with a note of defeat. I looked through her phone and everything. All I found was some naked selfies. Now his interest is piqued, and I realize I've made a huge mistake. "What, you didn't think to try to hold onto her phone? Maybe monitor the kinds of messages she's getting on the daily? Come on, man, what a wasted opportunity," he replies. "Plus those selfies. You're talking like we're 15 or something. If I wanted to see some action, there's an entire world of women I can consult for that. There's no appeal in keeping a woman's pictures." He scoffs at me. "Sure, but it's different when it's someone you've got issues with. You know she's already providing a service to Jacob that he's paying her a lot of money for. It's a power thing, you know?" "I want power over Jacob, not Tessa," I reply, choosing not to be completely honest. Rolling his eyes, he plates himself a couple of rolls of prosciutto before attempting a sip of wine again. He's really trying. I guess I need to give him credit for that. So what? You're just going to go after Jacob now? That's so much less fun, man. Jacob is a tool, he says. I get up to pour myself a scotch at the mini bar, glancing out the window for a moment before I let myself get lost in thought. Yeah, I'm aware of how much of a tool Jacob is. I'd much rather be chasing Tessa around Dublin like we're in a Bond movie, but unfortunately, this is the real world. We're focusing on Jacob. Wow, you sound like you're batting for the other team now, he replies. Shut up, Liam. He puts his hands up in surrender. At the end of the day, he knows who pays him. He knows he doesn't get to step on me too much, even if he thinks it'll end up being funny. He's a few years younger than me, and he didn't have to deal with the brunt of our father's alcoholism and gambling addiction. I don't fault him for it, but, man, he gets on my nerves sometimes. All right, fine. But I've seen enough of Tessa to know she's a major bombshell. I know you'd go after her in a heartbeat if she wasn't in the crosshairs of all this, he continues, gaining momentum on his wine as it begins to hit his bloodstream. It's not that I wouldn't, but it's all too messy. There are too many risks associated with going after someone like her anyway. If she's telling the truth, that she didn't know about Jacob, then I can infer that she's not very observant, and that's a huge problem for me. Yeah, she's not your main target anymore, so you should probably just forget about her. I mean, at least when it comes to the mission. She's got nothing to do with it, and I have a bad feeling that you'll regret trying to involve her if things go south, he replies, finishing the last of his prosciutto and frowning when he notices it's all gone. Hey, did we have any more of that? He asks with blind hope. No, Liam, we don't. He scoffs, picking at more stuffed olives with scorn. Okay, so what are you going to do about her then? She's a major liability now that we know she didn't know anything before. If anything, we've given Jacob a major upper hand if she chooses to go to him about it. He could shut down the whole wedding and move it back to the States. I've considered that possibility, but I also get the feeling that Tessa is too intelligent to blow up this opportunity. She's been given $50,000 in hush money, and I can't imagine what her commission is on the wedding if Jacob is using stolen money to pay for it. It could be in the millions if he were being particularly careless. Yeah, that's possible. I really doubt it, though. She might not be observant, but she's not going to sabotage something that's working out in her favor just to do the right thing. Nobody is that good of a person. She has to know in her heart of hearts that he has it coming. What, the ambush? He asks with a side eye. The maid comes in to clear a few plates, and we both fall silent. Once she understands what's going on, she quickly scuttles out of the room, glancing over her shoulder nervously. Yes, the ambush, I finally say. You really think a girl like her is going to justify your decision to kill this man and his entire family because he stole money from you? Women aren't like that, man. They have empathy. She doesn't know, I reply. She can choose to feign ignorance about Jacob's ultimate fate. He takes a cigarette out of his pocket, struggling to find a lighter before he spots it on the table right in front of him. That's dark. Maybe we should try to convince her to drop them. That might be your only chance to spare her. She'd never do that. I don't even think she likes them that much as people. I mean, who would? But they're a massive client for her, and she's probably making her entire retirement fund off these assholes. She would probably lick their asses if they told her to. She's in a different tax bracket because of them. He raises his eyebrows in disbelief. I guess I never thought of that before. Yeah, I know, Liam. He scoffs at me again. Well, what was her personality like? Was she a crier? Did she cry a lot? I frown at him. You're more messed up than I am. I hope you know that. He grins at me. I know. No, she didn't cry. She was really argumentative and yelled a lot. It was pretty bold, I'm not going to lie. Really? I thought she would have cried, Or at least been one of the melodramatic types. It's the blonde hair, I think. And the teeth. She has really straight teeth. It's kind of annoying, he says with a note of disappointment. He's such a freak. We continue eating for a while, and Liam attempts to connect with me through TV shows while I try to get Tessa's face out of my head. This proves impossible, and I find myself drifting off and daydreaming about the way she looked at me when she took her phone from my hand. She didn't even look that scared. She looked like she was ready to prove me wrong.
Chapter 7. Tessa. It's been a few days since the incident with the blue-eyed man, and I'm still not sure whether to call it an attack. The fact that I'm so attracted to him makes it difficult for me to want to accuse him of such a thing, but choosing to turn a blind eye to it seems irresponsible. Would I have gone to the police if he happened to be ugly? Perhaps it's shallow of me, but I'd much rather keep this whole thing under wraps in case he chooses to come back. I have a feeling that I'm being both hopeful and naive about seeing him again, knowing that he'd likely be returning under unsavory circumstances. I'd hate to see what it would take for him to come back in a fit of anger. I haven't said anything to Jacob or Amy. I've had the chance a few times since I settled in, but I can't bring myself to do it. I'm protecting my own best interests, which feels selfish, but who can blame me? And then there's the issue of the money. It's just been sitting in the corner of the room, looking at me. I wish the blue-eyed man would show up and take it away. It's a little embarrassing how much time I've spent wishing that he would come to my house again. I decided to stay in place after an argument with my agency about moving to a different location, and I'm secretly a little bit excited that he knows where I am. I haven't seen any traces of him around yet, but I find myself dipping into little daydreams where he breaks in again to keep me safe from the corruption and evil of the Sullivans. What a terrible thing to fantasize about. Either way, I've been hard at work planning the wedding as if nothing has happened, just as I've been hired to. I have dipped into that suitcase a bit over the last few days, buying some new clothes for myself and eating an unholy amount of takeout. I still haven't gotten the hang of the new kitchen, and besides, I went through a lot for that money. The least I can do is spend some of it. I might want to lay off the sodium, though. I'd hate to look puffy for the wedding. After a few hours of combing through menus and color palettes for linen napkins, I hear a knock at the door. I'm so focused that I jump out of my skin from panic, but then I wonder, could it be him? I try so hard not to get my hopes up before I leave my office to check the door, but I peek out the window before I even get through the living room. My heart jumps into my throat. There he is, standing on the concrete steps with his hair a disheveled mess as he smokes a cigarette. Why do messy guys have to be so attractive to me? Is it because I'm so type A? I want to stand and stare at him for a bit, watching him ponder whatever it is he's shown his face here for, but I'm just as anxious that he's decided to retrieve the money he's given me. If he wanted it all back, I'd be screwed. After checking my hair and skin in a mirror hanging in the foyer, I open the door. I feign shock and a little bit of irritation. I can't have him believing that I'm happy to see him. He's a nuisance to me, and he should be lucky that I haven't had Jacob or the authorities on his case for all the distress he's caused me. The facade falls short as soon as his eyes meet mine. Only the sky could envy such a perfect blue, and every muscle in my body is arrested by their beauty. I always thought that the popularity of blue eyes was such a cliché, but here I am entranced by them. Maybe I'm just as susceptible to clichés as everyone else. Hey, just wanted to make sure everything's fine. I haven't heard anything with Jacob, so I assume you've been a good girl, but I thought I should check in with you first, he says, taking a drag of his cigarette without breaking eye contact. I stammer at first, leaning on the wall to my right for support. Yes, I'm fine. I haven't spoken to anyone. The cash was a nice touch. I'm sure you use that trick whenever you need someone to stay quiet for you. He smirks just a bit too wide, almost as if he's trying not to genuinely smile. He wants to maintain his cool guy persona with an iron fist. That's the only way he ever gets what he wants. Well, people worship money for a reason. I trust you didn't arrive to Dublin with that Louis bag back there, did you? He says, pointing behind me to my brand new Louis Vuitton purse hanging proudly on a hook in the morning sun. I blush slightly. No, I didn't. I'll pretend it was a gift from a former lover if anyone asks, I reply, uncertain whether I should continue flirting with him. The smirk gives way to a sincere, toothy grin. Of course, I'm sure everyone expects a girl like you to date guys who buy you nice things. I'm a woman, I say curtly. You didn't mind when I called you a good girl before, he replies, crossing his arms as the cigarette in his left hand continues to burn. He's right. I didn't mind. I've always tried not to let men call me demeaning things since I was around 23, but there's something about the way he says it that makes me want more of it somehow. It's embarrassing for me. I always thought pet names of that ilk were sort of gross and childish, but maybe it just needs to come from the right person. However, I won't respond to his comment outright. I can't give in to him right away. If I make myself seem too available, he'll get the impression that I'm a doormat who would marry anyone so long as he didn't throw me off a bridge. And what could make me more of a doormat than inviting him into my house? Would you like to come in? I ask, betraying myself immediately. He raises an eyebrow, he himself questioning why I would be so accommodating to him after all he'd put me through. I can't imagine myself doing this for someone I wasn't attracted to, but perhaps desperation makes us do crazy things. Besides, it's in my best interest to keep him happy. That's my only defense at this point. He puts out the last of his cigarette and follows me inside. It's not like you asked my permission the first time, but now you can see how the place looks in the daylight, I joke. Well, business is business, but look at you. You're moving on up in the world now, and you have the bag to prove it, he says, glancing around at the questionable artwork on the walls in the hallway. That was here when I got here. I promise I didn't purchase it with your money, I say, feeling my cheeks turn red. Oh, I didn't think you had. I can tell from your clothes that you have good taste. I'd never assume that you'd put up something this gaudy. The painting in question is of a poorly rendered vase full of flowers in thick acrylic paint, slapped across a canvas in a depthless, uninteresting swath of ultramarine blue and dark purple. I'm sure the artists themselves thought it was just fine, but I'd hate to know how much the owner of this house paid for it. I'd hate it even more if that price of the various artworks was factored into the price per night. Well, I appreciate that you see me in a better light than that, I reply, blushing even harder than before. God, now I'm flattered that he doesn't think I have bad taste. What am I, 13? I can hear my phone blowing up in the next room over, likely a string of texts from Amy about the difference between shades of rosewater, veiled rose, and rose shadow in the Pantone color cards that provided to me. Sounds like you've got a life to get back to, he says, glancing questioningly at my partially closed office door. Oh right, work never sleeps in this industry. I'm sure you must feel the same about the, work that you do, I reply, hesitating to lead him toward the door. I'd rather put my hand in a wood chipper than have this conversation with Amy again, especially now that he is here. There's a pause between us, and suddenly the air feels electric with possibility. I'm tempted to lean into him, to approach him with delicate caution to gauge his reaction. Perhaps I'm reading this all wrong, but I'd give anything to know what he's thinking right now. I don't think I ever got your name the first time we met, I confess. Oh, well, it was imperative that you didn't know my name in case things went sideways. Now that I know you're going to behave for me, I suppose you deserve to know. My name is Shane. Shane. It's a nice name, I say in a soft, light voice. So is Tessa. Another long silence. This time I imagine him approaching me, reaching his hands up to my face and holding me gently as he kisses me. But neither of us move. Instead, I choose to lead him to the front door. It's much wiser of me to take the reins in order to show him that I won't be here at his beck and call. I like him, yes, and I'd let him do unholy things to me if he did so little as imply that this was his wish. But for now, I need to attend to my breedzilla and her crisis of pink. You might want to be extra careful these next few months. If you can't behave yourself, I'll have to take you away from here again to make sure you're safe. You don't know these streets like I do. You don't know what they'll do to you. Well, Shane, I've gathered a pretty fair assessment so far. I really should get back to work, I reply quietly. He smiles one last time, opening the door and exiting without another word. The smell of his cigarettes hangs in the air around me, and I'd give anything for just 10 minutes to bask in it. Yet again, the phone buzzes in my office.
Chapter 8. Shane. You might be a little out of line with this one, Shane. I'm not going to pretend. I'm kind of concerned that you're acting in your own best interest, or maybe that of someone else, Liam says, sitting back as the last few men file into the office. I know he's speaking from a place of concern, but I wish he would have at least pulled me aside first if he was going to make an issue out of this. All right, Liam, why don't you give your expert opinion on how to assassinate a man at his own wedding without getting caught? I ask, folding my arms and standing up straighter. He sighs heavily. It's not that I think it's necessarily a bad idea, I just don't like where you're going with it. We aren't invested in protecting the interests of anyone who is going to be at that wedding. There's no reason to spare him until the end. It's obvious he knows what I'm getting at here, and as much as I appreciate that he's not calling me out in front of everyone, I still wish he'd back off and save it. This is a conversation we could be having as brothers and partners, not here in the middle of a meeting with 30 other men. I just think we have a better chance of not getting investigated and thrown into prison if we don't assassinate a man in front of a room full of 100 people, that's all. Besides, you don't think his fiancée knows what he's up to? She'd know to look for us right away, he continues. I get it, Liam, I really do. But we're not monsters. We don't need to traumatize everyone in attendance just because of Jacob's mistake. Oh, it's a mistake now? I thought we were going to slaughter a man in front of his new wife over the death of an innocent man, along with the hundreds of thousands he stole from you. I thought mistakes were forgivable side effects of human error. My bad, he replies haughtily. I don't know if he's just trying to gain the respect of the newer guys around here or what, but he's getting on my nerves. I'm trying to do the right thing by not terrorizing a bunch of innocent civilians, and he's pressuring me to go ahead and do it anyway, just to send a message. Okay, maybe I misspoke, but we could all stand to be a bit more thorough about how we handle issues like this. We don't need to sink to the level of the cartels. We don't have as much power or political reach as them. We're looking at getting ourselves imprisoned and possibly executed to make a point. And to who, exactly? I ask, refusing to back down. You need to let her go, Shane. She's not a target anymore. We've done stuff that was way worse than sniping a guy who was responsible for another murder, he replies, pulling the one card I thought he'd keep hidden. I knew he was trying to gas himself up, but I didn't think he'd throw me under the bus like that. If he's trying to embarrass me, he won't succeed, but he's coming close to getting his teeth kicked in. Wait, who? The girl at the warehouse a few nights ago? Matt asks. The one we paid off? Yes, Matt, that girl. Thank you for paying attention, I reply, rubbing my temples. And I'm not trying to protect her. I've seen the guest list for this wedding. There are a lot of no-name rich kids who don't need to have their lives ruined by witnessing a murder that they're traveling to Ireland for. These are innocent people we're talking about. Liam stands up, getting out of his chair as loudly and slowly as possible, like a student on his way to detention. He walks across the room and opens a window. Needed some fresh air, he grumbles. I glare at him before continuing. Ultimately, I'll be calling the shots here, in case anyone has forgotten that I'm in charge. You can all voice your concerns, as you have been, and I respect that. But at the end of the day, I'm making the best decision for everyone involved. Does everyone understand that? I ask, scanning the eyes of everyone in the room. They all nod and shrug. Right. Our next order of business is recouping our losses from Jacob. We can't steal the money back from him because it's probably already halfway spent. Does anyone have any suggestions for how we go about this? I've been in contact with Kochansky about getting into research chemicals, but I don't know what the market is like yet. Matt clears his throat, glancing at Liam before speaking. I think we need to try weapons. The market is pretty weak so far, and with tensions rising with the riots happening further south, it would be wise to tap into it. It might not get us back to baseline as fast as drugs do, but it's better than nothing, and we don't need to do it for that long. Liam closes the window loud enough for everyone to hear him. He's really trying me this time, and I wish he'd grow up. I ask him for suggestions in meetings like this, not his entire opinion top to bottom. There's a reason I was put in charge of this family, and it's not because I'm older. I look directly at Matt without so much as twitching in Liam's direction. Yeah, that's not bad. It'll be difficult to find a distributor though, especially someone who's willing to start running weapons to a country where civil unrest is always a prevailing threat. We'll keep it in mind though. Matt nods, glancing over to Liam as if he's expecting me to acknowledge him. I don't need to. Liam is a grown man who needs to learn when it's appropriate to confront someone. The meeting continues without much fanfare, other than the occasional loud exhale from Liam. After another 20 minutes or so, everyone else has joined me in stonewalling him until he learns to address his gripes like an adult. Once everyone's gone, the first thing I do is walk over to his smug face and push him back into his chair. What do you think you're doing, Liam? Why are you undermining me in front of everyone? I growl. I know you have an issue with Tessa, but keep it between us. He rolls his eyes at me. You want me to keep it between us? Dude, you can't even keep it between us. You're trying to change the entire trajectory of our plan to keep some American yuppie from seeing some blood. It's good for them. They don't have enough history over there. They can't appreciate the meaning of revenge. I step back to prevent myself from smacking him out of anger. Maybe that's what you think, but now that I've set her free, she trusts me. I can't betray that trust by terrifying her. Who cares? She's nobody to you. You gave her a decent chunk of cash to keep her quiet. What else does she possibly need from you? You made the mistake of thinking she was washing money for him, and you messed up. I get how that could be embarrassing for you, but you need to stop chasing her. What I wish I could explain to him is that I feel an ever-increasing weight of responsibility on my shoulders. All it took was for me to see the inside of the house she's living in, and it's not even hers. Seeing her as a whole, entire person in the flesh made a much bigger impression on me than stalking her social media for the last few months. I don't expect you to understand, but I'm doing what's right for everyone. She doesn't deserve to be terrified like that, and neither do 80% of the people who are going to be there. Why does everything have to come down to violence with you all the time? He scoffs at me, trying not to laugh. Are you being serious? I learned that from you. You're the most ruthless person I know, especially in this business. You've never been one to show mercy. But now? What, you meet a pretty girl and it's all over? You're going soft on me? I did teach him to be a killer, and he was right about one thing. We've done much worse things than killed a single person at a wedding. We crashed a funeral for someone who had crossed us, killing him and all of his men in front of their wives and children. As I got older, I started to regret how I handled it, but I chose to conceal my failure. I swore to never repeat it, but now I fear I've made Liam's point by ultimately not taking responsibility. Liam leans toward me, lowering his voice. Listen, I don't know what it is about her, but she's not special, Shane. She's another thin blonde woman who probably likes coffee and dogs. If you went outside right now, you'd have to kick 10 of them out of your way to get to your car. Go find one and obsess over her. Tessa isn't what you're looking for. He thinks he's making his point stronger, but all he's doing is making me angry. I want to hit him again, but I know better. I've only ever hit my brother once, and it was the biggest mistake of my life. I'm not a monster, and I'll die on that hill. I've handled things poorly in the past, sure, but don't indiscriminately hurting people. I don't expect you to see the bigger picture here, but my decision is final. I'm not going to risk getting us put into prison on top of ruining anyone else's life. Amy's sure, but I'd argue she's complicit. She's stupid, but not too stupid to ruin her meal ticket by turning on Jacob, I reply, taking a deep breath to recenter myself. The fact that you'll do this to Amy but won't even let Tessa see it really shows where your head's at, man. You think you're so fair and impartial, but all you're looking out for is your own best interests. Maybe someday you'll learn to tell the difference and the rest of us can stop pretending. Before I'm able to say or do something I'll regret, I back off and walk out of the room. I slam the door behind me, and on my way out of the house, I spot Matt standing against the wall smoking a cigarette. "You two are really going at it, huh? Never seen you like this before," he says with caution before taking a deep drag. He's being an idiot about it. I hate it when he gets on a moral high ground like this, which is what he thinks I'm trying to do. He can be such a hypocrite, I say, realizing the brutal irony in my statement. Matt doesn't say a word, which is wise. All he does is continue to smoke.
Chapter 9. Tessa. It's destined to be another late night as I scroll through the list of demands that Amy has sent me for the rehearsal dinner. I've never met someone who was so nervous that the rehearsal of their wedding was going to disappoint them. This couple has spent more on this wedding than the entire domestic capital of a small country, but somehow they still expect me to fail. I'm starting to feel annoyed with them on my own, regardless of what Shane has told me. However, it would be dishonest of me to pretend that I haven't allowed some of his bias to enter my mind. If Jacob really is a thief like Shane says, it wouldn't kill me to be a little more careless with my planning. I wouldn't jeopardize future jobs by ruining my reputation, of course, but what's really the difference between rosewater and veiled rose? I wish I could complain to someone about it. Even Shane. That would be nice, but he's not here. I'm a bit disappointed that he didn't leave his phone number or something, even though I imagine that would be a huge liability for him. I suppose it's more fun to anticipate his arrival here, but I still wish I could reach out to him, just to tease another interaction sooner than later. Whether I see Shane or not, I have to admit that I've been getting lonely here in Dublin. I'm not sure how to meet people in cities like this, and I sure as hell am not about to go back on the dating apps. Even with the modest sum that Shane has given to me, I don't think I could afford the therapy that another rabbit hole like that would require. I've done too much work on myself as an independent woman to come crawling back to the bottom of the barrel. It would be loathsome and embarrassing in multiple ways. I've thought about just going out to a bar and trying to meet someone organically, but the way that crime has been increasing in Dublin has me nervous. It's not like I've never encountered standard city crime before. I've lived in quite a few different cities with varying levels of crime. It's just that I'm not sure how it's handled in Ireland, and I don't want to find out the hard way that law enforcement doesn't take women seriously when they get attacked. Based on how freely Shane can work, I have a feeling that the police are pretty lax as well. Maybe that's a good thing for him, but I doubt it's a coincidence. Does he pay them off? How does he find informants who are willing to risk losing their jobs and going to jail for him? He's persuasive. I'm willing to bet that I'd work for him if I were a cop. Anyway, I have no idea how I'm going to survive the next few months here with nobody to talk to. My assistant, Jenny, had to delay her arrival until Friday, so I'm working twice as hard to make up for her absence. I thought that when I took a job overseas that I'd spend all my free time exploring the country, getting lost in little pockets of history lost to those who rewrote time. I pictured myself learning so much every day, expanding my worldview and perspective with every new adventure. So far, all I've done is order from the same chippy every other day. The task of leaving this house to go buy groceries feels insurmountable with the ever-increasing weight of work. I sit at my desk for the 7th hour in a row modifying the seating chart when I hear a knock on the door. Even though I'm fairly certain that I know who it is, it makes me so nervous to imagine that the police have caught up with me and are here to take me to prison. Accepting a bribe from the Mafia is a big deal. Giving me up could easily result in amnesty from the hammer of the law if someone in Shane's circle were desperate enough. I can't say I'd blame them, but my life would be over. I approach the door quietly, checking my appearance in the nearby mirror as I did before. My lipstick is a bit faded, so I quickly reapply it before meeting my visitor. Shane's face makes my heart skip a beat as soon as I see it. He smiles when he sees me, this time without a cigarette in his hand. I'm a bit disappointed now that I've discovered that the smell of smoke on an attractive man is my weakness. He could get me to do anything, and I'd revel in the smell of his favorite cigarettes lingering on my skin and clothes for hours after. "Hey, I need to talk to you," he says before I'm able to greet him. His words are urgent and nauseating, but his tone is even and calm. "Oh, about what?" I ask, playing dumb before I say the wrong thing. "Is this about the money?" I ask just above a whisper. No, it's nothing like that. I need to talk with you in a more formal setting to make sure you're cooperating with my request to keep your head down. Meet me at Le Rev tonight at 8. Le Rev? What's that? Is it a boardroom or something? We can just talk in my living room if you need to. I feel like that would be a little more private, I say, narrowing my eyes. He laughs as if I'm wrong for being confused. No, it's a restaurant, one of the best in the city. I know the owner, so he'll make sure to give us one of the private rooms if I ask. Oh, I see what this is. You're asking me to dinner? I ask, forcing him to admit it or stammer over his words. There's no way he's just here to contact me for a business discussion. I saw the conditions he does business in, and there was hardly a private room to be seen, nothing but concrete floors and rotting overhead beams. I mean, you can call it that if you want, but I'm just checking in on you. It's more of an audit, he replies, skirting around a firm answer. Oh yeah? What should I wear for this auditing appointment? I ask, crossing my arms over my chest. He looks me up and down for a moment, his eyes focusing on the swell of my chest under my thin t-shirt. Wear the most expensive thing you bought with my money. I want to see what you're spending it on. I begin to blush hard. I'd recently purchased a deep red dress from Hermes with a low plunge V-neck and exposed back. It would be much too formal for a business meeting, but I refused to let him play into my naivete. I'm going to wear the dress, and I'm going to take in every moment that he spends staring at me in it. Fine. I'll meet you for an audit. Not sure how you plan on tracking my every move since I work from the house and you don't have access to my phone, but I'll let you lead the way. He smirks that same familiar smirk that has infiltrated my most intimate, shocking dreams. All right, don't be late. Here's my card in case you get lost, but I'll know if you're blowing me off, Tessa. It's the warning in his voice that puts me on edge. It sends a chill down my spine that settles between my legs, causing a dull throb there. He hands me a piece of paper with a phone number on it. The very nature of his work requires that he be undetectable, and something about the covert nature of our communication excites me greatly. I feel like I'm someone's secret. A secret he can't stay away from. All right, I'll see you there. I'll text you if I can't find you, I reply, trying to conceal how giddy I am. I'm going to go before I'm seen here. It's really for your own good that I'm not spotted at your house, so don't expect me to be sticking around, he says after a brief pause. I'd hate for you to get hurt because of me. Does he really care about protecting me? Why? Before I can ask, Shane turns around and steps off the concrete stairs. I close the door quickly, sneaking over to the living room window to continue watching him. His car, something way nicer than the one he kidnapped me in, is parked down the road. Instead of getting into the driver's side, he climbs into the back. I guess he has a driver. I mean, obviously he's rich, but I wonder how rich. I've started to see more details of the nature of his work and his lifestyle, and it has created a simultaneous curiosity and wariness in me. Neither of these feelings can overcome each other, so I'm caught on a slack line of wanting to dive in and wanting to flee the country. The only other people I knew who had a personal driver were the owners of a military shipyard, and they were some of the most ruthless and evil people I'd ever met. They were Romanian businessmen who were hosting a charity event and hired me to plan it. I remember the rumors trickling through my office, and I eventually grew so scared of them that I considered dropping them as clients. At the end of the day, they were nothing more than unethical businessmen with some shady personal practices, but nothing on the level of Mafia involvement. Somehow, Shane is different, even if he's worse. I'm already drowning in anxiety, excitement, and arousal at the idea of going on a date with him. He doesn't want to call it that, but I know what it is. He's just being secretive. Perhaps he'd get in trouble if people knew what we were doing. I rush to my closet to pull the red dress out of its bag, slipping my pants and shirt off and kicking them into the corner of the room. The dress fits even better than I remember it fitting in the store. I do a few turns in the mirror, watching how my body moves in the fabric. I've never felt so good in a dress before, and I get to wear this for a man who makes my whole body feel like I'm melting. After I've had my fun with the dress, I wander over to the small box of jewelry that I decided to bring with me to Dublin. I dig through the pieces for a moment before I find my favorite gold necklace and matching earrings. I haven't had a reason to break these out since my sister's wedding, and I'm finally going to get my money's worth out of them, even though they were outrageously expensive. With someone like Shane around, I doubt that cost would even be an issue. But what am I thinking? This is Shane. He clearly wants to be around me, but his motives are too ambiguous. I'm going on a date, sure, but just to figure out what he wants from me before I get myself worked up like this. He could be just another asshole who wants to use me and forget me. I'm done with men like that, and if he wants to keep coming around, he'll have to give me a good reason for it.
Chapter 10. Shane. Going out to dinner with Tessa is probably a bigger risk than I'm willing to admit, but I'm not going to be talking about it to anyone. This is my little secret, my little break from reality, and I'm going to take the opportunity to dive deep into Tessa's mind. And I know she's just as curious about me as I am about her. I can sense it when she looks at me with those wanting green eyes, silently begging me to bend her over the dining room table and claim her. She's beautiful enough that I'm certain she's been on her share of terrible dates, and I'm confident that the majority of her experience with men has been fine at best and disappointing at worst. I've met American men. I know what I'm up against, and I'm not worried. Since we're going to Le Rêve, I'm wearing one of my nicest suits. I wear suits often enough that they feel like a uniform to me, but the ones that look the best get preserved for events where they probably won't end up with bullet holes in them. I can never be too careful, so I wear a bulletproof vest under my shirt when I can. It gives me some peace of mind, and if I'm being honest, it helps accentuate my muscles a bit under my jacket. I tried not to paint this as a date to Tessa, which was stupid on my part. She's an intelligent, sharp woman, and she saw right through me. It probably made me look shy. I'm going to have to prove that assumption wrong tonight. I suppose I'm used to dating the women in my circles who are so used to having things done for them that their attention to detail has suffered. It's unfortunate and a little sad to see, especially when their men inevitably break up with them once the novelty is gone. No matter what, though, I need to get my strategy under control. Before I met Tessa, it was easy to theorize this entire experience as strictly business. I knew she was gorgeous just from her photos and the way she carries herself in videos, but I hadn't seen the glimmer in her eyes as the sunlight hits them. I hadn't seen the way that her flaxen hair flows softly down her shoulders like a river of champagne. There's something about her essence in person that has completely intoxicated me, and I could have never predicted that she would have such a tight hold on my thought life. I haven't been able to get her out of my head since the moment I smelled her perfume. And when I got lost in her eyes, I knew I couldn't turn back. It feels foolish to pursue someone like her after everything that we've planned for Jacob's wedding. Of all the women in Dublin, or even Ireland, that I could have, why have I chosen her? Any contact I have with her puts a target on my back if Jacob finds out about it. He'll know immediately what's up, and he'd likely pull the wedding and cut her off. I'd lose my chance at revenge, and Tessa would be gone forever. The problem is that I have dated the women here, and I've been let down and backstabbed more times than I can count. The first, we've considered wearing clothes from the mall when I go on dates just to see if the women I'm with are anywhere near as interested when they don't know I'm rich. Sometimes, all it takes is for me to leave my watch behind for them to start losing interest. Vapid, airheaded, pointless. I might not be the most educated or interesting person on the planet, but I have a lot of thoughts and memories I want to share with someone who will have them. So far, I've had to cut off potential girlfriends after they become entitled, more interested in my money than in me. It's hard to keep my work a secret, which makes it harder to explain just why I get too upset with them for expecting so much. I'm not just some guy who works in finance in a cushy corner office. Every dollar I earn comes with the potential to have me killed. If I wanted to give it all to some 25-year-old with half a university degree and 3 roommates, I would have plenty of chances. The fact that Tessa is a successful, independent woman on her own is very alluring to me. She knows what it's like to start at the bottom and fight for table scraps. She doesn't strike me as someone who lived an easy life, and her authenticity shines through when she raises her voice to me. Tessa has a fire in her that an easy life couldn't have lit. I've never been more intrigued to learn someone's inner workings in my life. And yet, despite my strong feelings, I can't let myself get too close to her. I just want a taste. She's not a permanent fixture in my life, not even in Ireland. She's here on business and probably can't wait to get back home to the familiarity of American life. I wish I could help her feel more at ease here in Dublin, but that's not a role that I could ever play at this point. If anything, I've destroyed her chances of ever feeling safe here. I've also put a target on her back with the cash I gave her. I'll have to figure out how to wire it to her in the United States, since there's no way in hell she can bring it on a plane with her. I've dangled a $50,000 carrot in front of her, and it could get taken away at any moment. At this point, I would do anything to turn back time and leave her alone with what I know now. But I can't, so I might as well treat her to a nice dinner. As I'm getting ready for the night, Liam knocks on my door, startling me. My blood pressure skyrockets momentarily before I calm myself down. I've hated interacting with Liam ever since the meeting we had about Jacob's wedding. Our relationship is strained more than it's ever been, but I have to be careful. He's still my brother, after all. "What's up?" I call out as I adjust my tie for the 4th time. "Are you decent?" he asks from the other side of the door. "Am I ever?" I respond. He enters cautiously, as though he doubts me, for which I have never given a reason to. "Where are you going?" "I haven't seen you wear that suit since the wedding last summer," he remarks, studying my outfit with skeptical curiosity. I hadn't even considered that I'd have to answer to Liam before I left the house. I thought he was watching football on TV. "I'm just going out for a bit." "I need a drink mixed by a girl in a tiny halter top and 3-inch nails," I lie. "I haven't gone out to the clubs in a while, and I know there's a football game happening, so there will be tons of women trying to get away from their husbands." He laughs harder than I've heard him laugh in days. It's like they come to Dublin for the sole purpose of cheating. "You're so charitable, going out of your way to give it up to someone with such a dull home life." I chuckle, feeling a brand new sense of guilt and unease wash over me. Thinking about Tessa in such a debasing, unhuman way goes against everything I've grown to like about her. It might have been the way I'd feel when I was in my 20s, but someone like Tessa deserves respect. He's about to turn around and leave, allowing me to relax, until he turns back toward me with narrowed eyes. "Wait. Why didn't you invite me? Is this because of the meeting still?" he asks, attempting to suppress the confrontation in his voice and nearly succeeding. I swallow hard. Does he have to be doing this now? "No, man. I don't need any of these women getting scared off by you. You're too intense when you drink, and I fully intend on drinking tonight. It would be cruel for me to invite you," I reply in a half-hearted joking manner. He hesitates, but then laughs even harder. With the situation diffused, at least for now, he walks out and closes the door behind him. I hate lying to my brother, and that's part of why I'm so pissed at myself for getting so involved in this mess in the first place. My relationship with Liam is important to me, but I hate it when he pretends that he knows what I want better than I do. I've been trying to get him to grow up with me for the past 10 years, and all he wants to do is hookers and blow. Without my hard work keeping our family afloat, he'd be forced to figure things out on his own, so it's partially my fault. I spoiled him, and now I have to suffer the consequences. I'm about to let myself get upset again when I picture Tessa's face. The way she always gazes at me with such serenity and peace when I visit her reminds me why this is all worth it. I pull up her Instagram page, scrolling through her posts as I watch the events in her life happen in reverse. Her tenacity and passion show through each photo, but one thing I can't find is that look in her eyes that she gives me. That look seems reserved for me. Nobody else gets to see that side of her. And I intend to keep it that way. But sometimes the best things in life are fleeting and temporary. If Tessa and I are only 2 points meeting once on an infinite trajectory, I have to take advantage of the opportunity I've been given with her. I might never feel something like this again in my life, and it would be such a waste to throw her away over nothing but fear. Nothing in life is perfect, but she might be the closest I ever get to seeing a flawless woman.
Chapter 11. Tessa. As the hour approaches, I feel myself nearly trembling with anticipation. I'm almost too nervous to step outside to catch a cab in this dress. It's been ages since I felt confident enough to go out in something this form-fitting. I take a few deep breaths before I order the cab on my phone. Once I submit a request for a ride, that's it. I've made the choice to meet with Shane, and I'm not going to turn back. This is such a unique circumstance to be faced with that it doesn't even seem fair. Some people's once-in-a-lifetime opportunities amount to things like acting jobs or winning the lottery. Why does mine have to be dinner with an impishly handsome mafia boss? How did I get myself into this predicament? Oh, right, I didn't. He did. I still could have turned him down, choosing to do the right thing and inform Jacob that I knew something was wrong. I could have turned in some of the money to the police, informing them of a bribe I was forced to take in order to preserve my life. If I were as virtuous of a person as my family thinks I am, I probably would have taken the first plane back to the States in order to escape this. I should have run as far from this situation as possible as soon as I knew it was going to get out of hand. As soon as my ride request is accepted, I can trace the driver's location as they creep toward my house on a live map. With every street he passes, my heart begins to race in my chest. I'm fidgeting with my hair and my necklace, reapplying and blotting my lipstick over and over as if I'm eating it straight off my lips. It's been ages since I was nervous like this in general, especially for a date. The men I've been with in the last 5 years have all had 1 or 2 characteristics in common that made them abysmal partners. When I was 26, I truly believed that the only people who were in relationships were selfish enough to be with someone who would let them take what they wanted. It felt like every man I attempted to love was egotistical, guarded, and untrustworthy. I had no idea where they all emerged from after my ex and I broke up, but I was bewildered by how poorly behaved everyone in the dating scene was. How can I expect Shane to be any different? No, I know better. The other men had a sense of insecurity about them that drove them to use me and lie to me in order to preserve some of their power. They were experiencing a version of aggrieved entitlement that had been passed down to them by their fathers and forefathers. The world was their slave, and their slave was not cooperating. Shane carries himself like he owns the entire earth and knows it. I can imagine him being confused and annoyed by the men I've dated before, attempting to pick a drunken fight with him in the middle of a bar when he emasculates them just by existing. I can't stand an insecure, small personality, but they're all I've been exposed to since my last relationship ended. When I went on dates with these men, I could at least enjoy the feeling of being just a little bit better than them. I loved watching them pretend not to grovel as they complimented me, stumbling all over themselves as they failed miserably to seduce me. Sometimes the look on their faces when I rejected a goodnight kiss was enough to make the date worth it. I loved being unattainable, even if it meant I was cripplingly lonely. Now with Shane, the tables are turned. I'm successful, that much can't be argued, but Shane has acquired a level of wealth several orders of magnitude greater than I could ever dream of earning. I thought that this job with Jacob and Amy was enough to set me up for my future, but that's worth hardly a beat to someone like Shane. He was probably earning that kind of money in his early 20s. All I can hope is that he sees me as an equal, a human being. I would be devastated to show up to this date, excited with 1,000 beams of light in my chest, only for him to view me as low class and dirty. Maybe I should have learned a lesson from all those other dates. I should have been kinder. If this is my reckoning, I can only pray that it's swift and somewhat merciful. But these things never are. And just like that, the cab pulls up. I step out into the still warmth of the late summer air as the car idles along the curb. The driver is an old man with a golfer's cap, the absolute picture of a stereotypical old Irish man. He glances back at me when I climb into the back, and I'm somewhat put at ease knowing that he can't detect the price of my dress from appearance alone. I know I couldn't even if I tried. "I'm going to Le Rêve, please," I say, confirming the address locked in to the GPS clinging firmly to the windshield. Le Rêve? I've never brought anyone there before. Didn't know people around here could afford all that. "But you don't sound like you're from here," he replies in a welcoming, joking manner. "You here for the football game?" I sigh silently in relief. At least he isn't going to harass me just for looking nice. "Oh no, I have a date," I reply as I feel my cheeks redden at the very word. Date. A date with Shane. Must be a banker or something, taking you to places like Le Rêve. Most women around here get taken to a chippy and given a cheap heart-shaped necklace for their anniversary. "You're a lucky lady," he says as we take off down the street. "Yeah, well, he's something like that. I have a lot to learn about his job," I say. "It's not necessarily untrue. I don't know anything about what Shane does beyond kidnapping and torturing people." We continue down the road for a short while, one regaling the other of bad dates and even worse breakups. He's a pleasant old man, one I can imagine grabbing a drink with in exchange for some sage wisdom. He strikes me as a father figure, and I hope he can impart that compassion onto someone less temporary than me. After exchanging our goodbyes, I give him 3 times the fare in cash that I snagged from the suitcase before I left. He's shocked at first, but after I'm firm on my decision to give it to him, he thanks me profusely and drives off into the downtown chaos. It's 7:50 as I step cautiously into the restaurant. Right away, I'm struck by how tasteful and sleek the decor is inside. The windows that line the west wall invite the last remaining sunlight across the floor where it casts an orange glow on the herringbone tiles. The lighting in the building itself is low, emitting dimly from tinted globe lights that hang above the bar. Before I have time to wander through the building, I see him. Shane beckons me over to him as he waits for me in front of a closed red door featuring a sign that says reserved. He isn't smiling as widely as he was before, which puts a pit in my stomach. However, I choose to chalk it up to nervousness, just as my tapping fingers could communicate to a very observant onlooker. Without context, we probably just look like 2 anxious, excited people who are overcome by the heat of the moment. No mafia, no money, no revenge. Just the 2 of us, ready to have a night that we'll never forget. "You're early. I like that about you. I hate waiting for people who are perpetually late," he says as I approach him. He opens the door for me, and I step into the room with a sense of dreamlike wonder as the light of 20 candles lights up my face. "Quite intimate for a business meeting," I joke. "Well, you know, my skin looks horrible from all the drinking in my 20s. Candlelight is much more forgiving," he replies, unable to conceal that devious grin. As soon as I see him smile again, a weight is lifted from my shoulders. This could be the best night of my life. "What do we have to drink?" I ask as I sit down at the impeccably decorated table in the center of the room. I pluck a bottle of wine from a bucket of ice to read the label, placing it down when I see that it's written in French. It's old and expensive, which is all you could ever want in a wine. I've placed orders for us ahead of time to save you the headache of choosing something for yourself. Many of the menu items were suggestions of mine, so I know they're to die for. You'll love it. With the candlelight flickering around us, I feel fortunate that he can't see just how red my cheeks are. Every word he speaks is pure silk interwoven with smoke. His accent, now more apparent to me than ever, echoes in my mind as soon as he stops speaking. I'm hungry to hear more, like his words would be enough to keep me fed for an eternity. "Wow. You really put a lot of thought into this, didn't you?" I ask, trying not to let the embers of danger and excitement overwhelm me. If my heart gets what it wants, I'll be reduced to ash by morning. But would that be so bad? "Of course, I'm sure you've spent enough time at Italian chain restaurants throughout your life in America. I have a feeling you'd like to live a little," he replies. "Go ahead, sit down." I take a deep breath as my legs begin to tremble again. Something about this renewed uncertainty, this anticipation of the unknown, brings me back to the passions of my college years. I thought that the mystique of passion and romance had withered and died in me long ago. Oh, now I'm insulted. I would settle only for the finest arcade bar experience, if you must know. I've never tasted more exquisite boneless chicken wings. I hear they come in a plastic bag all the way from South Dakota, I reply. There's a momentary pause, and my heart drops into my stomach as I predict that I've said something tasteless or uncalled for. Before I can overcorrect myself or apologize, he bursts into roaring laughter. South Dakota? Where the hell is that? Is that on one of the coasts? He asks, unable to contain himself. His laughter is contagious, and I begin to laugh along with him. Suddenly, the stifling, serious atmosphere feels a hell of a lot more welcoming. Any fears or reservations I had about being perceived wrong begin to melt in the warmth of the candlelight as it dances with the last of the sunset pouring in. You're hilarious, he continues as we both sit down. I brush my hair behind my ear automatically, smiling wider than I have in months. I don't remember the last time I felt so comfortable with someone, especially in contrast to how much he'd frightened me only 2 weeks before. I've hardly been here 10 minutes, and I already want to crawl on the table and serve myself to him. I can tell by that smirk on his face that he'd eat me willingly and thoroughly like I was his last meal on death row. Chapter 12. Tessa. So, you wanted to do some kind of audit? Is that correct? I ask, swirling my wine gently in my glass. He pauses before responding, glancing upward to the right, as if to reach for a reasonable answer. I just wanted to make sure you've been doing all right since we first met. I feel responsible for you now, especially since I involved you in something you were previously unaware of. I felt awful when I realized that I'd dragged you into this. You were just trying to do your job, he confesses, sipping from a tumbler of bourbon. Hearing that he feels responsible for my safety puts a flutter in my chest. Of all the men I've ever been on dates with, none of them have ever taken responsibility for the way their actions have impacted my life. Even though Shane's involvement in my life has made me feel unsafe and paranoid, I feel as if he's willing to do anything to make it up to me. I've just been working a lot, I say. My assistant had to delay her flight here, so I've been doing all of my administrative tasks as well as planning this godforsaken wedding. Amy has been driving me up a wall with her demands. Even if I wanted to be doing something exciting or nefarious, I wouldn't have the time. Shane nods as I finish off my first glass of wine. Anything to take the edge off. I top my glass off right away, making sure to not spill a drop of this ridiculously expensive elixir. I knew rich people like to throw money around, but this place won't even tell you how expensive the drinks are. That doesn't surprise me. From what I know of Jacob, he's always dated women who were difficult, Shane replies as he finishes the last of his foie gras. I carefully taste the smattering of caviar left on my plate from the second course, allowing the unfamiliar flavors to imprint themselves on my memory. Oh, can you tell me more about them? I'd love to hear of someone more high maintenance and delusional than Amy. He chuckles a bit, groaning at the end. Oh man, I could go on for days about Emily. I've never met a more entitled person in my life. I swear she grew up in a bubble surrounded by people who would congratulate her for farting into a toilet and then flushing. I can't stifle my laughter as it explodes from me. With every minute that passes, every shift in conversation, I'm seeing different sides to Shane unfold before me. It's so hard to believe that this person was practically signing my death wish less than 2 weeks prior. Life can be so strange when it wants to be. Actually, why don't we drive around a little? You said you're locked in your house most of the time, so you probably haven't seen much of the city, he suggests, stacking all of his plates in a neat pile on the corner of the table. I freeze. Going for a drive? To where? The idea of getting into a car with Shane gives me immediate flashbacks of the night he kidnapped me, and at first, I fear that I won't be able to shake this reaction from my bones. How would I tell him that our last little ride changed the inner workings of my brain for the rest of my life? I know he regrets it now, but I can't change what happened with his apology. I don't know, I reply slowly. He senses my hesitation, but he doesn't get angry or impatient with me. Hey, listen, I just want to show you some of my favorite spots around the city I grew up in. This isn't like that at all. You're safer with me than with anyone else. I'll protect you. I promise. My better judgment, the part of me that has been wounded irreparably, screams at me to run and hide. But when I look into his eyes, all I see is the soul of an honest man, even if it's wrapped in a life of cruelty. He leans forward a bit, a slight smile curling one side of his mouth. I don't want you to lie awake at night when you're 80, wishing you'd explored Dublin with me. My resolve crumbles as soon as I hear the sincerity in his voice. All he wants to do is open me up to his world, maybe in an attempt to know him better. If he doesn't feel that explaining it will do, who am I to deny him? All I've wanted for these past 2 weeks is to see deeper into who he is, and he's handing me the opportunity on a silver platter, quite literally. As I drift to sleep every night, I imagine scenarios like this. I have no reason to say no. Okay, as long as you can promise that we'll be safe. I don't want to go anywhere dangerous, I say with my most firm, resolute tone. The warmth in his face returns, and he rises from his chair to lead me out to his car. I'm buzzing all over with excitement and curiosity, doing the best I can to suppress a manufactured sense of dread. I've conjured such an awful image of him, and he's doing his best to correct it. The least I can do is give him the chance. We meet the valet out front, and Shane opens the passenger side door of a black Bugatti for me with an exaggerated flourish. This is your car? I ask, confused because it's different than the one he visited my house in. I thought you drove something different. I won't pretend to know a lot about cars. I hardly know how my own car back home operates, but what I do know is that a Bugatti is the kind of car that only a man with a ton of money can own. Only someone with more money than he knows what to do with would own this car. Yes, this is one of my cars. You can admire it later. Get in, he says, looking around as though he expects someone to leap out of the bush and gun us both down. He really doesn't want to get caught with me, but I assume it has more to do with safety than anything. He wants to keep me safe while giving me an amazing night, and that's all I can ask for from him. I've been on plenty of dates where my safety was called into question because of the person I was on the date with. Shane's careful attention to my well-being is a huge turn-on. He climbs into the driver's side, and in an instant we're speeding down the street toward the south side of the city. As we pass other cars, I can see the expressions change on the faces of people we drive past. Some try to race us at stoplights, others just sneer with jealousy. No matter what they think, being next to Shane in such a luxurious car has me on top of the world. I've never been the object of such blatant envy before, and even though it isn't mine to claim, it feels pretty good. What do you listen to? Shane asks as we approach a less populated stretch of road. You mean like what kind of music I listen to? I ask as my fingers absently stroke the soft leather of the seat. Yeah, what was your favorite band when you were growing up? What do you like? Oh, I wasn't really much of a band person. I listened to a lot of Regina Spektor in college. Listening to her made me feel crazy, which somehow made the struggle of college easier to manage. How about you? I reply. Siri, play Regina Spektor. Shane commands his phone without missing a beat. Before I can think of a proper response to his gesture, my favorite song is playing in the most beautiful car I've ever seen with the most alluring, mysterious man I've ever met. I feel like I'm floating above my body, and I'm tempted to reach out to him for stability. But we haven't gotten that far yet. At this point, I know it'll happen in time, and my body rages against my faltering restraint. Wow, you really didn't have to do that, I say, feeling my chest fill with effervescent light, just as it had when I first saw him at Le Rev. Well, I did, so I hope that's all right with you. I listened to a lot of Dead Kennedys and Black Flag growing up. It gave me somewhere to channel my anger that didn't include picking fights with my brother or dad, he says with a grin. I laugh, trying not to giggle like a schoolgirl too much. I'd hate to embarrass myself by overdoing anything, but he really makes me feel like a young woman with a crush all over again. It's been at least a decade since I felt anything resembling this at all, and I want to preserve every last bit of it until it slips from my fingers like all good things do. I mean, I'm being serious. My brother Liam and I have always been best friends, but we grew up with a horrible dad and a conflict-avoidant mother. Music was the only thing keeping me from burning the house down a lot of the time, he says, his tone more sincere than sarcastic like before. Was your father the one who got you involved in, everything? I ask, wondering if he considers my question too forward. Yeah, he was. He started out by conning people, selling loans to people at the racetrack, and then charging insane interest on them. I almost wondered if he got more pleasure out of beating people up when they couldn't pay than getting paid itself, he replies as his voice takes on a hint of darkness. We pull up to a little pub nestled into a collection of historical buildings, most of them long forgotten after the disease of modernity and minimalism took over architecture like a virus. Are we getting out here? I ask cautiously as I glance around for unsavory characters. Yeah, I want to buy you a drink. No more fanciness or pretense. It's time for me to get to know you a little better, he says, putting the car in park and glancing at me with a slight weary smile. It's been a really long time since I was this intrigued by someone. A tiny fire ignites in my belly at the implications. He thinks I'm interesting? Of all the people he's had the chance to meet? Of all the women he's had the chance to sleep with? I'm the one he wants to learn more about. I step out of the car, and Shane immediately takes my hand as he leads me into the building. He might not want a lot of attention on us, but he does want to make sure that anyone who sees us knows we're here together. What is this place? I mean, what significance does it have to you? I ask as we enter the pub, glancing around at the shadowy, cozy corners and steady glow of near-ancient lighting fixtures. This is where my father used to bring my brother and I when we were kids. I know it's pretty messed up, but we spent a lot of time here while my dad would go on benders. We got to know the staff as we grew up, and eventually they became like family to us, he confesses, leading me over to the bar as a large TV emits a blue and green cast across the bar. We're silent for a few moments as I take in the atmosphere, trying and failing to imagine what it would be like to spend a significant time of my childhood in such an environment. I'm haunted by the idea, which causes my hesitation toward Shane to dissolve little by little as we settle in. There's so much more depth to him than I expected to find tonight, and I know this is only the beginning. Chapter 13. Tessa. An old man with a scraggly white beard enters the main bar area from what I can only assume is the back of a small kitchen. He's shouting something unintelligible at a very unlucky fry cook, based on my very limited understanding of Irish slang. As he emerges, he glances around suspiciously with a crazy look in his eye before he spots Shane and me sitting at the corner of the bar. Shane, I haven't seen you in months. He grabs a pint glass from a drying rack near the sink, pouring a beer into the glass from the tap and sliding it to Shane. It's been like 3 weeks, Warren, but I'll forgive you for forgetting this time. I'm going to need 2 of these, actually, Shane replies, gesturing to the beer and then toward me. First date I've ever brought here. You should be humbled. Warren's glassy eyes meet mine, and he smiles widely in a way I can only describe as scheming. You've been coming here for 25 years, and you never brought a date here? I'm going to break your legs, kid. Shane cackles as Warren grabs another glass, filling it with the same honey-colored liquid he'd poured into the first. I thank him profusely before taking a drink of the beer. There are notes of citrus throughout the body of the drink, perfect for a hazy autumn night after a perfect dinner. Well, congratulations, son. Looks like you finally got a girlfriend without having to steal her from a parking garage or a strip club. Didn't think you had it in you, Warren jokes, laughing so hard at his own comment that he starts to cough violently. Shane rests his head on his hand as he waits for Warren's coughing fit to abate. His expression is amused, further adding to the charming absurdity of the whole scene. You know, I stole this one from her house. I've been working on my technique, he replies coolly, taking a deep drink of his beer. Don't have to settle for the hood rats anymore. Warren's coughing continues, only worsening as his laughter continues to take over. Hell, Maybe I should have hired you to find one for me. Shane playfully slaps Warren's arm. I'm telling Sheila you said that. You know I couldn't find better than her if I tried, especially not for you. No other woman on earth could learn to love your persistent musk of ball sweat and Heineken. I feel like I'm watching a scene out of a movie as I sit here, fully immersed while also struggling to keep my sense of reality in check. I didn't even know I was coming to Dublin a year ago, and here I am, having the most unpredictable experience I've had in my life. If someone told me last year that this is what I'd be doing on a random August evening, I would have laughed them out of the room. Now, I'm feeling grateful that I even get to see this part of humanity. It feels rare and genuine, unlike the swaths of sycophants and ass-kissers who dance through my life on an all-too-regular basis. Oh, Sheila would love to have another woman around the house. Her hip has been bothering her, can't get it up over my shoulder anymore. She'd kill for a night off, Warren replies, a hoarse smoker's cough escaping before he erupts in laughter again. I'll leave you two alone, though. I have to go threaten to fire Skippy for the third time this week. Warren scuttles back to the kitchen with impressive speed for a fat old drunk, and I can't contain my amusement any longer. I laugh into my hands, trying to conceal my hysterical response with no luck at all. Shane glances at me with a smile and a raised eyebrow. You've never seen a deranged old man before. Do they not have those in the States? I pause to reply, but another wave of contagious laughter overtakes me. After a couple of very intentional deep breaths, I'm able to formulate a response without choking. We do have them, but most of the time they're kept out of the public eye because we're afraid they'll act like that, I say, taking another sip of my beer. The notes of orange and grapefruit dance across my tongue, as if I've unlocked a whole new way to taste them. Whether it's real or not, pure joy really does color experiences like this. Oh yeah? I thought you elected them for president, Shane replies as he gulps down half his beer, clearly very satisfied with his answer. I roll my eyes in a playful, carefree manner, unable to keep myself from cracking a smile. Okay, now it's your turn, Shane continues, dropping the funny guy act and returning to the warmth and sincerity that he'd shown at the restaurant. My turn for what? I ask nervously. Your turn to unload all of your emotional baggage onto me. I've done my fair share. Now you get a chance. Tell me about how you were a fat kid, or about how you hated your dad growing up. I laugh again, this time with a more nervous overtone than that of amusement. Oh, come on, is it really that bad? I'm sorry, he backpedals. No, it's not like that. It's just that there's a lot that people don't really get because it's not a very common experience, so it gets tiresome to explain to people. I haven't tried in years. He sits up straighter, giving me his full attention. Try me. I've seen some pretty insane stuff. I consider it for a moment, wondering how willing I am to give up my past for the chance at a true human connection. The things I've been through have isolated me from people for as long as I can remember, and I'd never talk about them on a first date under normal circumstances. But for Shane, I think I'm willing to be vulnerable. Okay, I guess I'll just say that you don't need to pretend to feel sorry for me or anything. I understand if you're not really interested. It's not like my parents beat me or anything, I reply, keeping my voice down as several intoxicated young men walk in. Please, I'm happy your parents didn't beat you, but I do want to know the real you, and that comes with some boring information in most people, he replies with a half smile. I take a deep breath as I gather my thoughts, putting them into a row that I haven't bothered to construct in years. When I was 11, my mother was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. At first, we didn't think it was going to be severe, but it progressed rapidly. We didn't see it coming at all. No family history, no signs prior to the tremors and vision issues. We were blindsided. I begin, struggling to contain my anxiety as the memories flood back. He waits for me to continue, his expression showing true interest and empathy. I'm so sorry you went through that. I can't imagine how hard that must have been. Oh, I wasn't finished. My sister was 8 at the time, and my mother couldn't care for her properly, so I sort of became her caretaker. I cooked most of her meals, looked after her when she was sick, and walked her home from school, even though we attended classes in different buildings. I love my sister, but I resented my mother for being sick and resented my sister even more for being so needy. I take a long, deep drink of my beer, bracing myself for the inevitable rush of emotions that accompanies my sob story. "Where was your father?" Shane asks, keeping his voice down to prevent others from listening in. "Oh, my father was cheating on my mother. He didn't even wait until her diagnosis was confirmed. I didn't know this until a few years ago, but he jumped the gun on their marriage as soon as she started seeing the doctor more. He started banging a 23-year-old waitress at one of the restaurants he owned. I knew something was up, even at that young age, but I didn't have the words to describe how uncomfortable it was." He turns to face me completely now, his eyes locked on mine. "What was that like for you at that age? How did you overcome it?" "Once my mom caught him, that was it. I never felt secure around adults for the remainder of my childhood. I had been forced to become one overnight, while the people who had been grown for decades acted like children. My father was allowed to throw tantrums and cry on the kitchen floor when he didn't get what he wanted, but I was grounded if I forgot to help my sister with her homework. I had my own homework to do." My voice falters at the end of my sentence, not from a blubbering, emotional place, but from a state of disbelief as I process it all over again. I'd never considered what made me such a workaholic, but now that I'm explaining my past to Shane, I'm seeing the dots connect in ways I never expected. "So, you became a workaholic to secure a safety net for yourself? You needed to be independent from a very young age, and everyone who was supposed to care for you failed. I can see why that would create a scarcity mindset," Shane replies, his tone sober and dark. I nod. I hated my parents. I hated how much grace they expected from my sister and me when we were spanked and sent to bed without dinner for daring to be upset about it all. They wanted so badly for us to see them as fallible humans with flaws who deserved empathy, but we were expected to transcend the half-baked emotional responses. They just hated dealing with the consequences of their actions. I'm beginning to grow upset now, so I stop speaking while I'm still able to reel myself in. A terrible fear settles into my chest as I await his inevitable response, something along the lines of, "Don't you know about the starving kids in Africa? Don't you know about kids with cancer?" But he doesn't. Instead, he takes my face in his hands, stroking my jaw with his thumb. "You're much stronger than you think you are, Tessa. I've met people who have been loved and supported for their entire lives who allow their resolve to crumble at the smallest inconvenience. You might feel cheated by your circumstances, but what you've learned through them will carry you. And that's all." No criticism of my selfishness, no reminder that there is war in other countries. He hasn't given me a single reason to feel ashamed of who I am or how I got here. In fact, he's the first person to ever commend me for surviving it. He's the first person who has ever told Met that my suffering wasn't in vain. "You don't think I'm just whining for the sake of it?" I ask, hiding myself behind my pint glass as I finish the rest of my beer. "No. I think you're incredible," he replies, placing his other hand on my cheek as he gazes into my eyes. And there it is. The divine spark awakens, and he pulls me toward his face, kissing me deeply as the rest of the world goes quiet around us.
The following scene is too steamy to include on YouTube. You can listen to the complete unedited version with all steamy scenes included at bellakingbooks.com or by following the link in the description. Chapter 15. Shane. Last night was far more involved than I imagined it would be, but I couldn't have asked for a better ending to my date with Tessa. The hunger she has for me is undeniable, and it's been so long since I've been with someone who had that much passion. Now that I know this about her, she has power over me. But I can't let her know that. I figure that it's important for me to keep an eye on her anyway, especially now that she's been spending the money I gave her. If she ends up getting audited for it somehow, I might be on the hook if she chooses to rat me out. The fact that I find her irresistibly attractive has nothing to do with the fact that at the end of the day, she's still a civilian who fears the law. She has a good life and an established career. She'd probably do anything to avoid jail time, even if she knew it would be detrimental to me. That's the issue that we have. She wants me, but she isn't invested in keeping me around. I need to change that. Dating her for the foreseeable future seems like a good idea, at least until we're able to take out Jacob. She'll probably hate me forever after that, but she can't say she had no idea what I was up to the whole time. It's not like I ever stated that I was done pursuing him. She's choosing to overlook it because she's lonely and intrigued by me. The second she finds out that he was murdered in his honeymoon suite, she'll begin to resent me for the rest of her life. I hate going behind her back and everyone else's, but this situation has put me in an impossible position. Even though he's constantly bringing me down for it, I know that Liam would do exactly what I'm doing if he were me. Everyone wants to claim a moral high ground on me for wanting Tessa, but I've seen the way that they act around women they like. To be honest, if I saw one of my men falling for a woman like her, I'm positive his performance would go down significantly. The distraction isn't something most men can handle. I'm barely handling it myself, but I'm still keeping an eye on operations as usual. I haven't been able to get Tessa out of my head since I left her house yesterday. Whenever I close my eyes, I see hers looking back up at me from below. I can't get her out of my head. I'm waiting for the realization that I've made a mistake and to overcorrect my course, but it isn't coming. I thought for sure that it would be a blessing to be underwhelmed by her so that I could forget her. Instead, I've gone from being curious about her to being infatuated with her. For the time being, I'll keep an eye on Jacob through her as I gather more details of her work. It's an easy, innocuous way to watch him and keep tabs on the situation without setting myself up to be visible to him. He has no idea that I know Tessa in the first place. He'll be completely blindsided when we ambush him. I'm still not sure how I can justify peeling myself from her after this is all said and done. I'm sure it'll be difficult for me to say goodbye, but that's why I can't let myself get attached. It's fine if she does, and I'm convinced that telling her not to cling to me will only raise suspicion in her. I hate to hurt her, but again, she knew what she was getting into when she met me. I could not have been clearer about my intentions and the motivation behind my contact with her. As for right now, it's 9 in the morning, and I need to get ready to meet my brother for brunch at an exclusive tennis club. He knows I don't usually like going out in the morning, but he insisted that we get out and do something to break up the monotony of the last few months. We've been doing nothing but working and sleeping for the most part, and I can feel it starting to affect my judgment. I'm sure he'd have something to say about my judgment if he knew where I was last night. I drag myself out of bed, recoiling at the freezing cold hardwood. I'd much rather lie in bed and recreate last night over and over in my head. Not only is Liam expecting to hear the entire story of my hot date, he's expecting me to be far more hungover than I am right now. He's seen me emerge from my room after a night of drinking, and he always makes a point to tell me how bad a hangover looks on me. I'm notorious for being a motionless, dizzy, nauseated mess the day after a night at the clubs, so he'll be looking for the telltale signs that aren't present. When I get to the club, I come up with a quick, vague story about my night out that I can share without Liam getting suspicious. He's not one to ask vulgar questions, so I'm hoping he doesn't have a change of heart. Shane. I hear Liam shout from across the first tennis court. He's at a table with a bottle of Prosecco and a plate full of questionable scrambled eggs, waving me over enthusiastically. When I sit down, he gets up to slap me on the back with a giddy smile on his face. Just like the selfless individual that he is, he's chosen to drink over half the bottle of Prosecco in order to prevent me from feeling tempted. What a guy. Hey, sorry I'm a little late. I got in at like 3 a.m. and couldn't fall asleep right away, so it was kind of difficult to get up this morning, I say. I'm not lying about the time I came home. That would send up instant red flags. I have to keep some things consistent, or he'll be all over my ass. Yeah, I figured you'd be a little groggy today. Maybe a little more, actually. Did you quit drinking or something? He asks, narrowing his eyes as he scans my face. He's looking for the reddened 1,000-yard stare of a hardcore drunk, and what he's seeing is almost the face of a born-again Christian. Yeah, well, I knew I'd be coming out with you in the morning. I didn't want to get too drunk. Oh, well, that's sweet. It's good to see you coming around. I hate it when I'm mad at you, he replies, slapping me on the back again as a 20-something waitress approaches the table. Hi, do you need to look at the menu at all? Or are you ready to order? I'll just need a minute, thanks. As soon as she nods and walks away, Liam points his eyes over to her ass in order to get me to stare as well. You could probably show her the time of her life if you wanted to, now that you're getting laid again. You could have any woman in this stupid club. I'm cautious about how performative his support is, but I'm not going to argue with him about it. He rakes a huge mouthful of eggs down his throat, washing it down with Prosecco and coughing a few times. Now I remember why I hate going places with him. He's embarrassing to be seen in public with. Okay, fine, don't say anything. But you do have to tell me about last night, he continues, trying not to cough and attract even more attention from nearby tables. Here we go. Alright, so I went to Escapades last night, and there was this redhead working one of the stages that wouldn't stop staring at me. I tried to ignore her just to see if she would pursue me, and it worked. After like 2 drinks, I take her out to my car and do her in the parking lot. Oh yeah? Which car did you take? He asks, glossing over all the details I'd already given him. I took the Ferrari. I know the women around here just learned what a Ferrari looks like, so they're fiends for them, I say, considering a quick swig of the wine and deciding against it. He freezes, staring straight at me with a sudden predatory quality in his eyes. Has he caught me already? Oh, that's really weird, because I know the sound that the Ferrari makes when you lock it. That's not the sound I heard when you came home last night. He's right. The car I took last night was the Bugatti. I wanted to take something that would impress Tessa without looking too intimidating to her. With the black finish, I figured it was a good in-between. We're both silent for a moment as I wait for him to decide on his reaction. So far, he looks like he could either flip this table over in rage or begin laughing in disbelief. Either way, I'm about to have a huge problem on my hands. Why are you lying to me about the car you took out? Ha, what are you hiding? He growls. I swear to God, Shane, if you're going to see that blonde girl again. Keep your mouth shut. You're not the one who gets to tell me what to do, okay? Drop it, I say back, trying to keep as little aggression in my voice as possible. We've already managed to attract the attention of at least 3 tables around us, and some of them are families with children. I know that Liam loves a spectacle and doesn't care who sees, so I need to diffuse this before something happens. Liam, if you make a big deal out of this, I'm cutting you out from our next shipment. Do you understand me? I can bankrupt you whenever I want. You're here by the grace of me. So shut up and finish your eggs. It doesn't matter what Liam thinks, what he threatens, or what he does. I'm going to keep seeing Tessa despite it all. He can't keep me from what I want, and I'm going to spend as much time with her before this all blows up in my face. She'll be taken from me some way or another, but it sure as hell won't be because of my asshole brother.
Chapter 16. Tessa. Ever since the first night Shane and I slept together, time has blurred past me. I've been trying so hard to focus on work, but my thoughts are always redirected back to him. I can't get his face out of my head, whether I'm at my computer working or lying in bed trying to go to sleep. I'm so fixated on him that I've considered trying to find the warehouse that he brought me to the first night we met. He doesn't want me to have constant access to him, but even seeing him get out of his car would fill a void in me that he's created. It feels pathetic. The fact that I'm so needy and desperate for a man's attention has coated my soul in filth. My former self is rolling in her grave, pounding on the barrier between this world and the next as she screams at me to stop this. I was always supposed to be the woman who waited until her 30s to find a good man in a safe career who would have a family with me. In my mind, that man was always sort of plain, not very much fun, and maybe a little bit insecure, but he'd be a good father to my children. I promised myself that I'd stop dating around once I got to this age. I've been following my life script very closely. Why would I give that up now? But Shane makes me feel so much. The way his eyes look when he smokes, the way he smirks at me when I say something unexpected, the sound of his voice as he starts to get drunk. It's all so intoxicating for me. After picturing myself with a boring asshole for the rest of my life, someone like Shane is a very dangerous wrench in my plans. Shane wants me, sure, but I've had to remind myself time and time again that he's dangerous to be around. This is the lifestyle he's lived for his whole life, and he can have any woman he wants if he does so little as look in her direction. He'd never change his ways for someone like me. I'm sure that I'm a good lay for him, maybe a little adventurous since I'm from the States, but he's not looking for a family life. That much is obvious. But for now, I'm letting my heart guide me. Sometimes it seems like he knows all the right words to say in order to keep me hooked, and that itself makes me nervous. Does he have a playbook that he uses with all women, sometimes multiple at once? He's a fair bit older than me, and he doesn't have a wife or a girlfriend. Most men in his position would have secured a woman by now, even if he wasn't extremely wealthy. So, what's going on? He sends me late-night texts about how much he's been thinking about me, usually right before I go to sleep. It's like clockwork. I've never told him what time I go to sleep, but there's still always something waiting for me sent from one of his burner phone numbers. He himself says it's dangerous for him to contact me through text, but I always anticipate these messages eagerly, and with a depending sense of devotion. That's the trouble with me, it would seem. I always spring right for the men who want nothing to do with commitment, chaining myself to them emotionally while they're still banging every woman in my apartment building. It makes me feel like such a fool, but the illusion of being his one and only is far more palatable than being one of dozens. To his credit, he's doing a much more convincing job of pretending if he is indeed pretending. Sometimes, he'll graze his hand across mine while he's driving, sending a tingle through me instantly. I'll squirm against the seat of his car as I wait for him to pull over and rip my panties off, but he almost always chooses to make me wait. None of the men I've dated ever put that much effort into keeping me hooked. Most of them thought that I would stay devoted to them by virtue of their existence in my life. At least Shane acts like he wants to keep me around. He wants to take me out today, and our plan is to go to the park near the center. I was hesitant at first, remembering how serious he was about safety, but I'm choosing to trust his judgment. Even if his excuses were all lies before, I'd rather he change his mind and contradict himself. He picks me up in a different car almost every time, but this time he's chosen the same simple black car he drove here on the very first night. He wants to be unassuming still, but I chalk it up to his anxiety about getting his car stolen. I'm sure I'd be nervous as hell driving something around that's worth more than my house. The only thing I can't get off my mind is the upcoming wedding. We're only 2 months away now, and it's becoming so much more difficult to remain objective about Jacob and Amy. Since I've been getting to know Shane better over time, I've grown to resent them for stealing from him. Their endless, ever-growing list of demands for the wedding only compounds the sense of contempt that I have. I wish I could choose not to attend, just for the chance to preserve my relationship with them, but I can't. When we get to the park, I listen closely to the steady hum of city life around me. It's been so long since I heard something like this again, and it reminds me of spending summers back home where I grew up. The feeling puts a pit in my chest unexpectedly, but I revel in the nostalgia. "What are you thinking about?" Shane asks, snapping me out of my trance. "Oh, nothing. This just reminds me of a park near my house when I was in college. I used to work at a boutique near there, and on my breaks I'd come out and sit in the sun with a bottle of tea. It became a ritual pretty fast. It just feels nice to remember those days. What about you?" He pauses before responding, appearing to be deep in thought as we watch different characters walk through the park together. There's a young couple with a few children, and it's fascinating to watch their dynamic work before us. A few paces away is a man sitting at a bench, sketching the scene before him as 2 sparrows forage for worms. The world feels so unconcerned and casual right now, and I'd forgotten how peaceful such an atmosphere can feel. "I'm thinking about how much I like your mind," Shane finally says, pulling a cigarette out of his pocket and lighting it effortlessly despite the breeze. "Oh yeah? What about it makes you feel that way?" "You're just so on top of everything. You're always 10 steps ahead, no matter what you're doing, and I never feel like I have to over-explain anything to you. You never stop learning." I stopped to look at him for a moment, watching his expression and attempting to glean any information from the way he gazes outward. I've always known that I have a strong intellect, but my mother always told me that it would be a detriment to me if I ever wanted to get married. She'd say, "Men don't want someone who's smart enough to prove him wrong, honey. If you let the boys know about your grades, they'll think you're stuck up. It hurts their egos. Why would a man want to provide for you if you're so confident you can do it on your own?" I'd love to roll my eyes right in her face right now. "What were they like before me?" I ask, snapping him out of his trance. "They? You mean the women I dated before you?" "Yeah, I'm curious about the kinds of women you're usually with. It's not an insecurity thing, I promise. I'm just fascinated by your history." "Oh, I don't even know where to start. I mean, not to be weird or anything, but I've had a fair bit of experience with women. Very few of those experiences turned out to be worth the effort," he confesses, taking a long drag off his cigarette as he awaits my response. "Well, it couldn't have been all bad if you kept seeking them out," I reply, taking a sip of my iced coffee as it melts into watery layers. "Sure, but it's more complicated than that. I worked a lot of the time when I was a teen, so I didn't get a ton of interaction with girls my age. Eventually, I became an adult that was raking in millions and didn't need to work as hard, so I put myself out there. I think I would have had a much better outlook on dating had I started when I was like 16. I cock an eyebrow. "Why do you feel that way? Dating when you're a teenager sucks. Everyone's selfish, underdeveloped, and cruel." He laughs a little. "Yeah, you're right, and people don't tend to change once they've cemented their personalities as teens. I was thrown into the dating world without any prior experience, and the women I met were just venomous people." I place my hand on his free forearm as he smokes with the other. "Oh, well, were they mean to you?" I joke, hoping that he doesn't take my comment in bad faith. "Mean is one word, but most of the time it just felt like they were cold toward me. I threw my money around a lot in those days, like a real man would, and, to be fair, I pulled a lot of women doing that. But then you start to recognize the dead eyes when you try to have a conversation with them between lines or shots. It just felt so vacant." I think for a moment, attempting to conjure up an empathetic and articulate reply until I feel Shane's arm flex hard. "What is it? I didn't hurt you, did I?" "No, but we need to leave right now." I look up, following his gaze until I see them. 2 cops patrolling the park. The blood in my face drains momentarily until I realize that the cops aren't barreling toward us or even walking in our direction. I'm relieved as they start to circle back, but Shane isn't convinced. "What are you worried about? We're allowed to be here," I say, trying to tune out the annoying know-it-all tone that emerges when I try to reassure someone. "They're here looking for something, and by the time they figure out that it's us, we're screwed. We need to get out of here." I'm disappointed and hurt with a new mix of unease and mistrust forming in my chest. "Wait, we can't get brought to jail for anything right now, can we? Do you have drugs on you or something?" He sighs wearily, getting up off the grass as he brushes himself off. "I know you're a spoiled city girl from the States, but I figured you'd at least have some sense about you when it comes to the police." I drop my coffee away from my lips before I can take another sip. His comment was so unlike him, at least based on how he's spoken to me this entire time. I've never heard any kind of cruelty from him at all. He's a hothead, that's for sure, but why would he say something like that? Is that what he really thinks about me? "I'm sorry, I just didn't think we'd have to sprint away every time we see a cop in the vicinity. Cops are everywhere, Shane. We live in a huge city with a lot of crime. You should know." He turns around to look me in the eyes, temporarily breaking his gaze away from the directionless cops puttering around the outskirts of the park. "Please, Shane. They're probably looking for someone who pissed in a bush or something. They don't even look like they know what they're doing here. Can we just go to the other side of the park so they can't see us at least?" "I really don't want to leave yet." Shane groans, rubbing his temple. "At this point, I doubt you're capable of seeing just how big of a deal this is for me. If one single cop recognizes me for any reason, he can call all of the businesses around here and collect their CCTV footage from today. they'll be able to track both of us, and we'll both easily go down if we're unprepared, which I know you will be. I'm speechless, and my mouth dries out immediately from panic and the unique sensation of childhood shame. I can practically hear my mother's voice reverberating through my skull. Of course he's talking down to you if you're going to put his life in jeopardy. How selfish can you be? You should be treated like a child if you can't think with a fully developed adult brain. I wait for a moment, hoping that he'll snap out of this and apologize. Even if we still have to leave, an apology would make a world of difference. But he doesn't. Okay, fine. If we have to leave, I guess I'm leaving without you, I say, trying to project my voice as I stifle tears. I pick up my purse and begin to walk away. It takes Shane a moment to realize I'm actually leaving, but by the time he thinks to call out to me, I'm halfway out of the park.
Chapter 17. Shane. I'm shocked that I was able to maintain my composure after Tessa left. I needed to in order to keep the cops away from me indefinitely, but I could have gone out to one of the bars nearby and got more hammered than I have in years. How does this keep happening to me? It's not even like this is the typical story either. When all of the other women left, it was because I wasn't willing to bankroll their lifestyles after meeting them 2 or 3 times. They all left because they were shallow and vain. Nobody wanted to spend the time to actually get to know me, and at that point, I was done with the dating game anyway. No point in participating in something where you can't win. After 3 years of trying to love people who only wanted me for money and prestige, I decided to leave the dating scene for good. If I found someone who was willing to put in the effort, so be it. Until then, I was ready to start truly living for myself, and I was doing just fine. Until Tessa showed up. Before now, she really made me feel like I'd been wrong about everyone else. Maybe I was just in the wrong mindset to be looking for someone when I was still growing up. Maybe the girls I tried to be with were just doing what they were taught by their mothers, terrified to be caught up in unstable and unsupportive marriages like them. I was willing to finally put so much of my resentment to bed because I had met her. I met someone who wanted me the way I've always known deep down that I needed to be. But where is she now? Probably at her house again, swiping through one guy after the next to help her forget about me. I feel sorry for her. She really has no idea how septic the dating pool really is in this area. She's in for a rude awakening when she expects anything more than a booty call and HPV. I'm gripping the steering wheel so hard that my knuckles are white. I know it's dangerous for me to be driving so angrily, but I need to get home as soon as possible. I need to shut the world out again until I've overcome the hurricane of hurt and anger brewing under my skin. Until then, nobody who knows what's good for them will want to see me. I don't even park the car in the garage when I pull up to the house. I leave it cockeyed across the 3 main parking spaces that we usually reserve for guests. I know it'll make Liam mad, but I don't care. He's just another reason I've been under more stress than necessary. Everyone needs to leave me alone. I spot Liam in the living room as I storm upstairs, but he knows better than to follow me when I'm upset like this. He's seen enough of what I can do when my rage takes over me, and even though he's the only person in our family who could take me in a fight, the price isn't worth it. He'll find out what's upsetting me whenever the hell I choose to tell him. When I get up to my bedroom, the first thing I do is rip a nearby shelf off the wall, tossing it across the room and narrowly missing a window. Everything on the shelf goes flying, including a small potted plant. If that were heavy enough to release all of this anger, I could have stopped there, but I know this energy is nowhere near done with me. My hands find the sides of the floor mirror before I even know what's happening. The mirror is significantly heavier than the shelf, but I'm still able to pick it up with relative ease. I'm almost scared of myself at this point, remembering how heavy this thing felt when we moved it in here. It feels weightless in my hands now, and I toss it directly into the wall behind me. The glass shatters brilliantly, catching the last of the sunlight before it's doomed to be overcome by darkness. Shards of glass litter the floor below me, the blankets across my bed, and the front entrance to the room. I'm losing my mind over this girl, and I'm scaring myself with how enraged I am that I can't truly have her. I swipe a lamp from the bedside table, whipping it into the wall where a dent from the mirror was formed. An explosion of glass erupts in the air as the bulb splinters all over the floor. Next is the table itself. It's cherry wood, so it's nothing like the department store furniture that my dad used to break all the time, but I'm still up to the task. Anything that keeps my thoughts away from Tessa is a good distraction, no matter the outcome. Am I angry at her? Or am I hurt by her? The idea that I could have allowed her to hurt me angers me even further. I've never let go of the control I had in any relationship. I've always been the one who loved her less, who stared out the window casually as my exes ripped up my yard in hysterics. I've always been the one to observe heartbreak. I always thought I was too smart to allow such a pointlessly invasive and destabilizing thing to happen to me. Well, here I am, tearing apart my very own bedroom. It's not the cost of the stuff I'm breaking that worries me. It's the fact that I felt compelled to do it at all. If my mother could see me this way, she would be absolutely horrified. Just as I'm beginning to evaluate the entire trajectory of my life, I get a call. It's Tessa. She knows not to contact me on any of the numbers I've given her, but she must be desperate to resolve this. It takes me a few rings to steel myself for the conversation, but there might still be a chance for us to make this right. Hey, I say with a flat effect that contradicts the rampage I'd just concluded. Hi Shane, I know you don't like it when I call you like this, but it was eating me alive. I needed to apologize, Tessa says regretfully. I wasn't being careful enough. I should have taken your concerns more seriously. I'm speechless for just a little too long. Shane? Yeah, sorry, Nobody has ever apologized to me like that before, I confess, feeling the rage begin to subside as regret and loneliness fill its space. I guess I just never really thought about how much stress you must be under all the time, having to watch your back like that constantly. I would be shocked if you weren't a little paranoid. She sounds so genuine and remorseful, something I'd never been able to detect in the forced apologies I'd received from past lovers. They only admitted fault when they could see their meal ticket getting shredded to atoms before their eyes. Tessa has nothing to gain from an apology except equilibrium in our relationship. Is that really all it takes to keep her happy? Contentment? I'm sorry too. I should have at least suggested that we go somewhere less populated, so I'd be less likely to run into the cops. The park was my idea, and it was a dumb one. This isn't your fault. She's quiet on the other end for a moment, but I'm able to calm myself as I listen to the rhythm of her breathing. So far, she's been the only person who was ever able to bring me down from the precipice of blind fury. I forgive you. I don't want to fight. I hate how it feels to be fighting, even though we haven't been doing this for very long. I just miss you already and would hate to throw this away over something so stupid, she replies in that warm, feminine tone that I've come to love. Do you want to see me later? It doesn't need to be tonight. I understand if you still need some space, she continues. I think to myself for a moment, caught between the aftermath of my anger and my overwhelming desire to be with her. I know I'll have to deal with Liam if I leave the house looking like this, even though it's my house. He's been suspicious of me for a while now, and it's been impossible to make eye contact with him when he knows I've been sneaking around behind his back. After he caught me in a lie during brunch, I'd hate to see how he reacts when he figures out what set me off today. I think I need to stick around the house for a bit. There's some stuff I need to go over anyway, I lie. She sighs to herself, but I can hear the distinct sound of disappointment. It sucks that I can't be there with her, but I'm on thin ice with everyone else in my life because of her. A night off might give me time to recalibrate. That's all right. Just let me know when you're ready to see me, she replies. We say our goodbyes and hang up the phone. As soon as her voice disappears, I feel alone again. Part of me wants to call her back and beg her to let me come stay with her, just to show me that she still wants me and that I haven't messed this up irreparably. I consider it, but I don't even have time to pull up her contact before Liam barges in. In my haste, I forgot to lock the door, and there's no mystery as to why he's up here. He's going to give me the 3rd degree until I crack, confessing to everything, or losing my mind trying to conceal it. What happened? Did DeCarlo's put olives on your pizza again? He asks with a dopey, amused smile. Quiet, Liam. You couldn't even wait 10 minutes to come insert yourself into my life again. He hesitates, staying in place before he has the chance to accidentally step on any glass. No, you've just got me kind of freaked out is all. I haven't seen you do this since you got drunk for the first time, he replies in a maddeningly reasonable tone. I make eye contact with him again, and I see him connecting the dots. Oh my God, Shane. Is it Tessa? You're letting Tessa do this to you? What, did you find out that she's sleeping with her boss? Is it Jacob? I shoot up from the space on the floor where I'd been wallowing moments prior. I can feel my blood boiling as he speaks ill of her, and I need to diffuse this before it escalates into something I'll regret. You need to keep your mouth shut before I kick every one of your teeth in individually. Tess is nothing to me. I should have never even gotten involved with her from the jump. She was a red herring that's thrown me off months of progress. I'm done with her forever. And for the record, I never want to hear her name again. Do you understand me? He doesn't say a word. His eyes become wide, the whites of his eyes showing like a nervous dog. Are you okay? You're really worrying me. I take a deep breath, willing away what remains of my overreactive nervous system. I can't keep doing this with Liam on my back. I need to convince him that Tessa and me are over for good. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I let my priorities slip, and now I feel like I don't know who I am sometimes. I'm trying to get my life together, I promise. Glass crunches under his shoes as he approaches me, putting his hand on my shoulder in a rare demonstration of true empathy. You know, there are tons of other girls out there that are just like her that won't make you this mad. This is horrifying, even for you, he says. I've never seen any woman get to you like this. You're so much stronger than that. I know you are. I hate this entire conversation. I'm lying straight to his face again just so I can continue seeing this girl. He's right. No woman on earth has ever made me this angry. But was it her that made me angry? Or was it the fear of losing her? Is that why this is hitting me so hard? All right, well, I'll leave you to it. You might want to get a service to come clean this glass, though. It's stuck in the carpet, he says, stepping on a few errant shards of glass before he walks back out.
Chapter 18. Tessa. Now that Jenny's been here for a few days, we've been making steady progress toward closing all of the loose ends with the vendors and caterers for the wedding. We're coming up on the last month before this whole thing comes to a bittersweet end, and every day that crawls along without any word from Shane is absolutely agonizing. Since we apologized to each other, I thought everything would have been fine, but it's been a few days and I haven't heard a word. Every time someone texts me, I race over to my phone only to be disappointed by yet another pointless update from Amy or a grifting attempt from a local politician. After so many instances of being let down, I've considered just keeping my phone in the other room while I work. Amy's florist emergency can wait 2 hours while I rework her seating chart for the 50th time. Jenny sits just a little too close to me as we crowd around my desk with the caterer, sorting through the last-minute changes that are being made to the menu. It's obvious that all three of us are exasperated by this couple and their bottomless pit of accommodations and requests. As we're wrapping up the details, a collective sigh of relief washes over all of us. Just as we're about to move on to the cocktail hour layout, I hear an aggressive knock at the door. Of course, the first thing I think of when I hear a harsh knock is usually police, but in this case I'm almost certain it's Shane. I'm delighted at the prospect of seeing him after so many days of silence, but he knows my business hours. He came here on purpose to interrupt my workday, maybe as a power move of some sort. Either way, my feelings about it are certainly mixed. "Oh my God, what's that?" asks Jenny, nearly jumping out of her skin from being startled. The caterer doesn't say anything. All she does is glance over to me expectantly, as if I were waiting on a secret member of this meeting to arrive. We wait a moment to listen again, and Shane continues to pound on the door. "I'm calling the police," announces Jenny as she pulls out her phone. "No," I blurt, projecting my voice much louder than I mean to. "Then go see what it is. I don't feel safe here, knowing there's someone outside slamming their fists on your door," Jenny retorts, crossing her arms. I get up from my seat, growing exasperated by everyone present, including Shane. "All right, fine, I'll be right back. I'm sure it's nothing." I close the office door behind me, and the familiar combination of dread and excitement fills my chest right before I open the front door. It's Shane, of course, and his expression is far softer than it usually is. At any other time, I could expect to see him leaning against the railing with a cigarette in his partially smiling mouth. There would be some teasing, maybe a clever quip or two. This time, he's waiting for me to speak first. "Hi, Shane," I say, closing the door behind me, just in case Jenny or the caterer decided to try to be heroes today. "Hey, I know I haven't been reaching out a lot the last few days, and I wanted to apologize for it in person. I'm too old for that, so here I am." While I appreciate his effort, his words feel weighted by something that he's leading up to. My stomach begins to sink as I feel both of us growing closer to the inevitable. I wish I could just extract the details of whatever he's about to say so that I don't have to pretend to be all right as he explains it. "You're holding something back, Shane. Please don't. Just be honest with me." He takes a deep breath, running his hand through his hair and pressing his lips together. "Tessa, I really don't think this is going to work out. We've been having a lot of fun, but our lifestyles are just too different. I care about you so much and I want to give you the world, but all I can give you is a life full of danger. If you and I were together, you'd never know this kind of safety ever again," he says, forcing himself to stand up straight and look me in the eyes. I'm taken aback by everything, especially after we had just made up after our fight. "Shane, I already told you that I was going to stick by you, no matter what. I don't need you to make me any promises about my safety. I had an aunt who never left her house because she was agoraphobic, and she ended up dying in a house fire. Anything is possible, but you can't live your life in fear of it," I reply, hoping that my family tragedy will at least give him some perspective. He thinks to himself for a moment, glancing down both sides of the road in his usual paranoid way. "But don't you want someone you can settle down with? You have everything you want, Tessa. All you're missing is some bloke who's going to take you and the kids to Disney once a year." "That isn't the kind of life I want, and I need you to really understand that," he replies, pressing himself up against the railing as if to get further away from the growing tension. "Shane, I've met plenty of totally average men with normal jobs who would knock me up in a heartbeat if I let them. I've been looking for someone like that, and nobody has ever made me feel the way you do. You made possibly the worst first impression in human history, but here I am going on dates with you and telling you my poor family dynamics." The looks in his eyes shifts, and he finally makes proper eye contact with me again. "Do you actually mean that?" I sigh in an exasperated, heavy manner. Yes, I mean it. Do you know how many dates I've gone on with six-figure earners who wanted to talk about nothing? I spent 2 hours in a 5-star restaurant being talked down to because I hadn't been to the new brewery where people can bring their dogs. I don't even have a dog. Why would I have been there? He starts to chuckle, finally loosening himself up a bit in order to be more receptive to my words. We might get somewhere if he can continue being open. "Tell me more." I stop to think for a moment, choosing the absolute worst dates I've ever had to give him a proper comparison. I once went out with a guy who told me online that he was an entrepreneur. I was just getting into business myself, so I thought we could get a coffee and at least exchange contacts if nothing else. The man showed up to the cafe in a wrinkled, poorly fitting suit and didn't even let me introduce myself before he started insulting my intelligence as a woman in business. "Oh, come on. That can't be the worst of it," Shane replies, finally lightening up a little. "It's not." After I'd forced myself to sit down with him, he started explaining his business plan to me, and it was the most incoherent thing I had ever heard in my life. He was trying to sell an online program that would teach people how to think for themselves, unlike colleges, citing the fact that he had never been to college himself. That man had been my best prospect in months. I've never seen Shane look so affected by anything I've said before. This seems to be the first time he's gotten an honest understanding of how terrible the dating scene is. Wow, when you put it like that. I kind of don't know what to say, he mumbles. I thought you had prospects out the door. Do I have a ton of men in my general proximity who want to use me? Of course I do. Prospects? Absolutely not. I'd rather live a life of risk and danger than be chained to a bubble for the rest of my life. I'd rather have a hamster, I reply. He starts to smile wide. Well then, I guess we'll just have to see what kind of danger we can get into, but not until after the wedding. I need to make sure that absolutely nobody on Jacob's side knows that we're officially together. That will complicate things horrendously for you. I should be upset about having to wait another month before my relationship is secured, but at this point, I'm just as thrilled to know that he wants it as badly as I do. You need to get back to something? He asks suddenly as the energy shifts. I glance over to the front window where I can see Jenny spying on the two of us. I'll take care of her. At the very least, you know she cares about me, I reply, feeling both embarrassed as well as a sense of endearment toward my hyper-cautious friend. Shane shrugs, then extends his arms toward me to invite me in for a hug. I accept with enthusiasm, embracing him tighter than I thought I was capable. To feel his body against mine again is all I've wanted for the last few days, and now I know that he wants to be with me. He doesn't just want to use me and disappear like so many others have. He wants to give me the world no matter the cost, and that's something that no other man has ever been able to promise me.
Chapter 19. Shane. After some deliberating, I decide to invite Tessa out to one of the street festivals that Dublin puts on in the later months. She hasn't been out of her house much since she got here, and I can see from her extensive social media history that she's used to going out multiple times per week. I can't imagine how stressed she must be, having only work to look forward to for months on end. It isn't that I think she's incapable of finding others to spend her time with, but I want to make sure that I'm with her as much as possible. In order for a stronger bond of trust to be established, I need to put forth some more effort. She's a smart woman, but I doubt she wants to put forth the time and energy to find a temporary group of friends around here. I'm sure she expected to do more traveling while she was here, maybe get out and see more historic scenes, but her work has got her by the throat. As I'm getting ready to pick her up for the festival, I feel a slight sense of hesitation. I've been feeling this way a lot lately, and it's been eating at me since I realized that I have real feelings for Tessa. I know I'm not leading her on because I feel the same way that she does, but in a way there's an overarching dishonesty about the way I've chosen to go about this. Maybe she isn't being toyed with in a traditional sense, but this will have to come to an inevitable, bitter end. When that end comes is less concrete than it used to be, which only makes it worse. When I pick her up, she's wearing a long green velvet dress and a denim jacket on top. Very American for sure, but I find it charming. I've enjoyed being exposed to all the little things she does differently, even if I've never liked Americans before her. "So, what are you going to show me?" she asks excitedly, smiling at me as she adjusts her dress. "You're going to find out. You haven't been leaving your office enough, so I'm forcing you through some exposure therapy," I reply as I pull away from the curb. "I know you're obsessed with your career, but you've already found so much success. It's time to enjoy it a bit, yeah?" She glances at me, her expression reading as both annoyed and amused. "Yeah, well, unfortunately, you can't settle down and retire on what I'm making. Not yet, at least. Sometimes it's difficult for me to consider concepts like the ones that Tessa talks about frequently. I've known since I was 25 that I was going to die surrounded by luxury as soon as I took the family over. Even for someone like Tessa who works non-stop, she worries endlessly about money and stability. I want to take those fears away from her. We continue driving for a minute until I find somewhere to park my car. "It's never this easy to find parking in the city I'm from," she says as she unbuckles her seatbelt. Usually we have to dedicate 10 minutes to just driving around to find one. I laugh, helping her out of her seat. That's because you Americans are all obsessed with having cars. It's a way of life for you. Here, only assholes with something to prove have cars. Like you? Exactly. She smiles wryly, taking my hand as I lead her down to the street that's been blocked off for the festival. Wow, it's been so long since I've seen this many people at once, she comments, glancing around somewhat erratically. Maybe not since I left the airport. That's why we're here. I need you to see the beauty of my city before you fall into the abyss of your work. Her face looks a little guilty, maybe somewhat sad, as if I'm accusing her of something. Oh no, that's not how I meant that at all. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't have to miss anything. I know things are really demanding for you right now. You deserve a break, I say as reassuringly as I can. She squeezes my hand, holding it closer to her body as we continue to walk. I know that it's just hard to break away from it when it's been all I've had for the past, I don't know, 3 years now, maybe 4? I stop walking for a moment, looking her deep in the eyes. How has a woman like you had nothing but work to occupy her for almost 4 years? That's pure insanity to me. Her cheeks flush, but she composes herself within moments. Oh, it's not like that, really. The dating pool back home is just not something I'd want to put my progress on hold for. Not at this point, at least. I'm not sure how dating normally is here, but you've been so much easier to talk to and be around than any of them. You're really an exception. It feels good to hear from her, and for a brief moment I feel the impact of her words hit me in the chest. It's been so long since I felt the weight of someone's words, especially a compliment. She has such a strong hold on me, and she might not even know it. We cross a bridge before arriving at the more populated areas of the festival. Within minutes, I can see Tessa coming alive from the energy around her. I've always known that she had a spark in her, but I've never been able to see it like this. She takes my hand and leads me over to a table where hand-carved animal figurines are being displayed. Oh my God, these are so cute. I'd kill to be as good at something as this artist is at making little wooden goats. I'd hide these all over my house to scare guests. Placing the wooden goat in my hand, she eagerly watches me as I reach to find the same appreciation for it that she has. In a way, the fact that she loves it so much is more amusing than the piece itself could be. I turn to the vendor, holding the goat out in front of his ancient, cloudy eyes. How much for the goat? Tessa gasps slightly, but her smile gives her away. She's thrilled, and that's all that matters. As we walk away from the vendor's stand, she taps my arm as she tries to conceal her joy. You didn't have to do that for me. Are you serious? Of course I did. I never thought something so small could make a woman so happy, I reply. She smacks my arm even harder, unable to contain her laughter. I lead her over to another stand where an old woman is selling old-fashioned candy. Tessa's eyes glide over the selection of carefully wrapped sweets, tempted to reach out and touch them all. I'm willing to bet you've never had decent chocolate in America. In fact, I'll bet €5, I tease. Feigning defensiveness, she picks up a small bag of truffles and hands it to me. If you buy me these, then I'll be able to tell you. The old woman's eyes blink at me a few times before she takes my cash, and she counts it back to herself, grumbling under her breath. Tessa's inflated sense of urgency to taste the chocolate is far more endearing than I expected it to be. It started out as a stupid joke, but now I realize that I just want to see her happy however I can. Her eyes flutter closed as she bites into the first truffle, and her shoulders relax for the first time since I've seen her today. Wow, that's really good. I'm a little angry that chocolate in the States is so bad, and I didn't even know it 5 minutes ago. You've shown me a terrible secret, Shane. She giggles, holding out the other half of the chocolate to me. You have to taste the other half now. It's the only way you can make it up to me. I hesitate before taking it from her, but I can see in her eyes how badly she wants to share something with me. She wants to make this into a moment that she can remember forever, especially if she doesn't leave her house until the wedding is over. I eat the other half and I can see on her face that she's relieved to finally be connecting with somebody. Her assistant is as devoted as anyone can expect her to be, maybe even a little too much. But Tessa has needed a genuine, authentic moment with someone, and she's choosing to create them in real time. For a split second, my heart breaks for her. I hadn't thought about how lonely it must feel to fly yourself across the world for a job, trapped there for months with nothing else to color your life. I'm sure she has tons of friends and family at home that she sees often, especially with such an outgoing and vivacious personality. The world around me disappears as we wander the crowded streets together, her dress swaying over her long, toned legs as they peek out from the slits on either side. She's hardly showing any skin at all, but the essence of her beauty is so distracting that my words continue to fail me. It's been decades since I was enraptured by a woman's beauty, but the glow of her face is so much more alluring to me than just her figure. Once we've been walking together, exploring each corner of the festival until the sun sets, she pulls me over to the sidewalk. We're about to go back over the bridge we'd crossed when we arrived, and I can sense that she'd had this moment planned since we got here. She walks up to me slowly, closing the space between us, and kisses me on the lips. The feeling of her face so close to mine gives me another shockwave of emotions that I forgot I was able to access at all. I take her by the hips and pull her closer to me, forgetting our surroundings as we're lost in each other. "We should go somewhere," she says giddily. "Mine or yours?" I've wanted to have her again every night since the first time, and especially after I ruined our date in the park. Making it up to her has been on my mind ever since. I don't respond right away. My ability to form a cogent thought has been arrested by her grace and passion. I fear I'd say the wrong thing no matter what ends up coming out of my mouth. She kisses me again, deeper and with more intent this time. She's been fantasizing about this just as much as I have, and I have a feeling she's going to show me just how badly she's needed me all this time. My hands find her hair, and I take her into my arms as we're both lost in the warmth created between us. I don't care about who sees us right now, even if Jacob himself happened upon us. I can't take this moment with Tessa for granted. I won't let my fear control me anymore. I don't want to wait until we're back at your house. I need you now, I say under my breath, taking her face into my hands and pressing my forehead against hers. She pulls away, slightly shocked but overcome by curiosity. "Then where will we go?" I take her hand gently and lead her back to the place where I parked my car. The following scene is too steamy to include on YouTube. You can listen to the complete unedited version with all steamy scenes included at bellakingbooks.com or by following the link in the description. Chapter 21. Shane, 2 weeks later. Today I am conducting the meeting to put the final details into Jacob's assassination. After that, there's no going back. Liam, myself, and our hitman Andrew have found a space across town to discuss the details and get the ball rolling. We can't do it at the warehouse because Liam discovered that it was bugged when he spilled his coffee into an electrical outlet, and we had to open up the wall to replace it. I guess he's good for something after all, but we still don't know who bugged the place. Alright, so I've gone over the layout of the venue over and over and over, and the best point to place Andrew at is here in the loft area. He should be mostly invisible there, as long as everyone's talking a lot, mingling, things like that. We've gone over the various ways to keep him inconspicuous before the ceremony, but the actual firing times are up to you, Shane. Liam begins, taking over the start of the meeting as if he has the authority. "Yeah, Liam, I remember the details of this method. I wrote it, then chose to retract it. I really have a bad feeling about sniping Jacob in front of everyone there. It seems barbaric." "We need to be better than that," I reply, feeling the heat gathering under my skin as I anticipate another confrontation. "Right. Well, you're outvoted here. We've already got the plan in place for the venue that the wedding's happening at. Jacob and his wife are going across town to a hotel for the night before they leave for Prague the next day. We have no idea what room or floor they'll be on. We'd get caught for loitering faster than we'd be able to make a hit." I can feel the conflict tightening my chest again, forcing me to exhale deeply in order to keep myself from growing agitated. He's challenging me, just like he always does, but this time there isn't a shred of irony to it. He's not trying to play up the know-it-all little brother trope like he usually is. He's going to sabotage my plan in order to make a statement to God knows who, traumatizing Tessa in the process. Picturing her face amidst such chaos, screaming and crying for her life, makes me nauseated. I told her I would protect her at all costs. Liam, you're one of the smartest people I know. You really don't think you could manage to figure out what floor they're staying on? I ask in disbelief. You're just doing this to piss me off at this point. Liam cackles momentarily. Shane, I know you're criminal mastermind. You've got to get those ethics out of the way. They're a detriment to our livelihood and your reputation. You can either go with the original plan, or you can go across the world to work in an orphanage if you're feeling so charitable. What happened to you? At this point I realize that Liam is planning on antagonizing me until I give him what he wants. He's never put me in this position before. It's always been in his best interest not to. I've given him everything he could ever need if he would just cooperate with me. We've had rifts here and there, just like all brothers have, but now it feels like his contrarianism is going to get us all killed. This isn't even about just protecting Tessa anymore. I've done enough pre-planning and investigating the location of the venue to know that the police presence is higher in that part of town than anywhere else. Had I known that before, I never would have suggested an ambush at the ceremony. Knowing Jacob and his exorbitant spending habits, he might even have plainclothes security walking through the venue to report anything suspicious. Jacob has never been important enough to need such a thing, but he certainly doesn't know that. I cross my arms, looking him in the eyes straight on. Liam, I need you to listen to me, and I need you to believe me when I say that every single one of us is going down for this if you betray me. I promise you don't want the future that's waiting for you if you choose to cross me like this. Okay. He laughs again, disregarding my warning, despite what he's seen me do to plenty of other people in the past. I don't think you understand. I've been watching you ruin this family for long enough. The only reason you were put in charge is because you're older, not because you know what you're doing. You've been able to bypass every piece of legitimate criticism anyone's ever thrown your way, and someday it's going to destroy you. I want to get in his face even more, maybe scare him off before this escalates into a physical altercation. But if I do, there's no telling what he'll do to get even with me. At the end of the day, the money that Jacob stole was mine, not Liam's. The only reason that Liam is involved in getting it back is because I've been the only support system that he's ever had. Now that he and I have been having problems, I imagine he's growing less and less inclined to protect my assets over time. What do you want me to do? Go to therapy? I'm trying to keep myself and everyone else out of prison? You want to go to prison? You want to live in a cement block with a community made exclusively of the worst people on earth? You'd do all that just to get back at me? You need to grow up. Someone's going to get killed if you don't drop this nonsense, I growl, trying to settle my nerves down before they take over and make me do something I'll regret. He turns his back on me to stare out the window, likely thinking the same thing. The tension in the room is palpable, and I can tell that Andrew is intentionally staying out of the conflict. At the end of the day, he knows I'm the one who's paying him. Before any of us can say another word, Liam storms out of the room, slamming the door behind him like a petulant heathen stepchild on Easter Sunday. We're going to figure this out sooner than later, I promise you, I say to Andrew somewhat awkwardly. This has to be one of the weirdest and least coordinated business transactions in history, though it's not like people write books on underground business strategy. Maybe if they did, I could write some and get myself out of this endless work. Andrew nods solemnly, realizing that he's essentially caught between the egos of my brother and me. Just as I'm about to speak up again, Liam comes storming back in. You need to start treating me with a little more respect, he snarls. I'm not your 7-year-old brother anymore. I'm just as dangerous as you, but I'm able to think straight even when there's women involved. That makes me a better leader than you, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows it. He aggressively points his finger at me, trying to come up with something more scathing than he's already said. Once he's satisfied enough with having the last word, he slams the door again. If things weren't awkward with Andrew before, they certainly are now. "There's a woman involved?" Andrew asks, not with any judgment but with a palpable sense of caution. I exhale deeply, silently cursing my brother for choosing not only to defy my orders but for making a spectacle of it every step of the way. This is the most important mission we've ever had in this family's history, and he's choosing to piss it away just to finally feel like he isn't living in my shadow for once. It's a lot more complicated than that. Don't let Liam give you the straight facts about anything. He's got the worst case of middle kid syndrome I've ever seen, and he's finally realizing that that's what he'll always be. He's not a leader, he's a reactionary who needs to make sure everyone remembers him when he dies. Andrew is a smart guy, and he knows deep down that I'm right, but his eyes still widen a bit at the accusation. "You guys always fought like this? Like when you were younger?" he asks. Usually I wouldn't appreciate such a straightforward, personal question from someone I'm hiring, but in this case it will at least give me the chance to build some rapport with him. I mean, we were typical brothers. We got into fights, broke each other's noses in the span of 2 weeks, lied about who ate the last of the leftovers Mom was saving. But we never had any fundamental differences like this. I'm not even sure how to go about addressing it. That's how unusual this all is. He nods to himself again. I mean, if this is as far as we're going to get today, I'm going to get out of here. Let me know when you two have come to an agreement, and make sure it's worthwhile for me. He walks out, closing the door behind him and leaving me alone in the room. The circumstances surrounding this whole issue are so bizarre that I can't even tackle it from the perspective of experience. I'm on my own with this one, and the day of the wedding is drawing nearer. If I can't figure this out, the worst day of Tessa's life is going to be all my fault.
Chapter 22. Tessa. We're finally at the venue for the first time, putting all those months of planning into action. This is always my favorite part, seeing the tangible effects of all my hard work, strategizing and compromising. It always feels like it ends up happening at the perfect time, right before I start to eat my hair out of frustration from feeling overwhelmed and uninspired. The venue is just as promised, which is another huge weight off my shoulders. I've had clients try to find venues with all kinds of promises that end up coming with hidden fees and clauses in the contracts they present. Everything is here exactly as advertised, and I'm starting to get a little excited about this wedding for the first time since I got here. Jenny has joined me, her round cheeks and chocolate brown hair glowing under the strategically placed accent lighting. Even though she clearly rolled out of bed and smeared on a healthy layer of moisturizer before speeding over, she looks like she could be getting married herself. Oh my God, this is going to be an actual fairy princess wedding. Amy is going to look so good up there. I'm going to cry, Jenny rambles, her eyes darting all over the room, out the windows, and up toward the vaulted ceiling as if she's in a Gothic cathedral. Jenny's enthusiasm is a little nauseating at first, but I'm just happy she's excited to see the end of this process with a good attitude. I don't know how she does it, but then again, she's 23. It'll be another few years before she sees her fair share of nightmare couples. Tessa. They have free champagne, she squeals, teetering her way over to a tray of impossibly thin champagne flutes. I swear, one good scream from a large baby, and all of those glasses would shatter. Maybe that's a part of the appeal. I still don't understand rich people, not even after being around Shane. I'm tempted to take a glass as well, but as soon as I'm about to follow her to the table, my stomach lurches again. I've never been this nervous about an event before, especially not for a setup, but I chalk it up to a touch of agoraphobia I've developed. Working in a home office is such a blessing, but I've been struggling to walk down the street for a latte in the morning. I try again, but the twisting in my stomach gets worse, and I'm beginning to worry that this is bigger than my nerves. I visualize everything I ate the night before, and I can't place anything that would be giving me such a specific and unpleasant rotting feeling in my stomach. I'm meticulous about how I prepare and store my food, so I know it wasn't me. Before I can continue to rationalize any other potential causes of my sickness, The back of my mouth fills with saliva as the pain works its way upward. I've been hungover enough times to know what a warning feels like, so I dash to the bathroom outside of the auditorium without warning. It takes every fiber of my willpower not to projectile vomit all over the floor-to-ceiling mirror as soon as I stumble through the bathroom door. I sprint to the handicap stall and violently release the contents of my guts. After a few fruitless bouts of retching, I feel safe enough to clean myself up and stagger to my feet. There's a run in my nylons from the texture of the floor, so that's going to raise some questions from Jenny. However, now that I've been gifted a moment of clarity, I find myself more worried about what the implications of my sickness really are. If I'm not experiencing food poisoning, the most likely answer is something I'd thus far been too busy to even consider. And, quite frankly, too anxious. When I think about when Shane and I started being intimate, the timeline adds up practically to the day. In fact, I'm shocked that I hadn't been experiencing symptoms sooner. It's been a few months now, so I could be as far along as 12 weeks. Was I really not experiencing any other symptoms? Nothing at all? When I force myself to think back on it, more details come out of the woodwork. I had been experiencing a hell of a lot more fatigue than usual, but I chalked it up to my horrendous sleep schedule and sudden aversion to leaving my house for coffee. There wasn't anything more obvious or troubling than that, at least not until now. What the hell do I do? My potential pregnancy doesn't have to get in the way of the wedding since it's only a month or so away, but I might not be able to leave the country if I'm too far along to fly. And now that I'm getting sick, I might not be able to fulfill all of my duties as an event coordinator. I've built my career on the principle that I'll work like a mad woman to make my clients happy, and now I've been robbed of that ability. Pushing myself past my physical limits is no longer just a sacrifice of my health, but a potential baby's. I'm beginning to sweat, and I take off my jacket as I begin to hyperventilate. A few moments ago, I could distinctly hear quiet music playing over a speaker, but now I'm so consumed by anxiety and dread that everything has turned to a high-pitched ringing. I slide down the wall behind me, holding my head in my hands as I fight the deluge of emotions threatening to break the dam of my curated, professional, agreeable persona. I've never come remotely close to losing my mind at a work event, not even on the day I read my ex's email and found nudes from his assistant. Just when things couldn't get any harder to explain, I hear an awkward little knock on the bathroom door. It's obviously Jenny, because nobody else would knock on a bathroom door with multiple stalls. "Hello, Tessa?" she asks cautiously from the other side. I fight another wave of nausea before I can project my voice even a little bit. "I'm in here," I croak. She opens the door, and I can hear her approaching as the staccato clicks of her heels advance toward me. "Oh my God, you're white. Do you need me to call an ambulance?" she asks, trying her best to be helpful as she begins to panic. No, I think I'm going to get a cab and go home for the day though. You've got this, right? They're just going to go over the lighting changes throughout the ceremony." Amy has a very special skin tone, and she needs to be seen in multiple tones of light. "Got it," she responds confidently. Jenny knows just how much of a delusional headcase Amy can be, but she's always been able to hide behind me when things get out of hand. This will be the first time she can't. "I know you've got this, Jenny. I've taught you well. If she gives you any issues, just tell her you're doing the best you can until I get back. Even if she threatens to sue you or have you arrested or whatever. She has no teeth. I'll handle her." Jenny breathes a small sigh of relief. "Okay, I'll let everyone know. Do you need me to help you to the cab?" I rest my head against the cool tile for another moment, closing my eyes before I'm forced to traverse the hallway. "No, I don't want anyone to see me like this. Just tell them I'm not feeling well, all right?" She nods, leaving the bathroom with a cloud of perfume in her place. It's usually a pleasant scent, but I begin to retch violently again. 5 minutes go by before I feel well enough to stand up again. When I look at myself in the mirror, I'm shocked at just how quickly my appearance has tanked since this morning. The makeup I'd applied meticulously has bled around my eyes from throwing up. My skin is so ashen and cadaverous that my foundation makes me look like a corpse at a Midwestern funeral. I'd be horrified if anyone saw me leave like this. Once I'm able to secure a cab from my phone, I wait until the very last minute to sneak out in order to avoid my coworkers. They're all used to seeing me put together as their leader. I'd hate for any of them to think I'm losing it. I know for a fact that Annie Townsend, the venue director, would love to see me in such a state. She's a portly, disheveled woman who was grandfathered into the company, and she's absolutely seething with jealousy whenever she's forced to interact with me. I fly into the back of the cab, refusing to speak to the driver as I press my fevered body against the cool, forgiving surface of the window. He seems conscious that I'm unwell, so he takes his time driving in order to avoid jostling me. In doing this, he adds an extra 10 minutes to the commute time. He's probably doing what he can to avoid a torrential downpour of vomit in his cab, but I need to get home. The worst thing about all this is that, more than anything, I want comfort. It's been eons since I was this sick, maybe not since I had my appendectomy in 10th grade. I'm usually able to power through a cough or a bad flu with relative ease, but right now I feel vulnerable and alone. I can't call my mother because she'll know right away that something is different about this illness. I've never been a mommy's girl, and I was relatively independent about sickness even when I was a child. My stomach flu experience was mostly limited to an old popcorn bowl by the side of my bed while I dreamed deliriously about being chased by Gumby. If I called my mother for moral support now, she'd figure I was either pregnant or dying. If I'm being honest with myself, all I truly want is Shane's arms around me while I curl up in bed.
Chapter 23. Shane. I've been lying in bed motionless since midnight trying to get all this crap off my mind for just a few hours. It's been consuming my every waking moment, and I'm starting to wonder how worth it all this is. It would be suicide not to retaliate against Jacob for stealing from me and facilitating the death of one of my men. Word gets out quickly, and it would be the end of my family's empire if I allowed him to get away without a single scratch. I'm known all over the country as brutal and merciless, so the fact that I've even waited this long to smoke him is causing rumors to spread. I can't allow it to go on much longer, but I'm at a loss as to what to do. Just when I'm ready to pop an Ambien and forget who I am for a couple of hours, I get a series of texts from one of my informants, Jericho. I absolutely hate hearing from Jericho in the middle of the night. All he ever has for me at a time like this is bad news with the potential to get worse if I don't act on it right now. I've never once in my life been able to open a message from him and decide it can wait. It's not his fault, it's the nature of his job. I've started associating him with anger and sleepless nights regardless. It takes me a moment to steel myself before I open the texts. Hey, sorry it's late. I just got word that Jacob is suspicious that you're coming after him, so he's trying to reschedule his honeymoon last minute. I think they're trying to go to the other side of the planet than they were originally planning. Something like Bora Bora? Nobody knows for sure yet, but he's making some peculiar moves for someone who's getting married in under a month. Trying to figure out the leak without much success. Meet me at the warehouse in 20 and we can go over it. I was so close to getting this guy. I've waited months to see this rat's head get blown off all over his wife's white lacy lingerie. It's a fantasy I've held fixed at the forefront of my mind ever since I watched one of my closest confidants get buried before he turned 30. There's nothing I could do to Jacob that would justify what happened, but I was ready to find something awfully close to retribution. The sound of the bladeless fan in the corner of my room is deafening, beckoning me to curl back up and return to the land of the unconscious regardless of the consequences. At this point, I'm so fed up with every angle of this situation that I want to consider it. Maybe karma is real, and someone like Jacob will get his in time, just like everyone else. Then I remember, if karma is real and Jacob's is bad, then mine is even worse. I practically throw myself out of bed, my muscles weighed down by the impending chill of late autumn. There's no way to justify how lazy I'm being about this. This is my family, and the only thing keeping my family from falling apart is my ability to do the hard thing even when it feels like a massive waste. The drive to the warehouse is eerie at this time of night. I spot the occasional group of drug addicts leaning against an abandoned bar or bank as I get further out of town. I hate to be that guy, but at least I can whine about my problems on a $10,000 mattress with pure silk sheets. I don't want to know how those people got to where they are, but I thank the universe every day that it's a path I didn't find myself on. Though maybe I put them on that path myself. How can I be grateful not to be afflicted with a future that I created for someone else? Fortunately, my moment of introspection is quieted as I pull up to the warehouse. The night is clear, far more than it has been in the past month or so. Every atom within me screams to just absorb the energy of the night around me, to separate myself from the absurdity of the world stage. Then I hear Jericho calling out to me, and it's business as usual. "All right, what do you have for me?" I ask with a violent reluctance. I follow him into the warehouse, feeling completely unamused by the sights and smells of my makeshift interrogation chamber. The only redemption that this place has to me right now is that it reminds me of the first night I met Tessa, but even the circumstances of meeting her feel tainted. Now that I'm developing real feelings for her, I can't stomach the idea that I scared her as much as I did. All right, so we bugged Jacob's office here in Dublin. It was pretty hard to get around the security measures at the firm he works at, but throwing a few bucks in their direction always works. Anyway, we were able to pick up phone calls he's been making to travel agencies within the last week, Jericho says, pulling up the recordings on his phone. He plays them, and I listen intently as Jacob's voice grows somewhat panicked and unsteady. Over the course of a week, he's managed to try and reschedule his honeymoon over 15 times with no success. The fact that he hasn't managed to do it is somewhat promising, and I trust that he's gunning for the most exclusive resorts that will likely have no vacancy. If Amy weren't such a royal pain in the ass, he'd be having more luck. So, doesn't sound like he has much of an out yet, but he's looking for one, I confirm. Jericho nods. Yeah, we were actually thinking of setting up a fake travel agency to see if we could get an idea of where he's planning on going. That's brilliant, but we need more energy going towards finding out who leaked our plan. Nothing we do matters until we figure out how he's getting his information. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Do you have any suspicions? He asks, his voice a mixture of concern and curiosity. Do you think it's one of ours? I think to myself for a moment. I hadn't even thought that someone could be giving him insider information like this, and I sure as hell haven't noticed any behavior in anyone that would tip me off to a betrayal. Aside from Liam, but he's just being rude for the sake of it. No matter how immature he is or how weak his ego is, he'd never outright betray me in order to make a point. He'd be signing his own death certificate. We'll focus on keeping business as usual, but in the meantime, try to keep an eye out for anyone who might be acting out of character. No matter how we go about doing this, we're going to pull it off flawlessly. There's no reason for anyone to act nervous unless they're scared of being caught, I say. I can't believe I have to consider the fact that one of my men, my soldiers that I've trained myself, might have sold me out to Jacob, of all people. As far as enemies, we've had quite a few who would have served any willing Judas many times over. Jacob is a thief and a coward. I'd be embarrassed to betray this family for him. What would Jacob even do to maintain their loyalty? He's such a soft-bodied corporate roach that he'd have their hands cut off with a canned apology email to follow. Anything else? I ask, praying to God that he says no and I can go home. He shakes his head. Nothing of significance so far. I trust that's a good thing. At least given everything else that's going on. I doubt you need more on your plate. I sigh, both relieved and exasperated. Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Go home and get some sleep. It sounds like we won't be getting much for the foreseeable future, he agrees. We part ways and I watch him drive away as I walk toward the edge of the bay. The water is relatively quiet tonight. No crashing waves, no swirling storms overhead like we've had so often. The sleep deprivation from the last few nights is catching up to me, but I'm so mesmerized by the sound of the waves that I wish I could sleep right here, along the edge of it. It's been years since I've been this relaxed without the assistance of some downer or another, and I forgot that it could feel this good to just be human. Even in my unexpected and unfamiliar serenity, I think of Tessa. I know she'd love to be here with me right now. I can imagine that she's the romantic, sentimental type when she's not wearing her hardcore businesswoman persona. I have to admit that I find her driven, assertive personality very attractive, but I'd also love to see her relax a bit. Maybe she'd lie down next to me, resting her head in my lap as we both watch the clouds change in front of the moon over the horizon. I'd love to see her fall asleep there, trusting me to care for her and watch over her in her most vulnerable state. Despite my terrible first impression, she seems to be warming up to me quite a lot. We might not be officially dating yet, but I have a feeling that she's counting down the days until I call her mine. That only makes this all so much harder. If we have to kill Jacob before he has a chance to escape, there's no way she won't hate me for the rest of her life, especially after everything we've talked about. After all of the posturing I've done to make sure she feels safe around me, nothing would kill our connection faster than a murder by my hands. She says she understands my position, that she'd do the same, but she's never come anywhere near this kind of violence before. I want to do everything I can to keep it that way, but I might have no choice. The only way I can guarantee that she remain unaffected is if I order her not to attend the wedding. It would be career suicide for her, which would already hurt her tremendously, but I'd make sure she never needed to work again. She could have anything she wanted. All that's important to me is that she doesn't walk away from me because I knowingly shattered the world around her. If I did nothing to prevent her suffering, why would she want to be with me anyway? If I want to keep Tess around, I need to make a tough choice. As if I don't have enough of those already. I get up from the pavement, taking one last look out at the water before I hesitantly walk back over to my car. I'm more than ready to get back into bed and drug myself nearly into a coma. The drive home feels even more isolated and uncanny than the drive to the warehouse. Once I think about it, I realize that this feeling has arisen because my world has started to shrink around me. The only thing I can do to prevent it from getting worse is to take action, and right now, there doesn't seem to be a correct answer.
Chapter 24. Tessa. As much as I was hoping I could ignore the sickness, it's gotten far more intense and persistent in the last few days. It was embarrassing enough to leave work so early when I first had symptoms, but now I've had to call in every day since. People are starting to notice, and it's worrying them. Of course, the person who couldn't be more concerned is Amy. She's been checking in every couple of hours, sending the most disingenuous, saccharine messages conceivable. She's so transparent about her intentions that I want to send her a video of myself vomiting all over my phone screen. But I'm an adult, and adults send curt, professional emails to people they'd like to put in a microwave. I've been lying on the couch since I got home, too tired to leave the house or cook for myself. Staying hydrated has been my priority, but the ultimate question has been weighing on my mind nonstop. Am I having a baby? Shane's baby? I wasn't at all prepared for the consequences of my stupid little whirlwind romance, and now it's time for me to come to terms with it. I'm far past the age where it's considered a matter of human error to refuse protection, even in the heat of the moment. When you're a pregnant teen, people might initially blame you, but you become a part of a greater conversation about sex education in public school. Even though pity is the worst social currency that exists, it could at least absolve me of my actions to a small portion of the population. Yet here I am. I need to force myself out of this house to get a pregnancy test, but leaving the house for such a thing makes it real. It's just like having bad headaches all the time versus making a doctor's appointment about it. It might suck to live with, but making the appointment means there could be a serious problem. I've been flipping through the channels on TV, and every so often I'll come across a show about a medical miracle in the form of a child without a face or a woman whose skin falls off every day. There's something horrifying about the idea of raising a child in a world where things like that can happen. I can't even enjoy the shows in the name of education, or, more honestly, morbid curiosity. Life is already scary enough with people like Shane around. The thought of telling Shane about this gives my nausea a unique edge that makes me want to bury myself under the house. Even if we've been having fun, swept up in the secretive wrongness of it all, there hasn't been a single serious conversation about where this relationship is going. He could just be along for the ride until he gets bored. He's no stranger to the local clubs, I'm sure, and men who cheat on their pregnant partners are so common it's not even a cliché, it's just a fact of life. My anxiety is at an all-time high. I thought that when I took this job I'd be opening up a door for self-healing, maybe even self-discovery. That's what's supposed to happen when repressed workaholics travel for work. The part where she falls in love with a brooding, mysterious local is supposed to be a bonus, not a plot point that derails everything else. I imagined myself returning to the US with a renewed sense of purpose. I came here desperate for a change of pace, for something to inspire me and reignite my passion for life. I suppose you could say I found it, but why did it have to be under these circumstances? Some people go to Santorini with their college gal pals and meet their husband in a cafe overlooking the endless expanse of crystal blue water. I was sent to Dublin on work and got kidnapped by a powerful drug kingpin who happened to think I was attractive, and the rest is history. Hardly a tale to tell at your wedding. Just when I think I can't possibly be overthinking more than I am, I hear a familiar knock at the door. I groan loudly, not because Shane's here unannounced again, but because I look worse than he's ever seen me by several orders of magnitude. He might not even recognize me when I open the door. I take a deep, exhausted breath, and I force myself up off the couch to meet Shane at the door. When I don't respond as quickly as he expects me to, he starts trying to pick the lock. I unlock the deadbolt, practically throwing the door open in his face. Shane, you have like 4 cell phones and I know you know my phone number. Just give me a quick heads up before you come here, okay? It's not 1987 anymore, I snap. He's shocked by my outburst, and his eyes travel up and down my disheveled body as my clothes drape from my form. Are you okay? I'm not sure whether or not to shout, burst into tears, or start laughing. My pregnancy theory is beginning to take an even stronger hold on me when 3 separate emotions feel equally appropriate. I'm sorry. I'm just stressing out about this wedding, and I think working so much has weakened my immune system. So I look kind of terrible. No reassurance, no encouragement, no offer to grab dinner so I can relax for the night. Shane has never struck me as the cuddly, nurturing type on any of the days we've spent together, but I would have expected more of a reaction than this. At the very least, I'd think he would hug me for a moment. Maybe he'd rub my back. But his expression doesn't change. He's not just here to say hello. He's here for a reason. There's an uncomfortable silence between us for a moment, and I wait for him to invite himself in like he usually does. There's no sarcastic smirk, no cigarette smoke curling freely through the air. The atmosphere around him is rigid and dark, just like the first night we met. Shane, you're freaking me out, I say flatly. I'm sorry, I'm just struggling to come up with the words, he replies, glancing behind me to see if anyone else is here. Does he think I'm cheating on him? I cross my arms over my stomach, uncertain if I'm showing, and not caring either way. I need to feel wrapped up as this moment tempts a panic attack from me. If you want to go inside, we can, I offer. He glances back over my shoulder before looking at me again, shaking his head. No, I won't be here that long. By now, I'm so fed up with his vague, meaningless answers and emotionless delivery that I could scream. Whatever you're here for, please just spit it out. You're accelerating my stomach ulcer, and I was doing a perfectly fine job of making it worse myself. He sighs. You can't go to the wedding. I can't explain why, but I need you to promise me that you aren't going to be there. My jaw drops, and I'm so shocked that it takes me a moment to register that my mouth is open. What? You're not being serious right now. He wants to react emotionally, and at this point I wish he would. This weirdly stilted, formal tone of his makes me feel like I'm speaking to an alien. But he collects himself again, to my disappointment. I really need you to trust me. You have to choose to trust me on this. That's all I can say. I don't think so, Shane. Did you forget that I literally moved here for this job? that this is the most I'll probably ever make in commissions? I need that money, I reply, blown away that I would need to explain this to anybody, even someone as wealthy as Shane. You know I want to tell you more, but I don't want to implicate you. And the money isn't worth it. I promise, it's not. The hormones rush through me mercilessly now, giving me very little time to rationalize against grabbing him by the throat and strangling him. I'm not you, Shane. I don't have millions of dollars to fall back on if this doesn't work out. I'm not like you. I mean, thanks for the dates and the $50,000, but you can't come here expecting me to play hooky with you. Now I can see him starting to get angry. You think this is about me trying to hang out with you? You think I'm that irresponsible? Listen, Tessa, I need you to know me just a little better than that. Try to use your imagination to think of some reasons why I might be this adamant about you not going to this wedding. I hate the way he's talking to me. I knew he had the capacity to be scary and intimidating, but I never thought he'd use it on me. I know we just had this conversation a week ago, but if you want to have an adult relationship with me, you need to be straightforward with me. If it's that big of a deal, stop talking in riddles. You're making it really hard for me to want to take you seriously, I snap. Right before he's about to reply, a mother and her 2 children come around the corner of the sidewalk. We need to take this inside, he insists, pushing past me and letting himself in. I scoff at him, rushing behind him before the unassuming little family can see us arguing. Okay, now that we're not outside anymore, you have no reason not to tell me what you're going on about, I say, the volume of my voice increasing as my patience grows thinner. What's the probability that your house is bugged? He asks, straight-faced, without a shred of humor or irony. The blood drains from my face, and my eyes widen with newfound terror. Why are you asking me that, Shane? I ask barely above a whisper. Not only am I now terrified that I'm being listened to, but my throat has been gripped by the horror that I didn't know until now. I just need to know if that's something you've considered, he replies. I can't hold back my rage any longer. Shane. I swear to God, if you don't tell me what's going on, you will never see me again once this wedding is over. Do you understand me? Never again. My screams echo up and down the wooden surfaces of the floor and walls. I wish I had the power to break the windows with my voice like those dainty, insipid little champagne flutes. I need to feel powerful and scary like never before. Shane stares at me with a combination of awe and hesitation. He's never seen me like this, maybe not any woman. You can scream all you want, but I'm only going to say this one more time. Do not go to that wedding, or there will be regrettable consequences, he says, his voice grave as he takes my face into his hands. I'm shaking with fury against his hands, never so angry to have my lover's touch. My breathing shudders as I struggle to regain control over my emotions. He releases me, and I jerk my body away from him with force. He needs to feel just how angry he's made me now. He needs to remember the look in my eyes after he leaves. For the first time since he arrived, I see a glimmer of something in his eye. On first glance, it looks like betrayal, but I'm able to recognize it as remorse. Why don't you just tell me? I ask, now quietly pleading. He begins to speak, but stops suddenly. He shakes his head, giving me one last sorry look before he turns around and walks out the door. I stand alone now, absolutely paralyzed with fear. Chapter 25. Tessa. The rest of the week is a blur of nausea, nightmares, and combing my house for microphones that might not even be there. Shane might be a criminal to his core, but he could have at least been upfront with me about why he would suspect there to be someone listening in on my house. I've heard plenty of horror stories about rentals and hotels before, but that didn't seem to be his concern. He was far more worried about what a curious listener would learn about him, and that tells me everything I need to know about him and his intent. If I were experiencing a touch of agoraphobia before, it's full-blown and aggressive now. I hate to even open the door for the man who delivers my takeout for fear that he could be a part of Shane's grand conspiracy. I've been practically climbing the walls from anxiety and paranoia. To say that Jenny's presence in my life has been a blessing is a massive understatement. Even though she's unaware of how stressed I am about Shane, the wedding, and the baby, she manages to keep me above water with it all. She's a bit too perky and optimistic for my taste, but I might just be jealous of her. In fact, I wonder if a position like mine is better suited for her than someone like me. She seems to believe that true love does exist, that it's an infinite resource bestowed upon us by the universe. I wish I could be that naive, but I've had my understanding of human relationships crushed too many times at this point. I've seen relationships of all strengths and origins break down at such regular intervals that the concept of everlasting love feels so childish and unrealistic to me. The longest marriage I've ever seen in my life was my grandmother and her second husband after my grandfather died in the war. The only reason she stayed with him for so long was because he was a hedge fund manager who gave her anything she wanted so long as she acted as a domestic servant. They never seemed happy, but she never had to miss a doctor's appointment or skimp on groceries. Even if someone could consider that a success story, the underlying context is bleak. Who wants to be married to someone else for the utility of it? Their home was decorated wall to wall with original paintings and exotic furs, but there wasn't an ounce of passion or fire in one corner of that house. Maybe life with Shane would have ended up that way as well. I mean, what else could I have expected? The man wants to claim me as his own, but he won't even give me a legitimate reason to miss the biggest event of my 10-year career. Was he trying to set me up to lose my job and disgrace myself in order to make me financially dependent on him? That's not love, that's possession. I've had men try to possess me in my past, but they were far less sophisticated about their methods. Most of them believed that their attractive features and casual drug habits were enough to keep me wanting more, but I lost interest in them the moment I saw their persona slip. Even the most outwardly calloused, aloof men would break down and crumble at my feet the second I told them no. Shane's approach worked well enough for this to hurt far worse, but I can't say I've never done it before. It's going to take time for me to let go of him and the exhilaration of his dangerous lifestyle. There's something about being loved by a man who was never taught to love that appeals deeply to many women, and I'm no exception. What's not to love about being special? What's not to love about being the one who taught him that life was worth living? It's an ancient trap, and we fall for it every time without fail. They bait us with love, security, and flattery, and within months we're practically begging them to chain us up in their bedrooms. I'm just finishing my makeup when Jenny texts me that she's outside my house, ready to begin the final preparations for the wedding next week. I tell her for at least the third time that she doesn't need permission to enter my house as long as she announces her presence, but I know she'll forget. When she sees me, her otherwise sunny disposition falls a bit. "Tessa, have you been sleeping?" she asks, trying to mask the concern in her voice. It's a skill she hasn't quite mastered yet, but I give her credit for trying. "Oh, I've just been having trouble adjusting to the mattress topper I just bought. It was so expensive, so I'm trying to give it a proper chance, but my back has been killing me," I lie. What I want to tell her is that I've been up night after night waiting for someone to break in again and peel my skin off inch by inch with a spoon. But how could I do that to her? She'd have a heart attack, and I need her alive at least until next Saturday. "Oh, my condolences," Jenny says. "What needs to be finished still?" I think to myself, grasping for an answer that will make sense and give the illusion that I've been paying attention at all. Shane's performance on my front porch has had me twisted around the support beams of this house looking for anything that might resemble a camera or microphone. I've been locking the bathroom door behind myself when I'm the only one here. I've been frantically searching for legal means of self-defense in a country that operates completely differently from mine. I think we just need to make sure that all of the vendors have been paid their deposits and that all of the liquor is in transit, I say. I know they ordered some really expensive wine from France, and Amy will lose her mind if even one bottle has gone missing. Other than that, I'm pretty sure we just need to show up to the rehearsal dinner. She looks at me as if she's questioning my sanity for the first time since this house of cards started to fall. Before now, she hasn't noticed much of a change in me, maybe except for my unrelenting fatigue. I was hoping that anyone who thought I was out of sorts would chalk it up to dedication to my work, but I fear that facade is failing me. All right, it just feels like we usually have more to do around this time before a wedding. I thought for Jacob and Amy's wedding, we'd be sleeping in shifts or something, she says, cracking a nervous smile. Now she's got me worried that I've overlooked something major. I'll check the lists again, but I'm fairly certain that we're in a good place with it all. You can go proofread their newsletter again, though I don't think anyone's actually reading it. I mean, would you? I ask, hoping to add some levity to a tangibly uncomfortable situation. Oh, right. Amy writes the way Shakespeare would sound if it were reduced to a 9th grade reading level. I laugh out loud at that, and my reaction is genuine enough to put her at ease. She heads into the office as I finish putting on my lipstick, and my smile fades as soon as I see her bright red sweater leave my periphery. I want to beg someone to listen to me. I need to talk to someone so badly that I'd lie in traffic to find a companion in such dark times. I never thought I'd feel that ache that everyone talks about when they're seeking love or friendship in a new city, but Shane introduced a sense of hunger in me that I fear will never be filled. I've been given the world's most potent drug, and I'll spend the rest of my life looking for something that fits where it used to click so effortlessly. A few hours later, it's time for me to do what I've been dreading since last night. Jenny leaves at around 4 in the afternoon, still made uneasy by my unexplained change in mood. Fighting her urge to continue prying, she says a quick goodbye and catches a cab a few minutes later. With that deadly silence in the house again, I walk over to my bedroom and pull the suitcase of money out from under the bed. There's around $30,000 left, but it's not like I owe Shane a debt. The fact that I'm giving him this money back is a testament to how royally he messed up. If I'm willing to part with such a huge amount of cash just to rid myself of him, he'll get the picture without much explanation. A few days after I'd received the suitcase, I'd been digging in the tiny front pocket out of curiosity when I came across an address card. It is Shane's name, main phone number, and address printed on it. He must have used this suitcase to travel at some point and forgotten to remove the card when he gave it to me. It seems like a strange thing to overlook as someone in his position, but I choose to see it as a sign that this is exactly what I need to be doing. My sense of dread worsens with every turn as my cab swerves through the midday traffic. This driver is far less endearing and paternal than the last few, which feels like a slap in the face from the powers that be. Of all the times to give me an impatient asshole as a driver, why now? Whose feelings did I have to hurt to deserve this? I've never even seen Shane's house, but I could spot it from a mile away. It's exactly what I would have expected, an imposing brutalist slab of concrete amidst a sprawl of quaint Cape Cod-style mansions. If the circumstances weren't so dire, it would be hilarious how much his house sticks out. It suits him to the letter, but it's not something I can laugh with him about. That's when the loneliness hits again. We're barely parked at the edge of the driveway when the driver slams the car into park. "I need you to get out now, please," he says impatiently. "We've been stopped for less than 5 seconds, I reply, my voice stripped of the hysterically cheerful corporate timbre that he'd no doubt expected from the look of my outfit. He groans, turning up the radio to an obnoxious decibel until I rush out of the back seat with the suitcase. He speeds away, off to go pick up whatever VIP key executive has ordered his very special discount cab services. Now that I'm standing in front of Shane's house, I feel completely out of my element. I might as well be facing a cursed dungeon or a black hole. I'm on Shane's property now, and from what I know about Shane, that alone gives him the mental upper hand. With a shuddering breath, I begin my ascent up the small hill to the front door. The door and side paneling are both glass, and I'm shocked at how masterfully the interior is decorated from the little I can see. I eventually locate a doorbell, shocked to hear how powerful it sounds even from the inside of the house. I wait, and 3 agonizing minutes later, a man who resembles Shane answers the door with an expression of confusion, then disdain. "Hi, I'm sorry to bother you, but is Shane here?" I ask, cursing myself for the sudden upward lilt in my voice as a result of my nerves. He scans me up and down at least twice before responding, causing every nerve in me to scream as I contemplate running away. It would be the most graceless exit I've ever had from a man's life, but at least I wouldn't have to endure being leered at like this anymore. No. That's it. Short and to the point, but hostile in his own way. What does this man have against me? "Okay, well, I need you to give this to him then," I say, presenting the suitcase to the unamused clone of my former lover. He glances down at the suitcase and grabs it, pulling it away from me before I get the chance to let go. I stumble forward slightly, my face hot and red from the compounding embarrassment of this situation. The man turns to close the door without asking for so much as my name, an explanation, or my affiliation with his brother. What if he's used to deranged women showing up at his doorstep for Shane? The thought makes me sick to my stomach and embarrasses me to my core. I just want to slip through the cracks of these concrete slabs below my feet. At least then I'd be right where this man thinks I belong. Don't you want to know what it is? Or who I am at all? I blurt. One more judgmental once over, an unchanging and unamused expression, all I've managed to rouse from him. No, I'll give this to him. Goodbye. He slams the door in my face, and it takes all my strength not to burst into tears like a schoolgirl as I pull out my phone to call another cab. My hands are shaking as the tears begin to fall, and I'm beginning to regret every choice that led me here.
Chapter 26. Shane. The emptiness in my chest has been absorbing every ounce of light in my path since I last saw Tessa. She deserved to know the truth. She had every right to know why I was being so paranoid, why I would ask her to do something so outrageously unprofessional and out of character for her. Unlike me, she's earned her reputation in a positive, self-driven way, and I can't imagine being asked to give that up without being given a reason. But at the end of the day, her knowledge would have corrupted the entire process. She would have tried to get involved, standing in between me and the man who took me for a fool. It all feels so vapid and ego-driven now, but I'm too far gone. I've chosen to make my bed, and I'm going to lie in it alone. I'm getting ready to light a joint on the back patio when I hear Liam aggressively jostling the glass sliding door. It's unlocked. You're going to break it, so chill, I call to him through the door. He collects himself, slowly cracking the door open until he emerges through it with a large suitcase rolling behind him. I take it you might recognize this? He growls, standing right in front of me and blocking the remaining sunlight. Where did you get that? A familiar blonde girl came and dropped it off. She looked upset, but also kind of puffy. What the hell happened? I consider sidestepping the conversation, choosing to play the part of the bigger man and refusing to engage in his childish, dramatic antics. But I've done enough of that. I stand up, looking straight at him as I mentally prepare for a fight. You know what, Liam? I know you know that was Tessa. You know why she had that suitcase, and you know why she's here dropping it off with tears in her eyes. You're a genius. You've been on my case about this for months, and you finally caught me. Liam's expression shifts from anger to an unexpected form of empathy. Why couldn't you have just been honest with me? Why do you feel like you needed to keep this from me? It's the lying I can't stand, Shane. I'm still not sure if I trust him and his tone, but I've already blown my chances of letting this settle on its own. I fell in love with her, Liam, but she's going to interfere with the mission regardless of what I say or do, and I can't be with someone who doesn't trust me. I was trying to protect her, and she practically spat in my face. I was just trying to do the right thing. It's been years since I had a conversation like this with my brother, and the words are hitting me hard as I speak them into the atmosphere. Now that I'm admitting it to myself, I feel like a fool forever trying to make it work. He pauses before responding, choosing tact over brutality for maybe the first time in his life. I've never seen him extend grace in any form to someone he thought was getting what they deserved. For some reason, he's choosing to find some for me. You know, I really should have expected something like this. I think choosing women who are bad for us runs in our family, he replies, sitting next to me and motioning for me to share my joint with him. I figure I should stay on his good side if he's choosing not to get angry about Tessa. I obviously wasn't expecting a confrontation to happen like this, and so far, he hasn't tried swinging. If I can keep him from getting violent, it's a win, even if he respects me less. What do you mean? I ask, feeling legitimately confused about his point. All the men in our family choose the wrong women. We go for the ones we think will defy us and bring a sense of excitement and danger into our lives, he says, taking a hit from the joint and coughing a bit as he hands it back to me. I'm still confused about why he believes this, since Tessa is a responsible businesswoman who would have never done anything to put me into a worse position than I'd gotten myself into. The only way she would have caused problems for me is by choosing to do her job, and it's my fault that she would have been endangered by that. I need you to give me a little more context, I think. Do you remember that girl I was bringing around for a while? Amber? He says, pulling his phone out of his pocket to show me a photo of her. When he taps on her Instagram profile, it's apparent that Amber is, or was, a dancer at one of the clubs that the family manages. In every photo, she's posing in barely any clothing with a salacious grin and provocative pose. I don't think I remember her. I met her when I was club hopping with some of the other guys, and we had an insane connection right away. At first I thought she was just flirting with me so I would buy more dances from her, but then she wanted to see me again the next night. From there, we were inseparable. Now that he's mentioning it, I do remember a little bit about her. He brought her to a couple of parties, but their chemistry was unremarkable and maybe even lacking considering how close he thinks they were. She didn't seem that special compared to any of his other girlfriends, and he'd had many by the point that he brought her around. So, what happened? I ask, less out of curiosity and more to see how he thinks she and Tessa compare. He hands the joint back to me. She kept pressuring me to let her brother into the family. When she figured out where all my money was coming from, she figured that it would be an easy way for her brother to get back on his feet after he got out of prison. I don't want to respond to him quite yet, seeing as I'm still uncertain what his point is. From what it sounds like, he chose to spend a couple of months banging a dancer that had no prospects and wanted a piece of his empire for herself. Tessa has never been like that. All she's ever wanted from me was to spend time with me, and she's made sure that every moment we were in each other's presence was enjoyed to the fullest. She's not selfish or shallow, and feels as if she'd stay with me even if I lost everything overnight. Amber doesn't appear to have that kind of integrity. I'm sorry, man. Seems like you really liked her, I reply, trying to muster up some empathy. He shakes his head. I wanted to marry that woman, Shane. I really did. But she made me feel used. We sit in silence for a moment as I carefully consider the correct response. I'm starting to get annoyed that he's comparing Tessa with a dancer so heavily, but I can't show it. If I do, he'll realize that I haven't separated myself from her of my own volition. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to stay out of the dating pool for a while. They're all gold diggers and snakes, I say, feeling my stomach turn as I force the words out. He takes a large hit off the joint, coughing a bit before practically retching from the smoke. It takes him a moment to gather himself, but he's able to recover relatively fast. You need to find someone else to get your mind off her. Not to date or anything, but you can get a girl to hang around you while you get over the other one. It's the easiest way to do it. I hate what he's implying. Now that I know he's got this idea in his head, he's going to push for me to start going out to the clubs with him every night looking for girls to waste time. What a depressing idea. Liam rubs his chin, nodding his head slowly. As soon as they find out who you are, all they want is a piece of your life for themselves. They're all just looking for a meal ticket. I don't even hold it against them, honestly. I remember being poor. My brother believes that any woman either of you ever falls in love with is nothing but a black hole of luxury expenses. So how can I take his advice on anything? I think I'm going to go inside and lie down. I think I got a little too stoned, I say as I get up from my chair, handing him what's left of the joint. You can have the rest of it. He glances at me questioningly, but he takes the joint and doesn't say another word.
Chapter 27. Tessa. There are only a few more days until the wedding, and my mind has been a million miles away from my responsibilities. I've made up my mind to flee the city as soon as the wedding is over, I was planning on staying for a few more months to relax from the stress of planning this event, and I haven't spent enough time traveling in the last few years. But now that I'm pregnant, I need to get home as soon as possible. I still feel so betrayed by Shane, but how can I even point blame at anyone? The whole reason I met him was because he was going to go after Jacob. It was going to happen regardless, so why did I have to fall in love with him and make it all so much worse? At the very least, I get to be angry because he left me no choice but to be complicit. I bet he didn't feel one bit of remorse when he broke into my house and forced me into his car. I need to force myself to remember that his intentions were horrifying. The fact that I was spared wasn't because he liked me, but because I didn't have something he wanted. I can't raise a child with someone like that. Jenny has been here in my home office with me for a few days now, and we've been collaborating on the last remaining tasks due before the wedding. I've been trying to keep myself together, holding back tears and bottling up my frustrations as we work through the day. Jenny's always on task and very efficient, but I can tell that she's concerned about me. I'm not able to keep a strong facade around her. "Hey, do you want me to run out and grab us some coffee? You seem a little out of sorts today," she says, her expression cautious and worried. I would kill a man for a salted caramel pistachio latte, but I can't risk it with the pregnancy. She knows how much a coffee would pick me up on a regular day, so it'll be hard to justify not giving in. God, everything that's happened with Shane has started to bleed joy from my life from every corner. I can't even enjoy a coffee. I think some chamomile tea would do just fine. I need something that'll relax me, I lie. Chamomile tea makes me extremely sleepy, which will impact my productivity for the day. Regardless, I feel like I need something to take the edge off before all of my hair falls out from stress. I'd smoke the tea if I could. She glances at me with a confused look in her eyes, but she doesn't make any comments or observations as she gets up out of her chair. I'll run down the street and grab us something. I think we could both use it. Eventually, the truth will come out, and Jenny will connect the dots as to why I'm acting so strange. I know she'll be compassionate and understanding, but for now I feel like I'm failing her. I watch her leave the office, listening to her footfalls as her tiny 2-inch heels click along the hardwood floor. As soon as I hear the front door close behind her, I burst into tears. My makeup will be destroyed by the time she gets back, and there's no time to fix it, but at least she doesn't need to see me like this in a moment of weakness. I feel so pathetic. I've never let any man bring me down like this, forcing me to mend a broken heart while putting my career and future on the line. I thought I was above allowing love to inform my decision-making skills. Even if it were inevitable that I would fall for someone this hard, couldn't it have been someone who wasn't going to threaten my safety in order to get even with someone who crossed him? I want to blame myself. Was I so lonely that I was willing to throw myself into the arms of anyone, even someone who kidnapped me with the intent of killing me? When I frame it like that, it's really no wonder he is the way he is. My expectation that he would treat me well was out of line. He's just behaving as he normally does. I hold my face in my hands, trying to hold back heaving sobs as I fail to collect myself. If anyone who knew me saw me like this, they would be convinced that I was losing my mind. I've always been the friend that people lean on, the responsible adult, the one everyone relies on to be prepared. Just as I'm anticipating Jenny to return, I hear a knock at the door. I didn't lock the deadbolt behind her when she left, so why would she be knocking? After smoothing my dress and wiping the remainder of my tears with my sleeve, I get up to let her in. My breaths are still shaky, and I doubt I'll be able to hold it together much longer, but maybe my vulnerability will help her feel more at ease. I know she's intimidated by me sometimes. When I open the door, I'm completely unprepared for who I see in front of me, smoking a cigarette on my concrete steps. "Hey, we need to talk," Shane says, his voice grave and solemn. "No, we don't. You did enough talking the last time I saw you," I reply, twice as embarrassed now that my cheeks are streamed with tears. "I just need to understand. When you returned the suitcase, does that mean that we're over? There's nothing left between us?" he asks with an unexpectedly genuine sadness in his voice. "Shane, what are you expecting me to do? You roped me into all of this. You've effectively threatened my life multiple times now. It's not a matter of me not having feelings for you, because I feel more for you than I ever have for anyone. But you're not good for me, you said it yourself. He appears shocked that I wouldn't immediately collapse into his arms at the sight of him. I'm sure he was expecting me to be happy he was giving me attention at all. I know. You're right. Suddenly, my righteous fury dissolves into shock and sorrow. I suppose I was expecting him to try to fight me, as if his admittance would have absolved him in my own mind and I could take him back. I should have never pursued you after what happened. I was being selfish, and now I've gotten you caught in something that you should have been able to easily avoid. I never meant to hurt you, but I still chose to make decisions that would. My eyes are filling with tears again, and I'm surprised that he hasn't even asked me why I was crying to begin with. Maybe he knew I'd be trying to process everything once I brought the suitcase back, and I'm sure that would have done wonders for his ego. I just don't know what you want me to say. I don't know how many times I can overstate just how much trouble I'm in. Now that I know what you're going to do at that wedding, I reply, crossing my arms defensively. You still don't know, and I'm going to keep it that way, he replies flatly. I stifle a sob, trying to contain myself in case someone sees us fighting as they drive past. Do you honestly think it's better for me to be unaware? Do you think that makes this easier for me? I'll be the only person who looks like I'm anticipating a disaster right before it happens. Even though I'm not involved, you've implicated me. When I look into his eyes, it's clear that he wants to embrace me, holding me close to his chest as my fear envelops me. He wants to protect me and reassure me, but he can't. He's made up his mind about where his loyalty lies, and it lies with himself. He's only ever been out to look after his own interests. I can't change the past now. You still have a choice not to show up. It might not look right, and you might lose business, but it's better than getting caught in the middle of something that isn't for you. I'm ready to scream. After all these years I've spent slaving over my career, taking the lowest paying events and making a name for myself, he expects me to throw it away. He wants me to start over from nothing just because he won't consider my safety. You need to go, Shane, I say, fighting back another deluge of tears as it threatens to drain down my cheeks. Just as he's about to speak, I see Jenny turning the corner with the drinks she promised. I feel my chest squeeze with anxiety and stress. This is all too much at once. I have no idea what I'll say to her if she asks me what's going on. Shane, please, I hiss, my eyes widening with the increased urgency of my request. Without another word, he turns around and walks away. His expression is resigned and forlorn, but I can't start feeling sorry for him now. Everything that's transpired for him to lose me is his fault. Jenny creeps up the concrete stairs with concern. Hey, is everything okay? Have I seen him before? She asks as she hands me the tea. I wipe my tears with my right sleeve as casually as I can. Yeah, he's been around. He won't be any longer though, so don't worry. I can't deal with his crap anymore. She doesn't seem reassured by my statement, but there's nothing I can do to convince her. She doesn't know Shane, and I'd have to make up a whole new personality for him in order to make sense of our dynamic. We head back into the house. Tessa, you're really scaring me. Can you tell me what's going on? I feel like you never talked about this guy before, and now it's starting to look like a serious relationship just ended. I'm caught off guard by her directness, but I know I can't hide from her for much longer. She's not the most intuitive person in the world, but she doesn't need to be when the person she looks up to the most is behaving so irrationally. He's just not the kind of guy I thought he was, that's all. He presented himself as someone I needed him to be, and I think that's my fault. I gave him too much too fast, and that's how he learned how to pretend so well, I say, my voice wavering from the nonstop tears. Oh wow, I'm so sorry, Jenny says awkwardly. I doubt she's encountered a turbulent relationship like this in her close friendships given how optimistic and bubbly she is about love. If she knew just how bad this situation actually is, she would probably never trust my judgment ever again. I doubt that she sees me as the type of woman to allow feelings to overwhelm my choices, especially the kind that would put me in danger. I feel like I've failed both myself and her. I'm just happy my mother and sisters don't know about Shane. I give Jenny a half-hearted smile and take a sip of the tea she brought me. I'll get over it. We resume working, even with the obvious tension in the air. All I have to do is suffer through the last few days of this nightmare, and then I can return to the US like nothing ever happened. Well, almost nothing.
Chapter 28. Shane. The drive home from Tessa's house is eerily silent. It's been such a long time since a woman was ever an all-consuming force in my life. Usually, even after a breakup, I'd still have an endless list of tasks and duties to consider and resolve. I've always been able to keep myself busy to prevent a downward spiral, but none of those strategies are working right now. I'm already dreading the conversation I'll have to have with Liam about this. He knew I was going to come out to Tessa's to talk to her, so I'm sure he'll want all of the details regarding how devastated she was. According to him, the best way to keep your ego afloat after a breakup is to remember how much the woman cried as it occurred. I'm not prepared for how I'll react to such a stupid and baseless theory if he brings it up. The memory of Tessa crying the last time I see her is going to haunt me forever, not bring me any sense of self-importance. She wasn't crying because I'm important, she was crying because she loves me. I've hurt someone who was so willing to love me despite my flaws, and it's ripping me apart. I drive past the restaurant where we had our first date, and now I feel like I can't step foot in there for months until I've started to heal from this. In my mind, I can picture all of the pointless, tepid dates I'll find myself on as I attempt to replace Tessa. The only consolation I have through all this is that there's no way I could possibly mess up another relationship like this. The odds of this happening again are practically non-existent. Maybe in the future that'll feel good to know, but right now it just feels like another layer to the absurdity of my bad luck. Perhaps all of the wealth and power I've accumulated throughout my life is what I've traded over love in this lifetime. That's the only way I can make sense of this. It at least gives the situation some semblance of balance, though I'd give away everything I own just to be with Tessa again. When I arrive back at the house, I can see Liam wandering through the main living room through the front door. I brace myself for the inevitable "congratulations, brother" that'll fall out of his mouth gracelessly. He won't register the pain on my face or the grey haze in my disposition. He's just happy that she's out of my life, no matter the consequences. It takes me a moment to even get through the front door. My house is the last place I want to be right now. I'd much rather be sharing a bottle of wine with Tessa in her bed at 3 a.m., exchanging stories about who we hated the most in 6th grade. Her energy is so much more carefree and self-assured than that of the women I've dated in the past, and I doubt I'll ever be able to capture her intensity in someone else. Just as I predicted, Liam's face lights up as soon as he sees me walk through the door. He's a little too enthusiastic, and I considered just walking straight through the living room without making eye contact. "Shane, you need to tell me how it went. You told me you would." "I really don't know if I want to talk about it right now," I reply in a gravelly tone as I hold back my frustration with his callousness. "Right now is the perfect time, though. Everything's still raw. You're not going to remember anything later," he calls after me as I pass through the living room. Even though I know he doesn't mean it, it's starting to feel like he's swarming in on my pain like a vulture. I'm not sure if it's the twist of jealousy that he had from seeing me with someone who made me happy, but it's making him into a bit of a monster. I go straight up to my bedroom and lock the door behind me, taking my first real breath since I arrived at Tessa's. Liam still yelling up the stairs at me, expecting his nagging to yield a better result a second time around. The first thing I do once I lock the door is walk over to the small liquor cabinet I'd had installed in my closet when I had the house built. I've been able to successfully prevent Liam from stealing my good booze when he goes on a bender, but now I feel like I need a drink more than ever. I don't even stock any mixers around the upstairs, but drinking it straight from the bottle feels woefully appropriate. I choose the smoothest scotch that I have, something I thought I'd be saving for an anniversary or a special occasion with someone like Tessa. It feels particularly sad to be giving up on that dream, but at least now I know I'll get the chance to enjoy some of it. I haven't felt the need to drink myself into a coma like this in probably 15 years. At least at that point, the issue was something that felt inevitable or unfixable, but this all feels like something I should have seen coming from miles away. Wanting to drown your sorrows in liquor seems to be a socially accepted way for men to relieve their frustrations, and I certainly took that to heart when I was younger. Now, though, I need to face these emotions head-on, or they'll fester within me for years to come. I saw it happen to my father and to his father before him. The problem is that, now that I'm here in the depths of my own emotional prison, I don't want to remove myself from it. I always thought that men who allowed themselves to become derailed for a woman were weak and had a non-existent identity or sense of self-worth. I couldn't imagine being so obsessed with someone that I would throw away my own dreams and aspirations to make them happy. As I should have expected, the universe has forced me to eat my words once more. As I get older, it feels like the preconceptions I have about others that cause me to judge them are sneaking up on me as well. Struggles with anger, with trauma, with love used to turn my stomach when I observed them in others. The emptiness that fills me at the thought of my lonely future makes me ill as I take a pull off the bottle. The taste, while smooth as silk, still burns the lining of my throat as I force it down. There's something about a drink in the dark by yourself that tastes far more bitter than it would otherwise. It's almost as if the drink itself is reminding you of why you're partaking in the first place. I'll drink until I can't remember how to write my own name. I light a cigar, watching the embers serve as the only light in this room right now. Maybe the only light in my life. The cigars, like the scotch, were purchased for similar reasons. I paid an insane amount of money to have these things imported so that I could break them out when the time was right. Whether it be when I got engaged or my first baby was born, I looked forward to the day I felt like I'd earned them. Now, all those dreams feel dead in the water. The smoke begins to fill the air around me, closing in on me, just as this tenacious sense of despair does. I've spent my entire adult life, and most of my teens, building a life for myself that most would kill for. But what's the point if I spend that life holed up in my bedroom, smoking and drinking myself into an early grave? Maybe this was an inevitable end. I couldn't imagine the position I'd be putting them in, especially if the only one left to take over was Liam. Now, everyone is grown up and on their own. I could leave and nobody would need to suffer. The only way that I could ever let this debt with Jacob go is to end my own life, but it might be the only way to save Tessa the trauma. If I've never done a good thing over the course of my years, I could at least spare her from the horror of Jacob's death. The look in Tessa's eyes as we spoke for the last time is going to follow me to my grave, whether I find it tonight or 30 years from now. I'm not sure how long I can last, seeing the pleading and sorrow on her face every time I close my eyes to sleep. It's not something I could explain to Liam, no matter how hard I tried. That was made apparent after he compared Tessa to a dancer who was trying to grift him out of his hard-earned money. Have I ever felt this alone? Should I have expected this from the experience of love? Tessa's presence in my life, however short, has created a whole new void in me that can't be filled with work, alcohol, or drugs. I didn't feel this ache before, this terrible heaviness in my heart. That was created when I allowed myself to have feelings for Tessa. I glance out the window at the greyness of the early November sunset. I'm about to settle in for the longest winter of my life if I don't do something about it, and right now my only options are to apologize to Tessa or end my life. As I stare out at the few scattered streaks of pink as the sun disappears, I wonder to myself what Tessa is doing right now. Is she upset with me still? Is she just going to move on and go find a different man who will love her and care for her without the stipulations? That's all I could ever want for her, really, but the idea eats away at me like battery acid. I try to picture her in a life with a different man, and I'm already devastated by the thought of it. Seeing her taking photos with him, writing all kinds of sweet nothings to him as they celebrate years and years of anniversaries without a single murder to speak of. How could I have been stupid enough to believe that she could settle for me in good conscience? This night already feels darker than anything I could have imagined. Even worse than any night I slept on the street or had to fight someone for money. It's a sense of loss that I couldn't have prepared for if I tried. The knowledge that I could feel this again after healing from it makes it all feel like a cruel cosmic joke. Why stick around at that point? I'll give myself some time to make a proper choice. Maybe I'll find some form of divine intervention that will keep me here, or give me a renewed sense of purpose. I can't see myself becoming a monk or a priest, but I'm not saying I'd turn down a higher calling at this point. As I continue drinking from the bottle in my hand, I begin to drift off as the darkness in my room encapsulates me. Just for a night, I need to feel nothing, and I'm well on my way.
Chapter 29. Tessa. The last few days have been absolute hell. The confrontation with Shane was bad enough, but this sickness has started to take over my life in the most intrusive ways possible. I've been vomiting every morning for at least 2 hours, putting me behind in my work and sending Amy's neurotic demands down my throat. I can't tell her what's going on for a number of reasons, but even if I did, I doubt she'd be sympathetic. It is her special day, after all. Jenny has helped me as much as she can, but she knows I'm not being honest about everything with Shane. She's been trying to extract more information out of me, and while I appreciate her concern, I'm so nervous that she'll somehow connect the dots. She's seen Shane enough times to remember his face now, and I might be the only thing standing between her and a wall of gunfire at a wedding we planned together. The sickness hasn't given me a single moment to reflect on my breakup, but it's also added a new element of anxiety to the mix. It's finally time for me to find out, definitively, whether or not I'm pregnant. I thought I'd be able to put off this whole process at least until the wedding was over, but it's beginning to impede my everyday life. Not to mention there's a whole laundry list of DOS and Dawn teas for pregnant women. What if I've been eating something that could be harmful to the baby? How would I even know? Since Jenny has been noticing my worsening morning sickness, I finally confessed to her that I suspect that I'm pregnant. It would have been impossible to keep from her otherwise, so why fight it? I hate lying to her about why I'm sick, and I know she isn't stupid enough to keep buying my excuses. So, you know who the baby might belong to at least? It's the guy from before? She asks cautiously. I assume she thinks I might have chosen to sleep around when I first got here just for the thrill of the experience. I can't fault her for that. I certainly would have tried if Shane hadn't shown up. Yeah, I know whose it is. I don't think I'm going to tell him though, so it doesn't even matter. I'm on my own with it. That's why I've been so hesitant to take a test. Once I do that, it's real, I reply, shuddering internally at the mere thought of a little pink plus sign. She glances at me warily, uncertain of an appropriate response. She's trying her best to be helpful, but I'm sure that the emerging details are putting this situation a bit above her pay grade. Okay, let me go and get you a test while you stay here. I'll bring back some peppermint tea for your stomach too, she says, getting up from her chair and closing her laptop. Oh, you really don't have to do that, I reply, feeling myself wincing internally at the thought of someone else buying me a pregnancy test. It feels like such a hyper-dependent thing to require of someone. Tessa, I've never seen you this scared or apprehensive about something in all my years working with you. I need to know that you're going to take this test with someone here to support you through it. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep all week, and I'm going to look horrible at Jacob and Amy's wedding. I know that's the last thing you want, she replies with an earnest half-smile. With tears in my eyes once more, I smile back at her as warmly as I can despite my fear. Okay, fine. I'll do it. She nods as she leaves, grabbing her coat and making her way to the front door as her little heels click loudly as usual. I've never seen her take charge or be so maternal like this, but I'm honestly just relieved that someone wants to hold my hand through this. I never imagined it would be her, but right now she's my favorite person in the whole world. I sit by myself in the silence as the heating kicks on. Now that I'm taking some form of action to get my life back in order, the nonstop internal monologue has chosen to sleep. I have a feeling it's about to kick into full gear once I get conclusive evidence of this pregnancy, so I'm choosing to enjoy the silence. I've had so much time to think about the possible turns that my life could take with a baby on the way, but I've always put them out of my head before I could allow them to consume me. I try to imagine what my life would be like in a perfect world where Shane loved me and wanted to have this baby with me. What kind of father would he be if he hadn't joined the Mafia? Would he be sweet and attentive? Would he be a callous disciplinarian? I think about my apartment back home in the States, baby toys and snack bags strewn about the living room as I chase after a willful toddler. There's something loud and colorful playing on the TV, and I've just spent the last 3 hours doing housework, all for it to be undone by the next day. I'm perpetually exhausted, stressed, and lonely, struggling to connect with the local group of mothers who resent their children for stealing their freedom away. I've always had the understanding that becoming a single mother could happen to basically anyone. It's not something I've ever judged anyone for, but I thought I'd planned my life in such a way that would make it unlikely. I'd stop dating for the sake of it, choosing only to meet new people if I thought they'd be a permanent asset to my life. It worked for long enough, but none of the men I dated were interesting enough for a one-night stand, even if I wanted one. Shane was a complete curveball. While Jenny is still out fetching the test and tea, I decide to brace myself for the inevitable by searching for pregnancy forums online. I figure that the worst thing I'll subject myself to for now is a few stories about insatiable cravings or back pain, but the result is so much worse. One post after the next, I read about the intense anxiety and fear that growing a human baby inside your body can cause. In a way, it feels like the most responsible thing to do, forcing myself to face the reality of the next 5 months or so until I've formed a plan. What else is going to scare me into taking responsibility for this? So many women in these forums pour their hearts out about how their bodies have betrayed them, how their once affectionate and passionate husbands don't want to touch them anymore. They talk about the endless battle with postpartum depression as they struggle to adapt to their new role as someone's mommy. What have I gotten myself into? Now that I'm forcing myself to see the reality I've been faced with, I'm even more regretful that things are unfixable between Shane and me. Maybe I can't predict the type of father or husband he would be, but at this point, I'd rather find out than do this alone. And who knows, maybe he would surprise me. He had to raise his siblings, so maybe there's a part of him deep down that wants to provide for someone. I know he has a good heart. I would have never fallen for him if he didn't. But a good heart and better intentions can't negate who he really is. Jenny returns with a bag from the corner store, and my heart drops into my stomach. Every minute leading up to this inner confrontation has felt like an escape that I'm about to be violently pulled from. I could spend hours and hours coming up with possible outcomes, but the only thing that matters now is how I choose to take action. Here's the test. I tried getting one of the more expensive ones, but I'm not sure if that helps put you at ease or not. There are only 2 ways this can go after all, she says with a weak smile as she hands me the little blue box. The tea is a little hot still, so I'll set it in the kitchen for when you're ready for it. Having Jenny back has calmed me somewhat, even though I can no longer hide from the consequences of my actions. Her pointlessly cheerful disposition is endearing to me. In a world full of people who choose to be pessimistic and jaded about everything, Jenny will always outshine them. It's a quality I knew I'd have to acquire a taste for, but now I appreciate it more than anything. I examine the box in my hand, reading the print as if I'm going to come across new information about how to yield the desired outcome from the test itself. I'll be out here if you need anything, okay? Just let me know. I nod without a word, my eyes telling her everything she needs to know. I'm ready to scream and run out the door barefoot in order to avoid this. It's the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. The walk to the bathroom feels endless as I drag myself across the hardwood floor. When I saw the listing for this house when my agency sent it to me, I thought the bathroom looked like a cute little oasis for bubble baths and well-earned glasses of wine after a long day. Nobody could have prepared me for just how cold, sterile, and unfeeling it would be under such circumstances. I'm halfway tempted to ask Jenny to wait outside the door for me, but she's already done so much. I'd hate to push her and make her uncomfortable. I slide my thumbnail under the sealed edge of the box as the adrenaline begins to hit me without mercy. I read over the box one more time, mentally slapping myself for stalling with something so pointless and stupid. Nothing on the box is going to change what's about to happen. Taking pregnancy tests has always felt like an awkward and undignified way to learn that your life is about to change forever. The 3-minute wait once the timer starts feels cruel in a way, too short to fully prepare yourself, too long to focus on anything else. It's just a terribly stressful way to spend such an insignificant amount of time. How many 3-minute intervals in my life have felt like 15 seconds? The timer on my phone goes off, and I take one final deep breath before glancing down at the little digital screen. The confirmation is there, and it takes my mind a moment to absorb it before the weight hits me. I'm pregnant with Shane's baby, and he has no idea.
Chapter 30. Shane. I haven't left my room in days. Liam has tried to coax me out every few hours, but today I have no choice but to scrape myself up and take my life back. It's the day of Jacob Sullivan's wedding, and we have details to confirm before we can confidently carry out our mission as intended. We've already gone over the possibility of using an alternate distraction to keep law enforcement far away, but none of the ideas we've had have been feasible. Someone suggested setting one of the government buildings on fire, which would have been fine if they weren't all within 5 minutes of the wedding venue. It's been difficult to focus on this mission in the days leading up to now. My mind has been clouded by Tessa and her absence in my life. There's nobody I can talk to about it, but everyone around me can sense my apprehension and irritability. It's getting on their nerves, but nobody would dare to speak out against me, especially not on a day like today. We're arranging a last-minute meeting to refine the details of the hit before we set out to assume our positions. Andrew, the hitman we've hired to take out Jacob, seems uncertain about me now that he's seen how unusual I'm acting. I can tell just from looking at him. It doesn't matter. We already paid him. He just needs to do his job. Liam and I head over to the warehouse to go over the plan until we're both confident that we'll be able to pull it off without issues. It still doesn't feel right to know I'll be forcing Tessa to witness a man's murder, but she's known long enough now. She can still run if she chooses to. If she's there, it's because she's choosing to endure it for some reason or another. What do you think his wife is going to do when she sees his head explode in front of her? Liam asks as we pull up to the dirt parking lot near the bay. I think she's probably going to pass out. She's going to have so much blood on her dress too. How much of my money do you think she spent on that dress? I'm sure it's something astronomical, I reply. If I remember correctly, Tessa did tell me that the cost of the dress alone could fund the weddings of 3 average people. I'm not sure, but the satisfaction of seeing her freak out might make it all feel worth it to you, he replies, lighting up a cigarette as soon as we're out of the car. I can just see her face now, her eyes bugging out in total shock. It might be kind of funny. I'm disgusted by how cavalier he's being about this. Even though we're making the conscious choice to retaliate, I'm not proud of the impact that Jacob's death will have on his fiancée. I've heard she's a real pain in the ass, a spoiled nepotism baby with an insatiable sense of entitlement. But at the end of the day, she just got caught up with the wrong person, and she'll have to spend every day of her life regretting it. It almost feels like we're making her suffer more than him by choosing not to kill her instead. We enter the warehouse, and everyone's eyes follow us as we approach the group. There's a low hum of anticipation and chaos in the air, and I can tell who's unprepared just by examining their faces. Everyone's ready to either run headfirst into their role or run straight into the ocean to avoid it. All right, everyone, now is the time for us all to settle on a distraction to keep the cops as far from the wedding as possible. Remember, we're not going to attack any civilian homes or hospitals, so don't even think about suggesting it, I say, scanning the crowd for their unspoken reactions. Have we thought about sending a bomb threat somewhere? I know that's something that American kids do for fun, but maybe it would actually buy us some time today, Matt suggests with an undetectable amount of sarcasm in his tone. That's not funny, Matt, and we don't have time for that today. The wedding starts in 5 hours. We should have finalized all of this days ago, I reply. I'm not trying to cause trouble, but the only reason we didn't meet in the last few days is because nobody could get a hold of you, Matt says with a wary, cautious expression. I glance over at Liam, who is prepared to beat the daylights out of Matt for speaking against me. For as much of an unrepentant asshole as he can be, he's always managed to have my back when it counts. That's all I can ask of him in moments like this. You better keep your mouth shut, Matt. If you have something constructive or enlightening to say, then say it. Now isn't the time for you to be the class clown, Liam barks. Matt puts his hands up in a resignation of his antics, stepping back into the group as everyone around him glances away from him nervously. They're probably expecting him to get a bullet between his eyes, and they don't want to be caught in the crossfire. Does anyone else have anything to suggest that might actually help us? I ask as I feel my confidence dwindling. If I hadn't wasted so much time wallowing over Tessa, we could be out setting up the distraction by now. It's my responsibility to make sure everything goes as planned, but now it's starting to feel like we don't have much of a plan to begin with. I still think we should set our other warehouse on fire, Liam says. We haven't touched it in months, and it's close enough to the industrial park that an immediate police response is required. With all of the hazardous material around here, they'd have to act on it right away. He's not wrong, and it might be the best answer we've got right now. The old warehouse was being spied on by the police while we were still operating out of it, so I'm certain there would be an investigation underway immediately. However, it leaves the number of excess casualties as low as possible since there aren't any nearby residential areas. I nod slowly, rubbing my chin. All right, we'll send one of you to the warehouse 30 minutes before Andrew takes out the target. You'll be setting the building on fire from inside with a lit cigarette. When you get inside, there should be a stack of boxes in the corner that have been there since before we took over the building. Set the fire there. I mentally calculate who the best option for the task will be. Certainly not Matt. Doesn't someone have to report that there's a fire in case someone else doesn't? They might be able to trace the call if the timing is suspicious, says Luca, one of the younger members. I've trained him myself, so I know he's capable of pulling it off if he can get out of his own head. That's a good point. Luca, I'm sending you to set the fire, and once you're safe and far away from the building, you're going to call Liam and have him notify the fire department. He's got a burner that he can use to avoid the possibility of being tracked, I reply, watching Liam's reactions to make sure he's on board. I glance over to him, and he nods in approval. It's beginning to look like this might actually pan out without much interference from law enforcement. Now that I'm confident that I've placed everyone in their ideal positions, I'm ready to set this plan into motion and put this nightmare of a mission to bed. I'll get to see Jacob killed, and I won't have to worry about destroying any remaining evidence left in the old warehouse. Everything is finally coming together. I finish delegating tasks before the meeting ends, and within 40 minutes, everyone is just as motivated to dive into this as Liam and I are. Seeing the outpouring of loyalty from my men is giving me the strength to push through this and finish what I started, and I don't know how to thank them without freaking them out. Without the context of my broken relationship, I might come across as unstable and emotional, which is the last thing they need from their leader. Liam and I end the meeting and walk back out to the car together with a bravado that neither of us has felt since we were in our mid-20s. After this, nobody is going to cross us or try to steal from us again. It's easier to justify the hit to myself when I consider that there won't be any truly innocent lives taken. Maybe significantly altered, but not taken. You doing all right? For real, I'm just checking on you before we go through with this. I need to make sure that you're present right now, Liam asks me as we pull out of the parking lot in a cloud of dust. What do you mean? I thought the meeting went fine, I reply, glancing over to him in order to read his expression better. If he's just asking out of curiosity, everything is fine. If he's asking because he doesn't think I can complete the mission, we're going to have a problem. I just know you've really been going through it with this girl and everything. I'm not judging you if you need to take some time off after this. I want to be angry that he'd suggest such a thing, but then I remember that the way I've been acting has been extremely out of character for me. He's probably expecting me to lose my mind from grief or alcohol abuse, and I'd be concerned about the family too if I saw my leader deteriorating so fast. No, it's nothing like that. The timing was just horrible, and she couldn't see that I was looking out for her best interests. I think it's unlikely that I'll ever have to deal with this particular set of issues in a woman ever again. I reply, my tone a bitter mix of hopefulness and resignation. He sighs heavily, attempting to light another cigarette before remembering that I won't let him smoke in my car. I just never want you to feel like she's the best you can do, man. There's someone out there who won't question your integrity like she did. You can't let women make you second-guess yourself like that. I want to believe him. More than anything, I want to know whatever arcane secrets he possesses that give him the authority to make such a bold assumption. I've seen men with worse habits and ethics find women who fall at their feet and worship them, but I don't think that's what I want anymore. If I were looking for someone to obsess over me and my wealth, I've already found them in droves. Someone like Tessa has so much more to offer than empty admiration, and I don't think Liam has been able to figure that out yet. I appreciate that, thanks, I reply. I am being sincere when I thank him for considering me. I don't take his support for granted, and I'd never brush him off when he's trying to get me out of the impending darkness of self-doubt. But at the end of the day, he never really knew her. She was a figure of rebellion to him and nothing more. She represented a miscalculation that caused me to kidnap the wrong person. If he could know the real Tessa like I do, he'd understand what I'm really up against as I try to move on from her.
Chapter 31. Tessa. The day of the wedding has finally arrived, and I'm more than ready for everything to end. Now that I'm positive of my pregnancy, it's been far easier to focus on work. Without the constant fear and uncertainty looming over me, I've been able to more or less accept that this is my new reality. I've been able to communicate with the venue owner and vendors without issue, and I'm starting to feel like this wedding might not end in complete disaster. Well, at least not on my end. I'm still not positive of what Shane and his goons have in store for Jacob and his nightmare bride, but at this point I realize that there's nothing I can do either way. What am I supposed to do? Call the police and tell them that my ex has been hinting at murdering my client? Where's my proof? It would be horribly upsetting for everyone involved, especially if nothing ended up happening in the first place. I'd gain the reputation of being a paranoid conspiracy theorist, and the eventual public knowledge of my pregnancy would lead to all kinds of speculation. I'm certain people would think I ruined this wedding because the hormones were frying my brain. I've been forcing myself out of the house more lately in order to prepare myself for the big day. I need to appear composed and at ease in order to keep the couple and their guests happy. Night after night, I've had dreams about all the things that could sabotage all of my hard work. Surprisingly, Shane's bloodlust never made an appearance. According to my brain, the only thing that's going to keep this wedding from happening is a sick event planner. The dress I bought for the wedding didn't fit when I tried it on last week, so I had to rush out to purchase a new one last minute. I'm feeling a little bit stupid about returning all that money to Shane now that I have to pay for everything on my own, but I tell myself it was worth it. I got to retain my dignity and don't have to feel indebted to him, and that alone makes it worth it. Despite how panicked I've been with the last-minute details of this wedding, Shane's face has been a continuous presence in the back of my mind. I can't get myself to let go of him even for a moment. The process of separating myself from him has already been tremendously difficult on me emotionally, and I'm nowhere near ready to say that I'm over him. I still miss his voice, his touch, the way he'd smirk at me when I said something that turned him on. Over the short amount of time that we were together, I've been able to pick up on so many of his mannerisms and habits. They were things I found endearing about him that softened my apprehension toward him, and I still think about them all the time. Even the way he smoked his cigarettes seemed so specific to him. The smell of secondhand smoke hits me in the face whenever I walk past a pub, and the longing washes over me as I remember the way the smell clung to his clothes. By the time I'm supposed to be leaving for the final setup, I can feel every fiber of myself clinging to the walls of the house. I have a bad feeling that my intuition is screaming at me to stay home, to stop justifying all of Shane's vague threats. I've had to peel myself away from the refuge of this little house on numerous occasions now. For the sake of my sanity and job security, I chalk up my caution to an overactive imagination colored by agoraphobia. I've had to manage it without any medication since I learned about the pregnancy, so it's been even harder to separate reality from my catastrophic anxiety. I finalize the request for a cab, and my heart begins to beat out of my chest. Here we go. I arrive at the wedding with a persistent tremor in my hand, but I choose to conceal it the best I can before someone sees it. I'm positive that anyone who noticed would draw attention to it, which would put me even closer to the line of fire if Shane's men do make an appearance. I'm certain they already have it out for me after the horrible things Shane has likely said about me. I doubt an extra casualty would mean very much to them. As soon as I approach the catering tent outside of the venue, I make eye contact with Shane. He looks amazing, even more polished and commanding than usual. I'm so transfixed by him that it takes me a moment to register that his presence indicates immediate danger. I'm frozen in place as I frantically try to decide how to handle this unexpected intrusion of my focus. I have every right to be concerned about Shane being here, but I've also been craving his presence so badly that I'd jump right into his arms if I could. He sees me too, and I wonder to myself if he's just as conflicted about it as I am. His expression is difficult to read, but I detect a sense of longing in his eyes that he's trying to conceal with a hardened stare. He's sipping a drink casually, trying to avert his gaze from me before I'm able to lure him in. The magnetism between us is unmistakable, and it's getting harder to fight by the minute. After 10 minutes, I give in and walk over to him with as little urgency as possible. I still don't want anyone to see me with him, but it's not against the law for me to ask him what he's doing here. At the very least, I can make our interaction look like brief small talk if I can muster the self-control. Shane? How are you? I wasn't expecting to see you here. I squeal, doing the best I can to sound excited and almost hyperactive instead of nervous. He narrows his eyes a bit in disbelief as I approach him, but he quickly catches on. Oh, right. I didn't realize that you were the one who put all this together. Really impressive, he replies. The space between us feels charged, and the performative nature of our interaction feels stilted and alien. I'm hoping that nobody around us can pick up on it, but I convince myself that I'm getting in my head about things again and need to relax. We both stand awkwardly for a moment as we both reach for the appropriate words to exchange. The chemistry between us is undeniable no matter how hard we try to fight it. It feels so inappropriate, but I haven't learned how to control my feelings for him yet. Hey, can I talk to you somewhere private? He asks, motioning toward the main building as the guests begin to file out into the main event area. I'm caught off guard by his request, but I suppose I shouldn't be. I doubt he wants to pull me to the side for more small talk, and a pit forms in my stomach at the thought of being alone with him. Keeping his baby a secret from him feels like an awful thing to do, but a client's wedding is not the place or time to announce a pregnancy. I'll have to keep it to myself however possible. Sure, I just need to get back out here in the next 15 minutes to do my final rounds before everything starts, I reply with a wide, fake smile. I remind myself of the excessively enthusiastic waitresses I've met, putting on such an unconvincing performance that I leave a larger tip than normal out of pity. Shane sees right through me, but he nods agreeably as he leads me over to the main building. As soon as we're hidden from the view of the guests, all pretense is dropped. My voice returns to its normal timbre, and he takes on a more natural posture. What are you still doing here? I thought I did everything I could to keep you away from this mess, he growls under his breath. I'm struck by the urgency in his voice. Now I have no choice but to admit to myself that I came here, despite knowing better, despite the numerous warnings I received. Shane, I don't know how many times I need to explain to you that this is the biggest event I've ever planned. There's no excuse I could give short of having a stroke that would justify missing it, I reply, trying to fight the urge to reach out and touch his chest in his fitted jacket. He rolls his eyes, leaning in closer as his patient grows thin. Is your career really worth being caught in the middle of all this? I'm trying to protect you. It's going to happen regardless of whether or not you're aware of it. You have the chance to escape. Please take it. It feels stupid to try and convince him that my career is worth more than my life to me. If I were being honest with him, I'd tell him that I've been trembling nonstop since this morning, but I can't let his criminal enterprise interfere with my future. I don't have millions to fall back on like he does. Maybe he would have understood 10 years ago, but he's been blinded by the convenience of easy money for too long. You're being so dense right now. I'm trying to keep you alive, and you're acting like I just spit in your face. Why are you being so difficult? He hisses, the smell of whiskey lingering on his breath. You haven't even told me what's actually going to happen. How am I supposed to put myself on the line when you won't even be honest in the first place? As far as I'm concerned, you've made a couple of vague, untraceable threats, and that's not enough for me to act on. He's getting increasingly frustrated as the conversation progresses, and I'm convinced he would pick me up and carry me out of here if he could get away with it. Tessa, I'm not doing this with you anymore. I care about you more than anything, more than anyone I've ever loved in my entire life. If there's even the slightest chance that your life will be altered negatively by this, I want to prevent it. Okay? Is that good enough for you? The weight of his words hits me right in the chest, and I'm overcome by a desperate need to feel his arms around me again. Prove it. He glances at me in disbelief. How could I make such a request of him when the stakes are so high? He's the one who decided to declare his love for me, and I'm not going to let him play with my emotions just to get what he wants. If he's going to make such a claim, the least I can expect is a reason to believe him. I can tell that he's angry at first, but he's come too far to lose credibility. He takes my hand and leads me aggressively into the women's bathroom 10 feet to our right. As soon as he locks the door behind us, he takes my face into his hands just like he always had before. Immediately, I melt into him. I forget where I am as I return home in his presence again.
The following scene is too steamy to include on YouTube. You can listen to the complete unedited version with all steamy scenes included at bellakingbooks.com or by following the link in the description. Chapter 32. Shane. Wait, Shane. There's something I really need to tell you. I'm just about to open the door when Tessa grabs my arm, pulling me back toward her. We really can't do this right now, I say, but I can't bring myself to jerk my arm away from her. Something important is on her mind, and she's not going to let me leave until she says it. For a moment, we're both quiet as she works up the courage to tell me something that I know is going to change my life forever. My stomach twists as my heart begins to race again. This isn't the place or time. I'm pregnant, Shane. I'm having your baby, she declares, holding back conflicted tears as they begin to wash over her makeup. I'm stunned, frozen in place as I struggle to process her confession. I don't have time to rationalize anything, and I'm not stupid enough to question whether or not she's being honest. If she were going to try and trap me with a baby, she wouldn't have given back all that money and cut me off the way she did. She's being truthful, but why now? I can't react. I don't know how. Are you sure? She nods, allowing the tears to flow down her cheeks as she holds my hand in both of hers. I'm so overwhelmed that I stand in silence before her, feeling every ounce of joy, fear, and confusion that my soul can contain. Her eyes fill with tears again, her expression suddenly urgent and tense. Shane, say something, she pleads, squeezing my hand. Just as I'm about to force myself to speak, I hear the first shot ring out. Then another. And another. Tessa's eyes grow wide with terror now, her nails digging into my skin as she begins to tremble. You didn't. Please, Shane, tell me this isn't something you did. The grief and horror in her voice is deafening, and I'm met with a sense of regret that I thought I had transcended. In my many years of working for the family, I believed that I could overcome the guilt that accompanied my every move. For a long time I thought I had. Now that I'm forced to see the love of my life face such a visceral depth of dread and horror by my hands, I realize I've never regretted something more. Tessa, I love you and I'm going to protect you from my mistake. I promise. But we need to leave right now before this gets worse, I say, pulling her close to me and lowering my voice. This is happening. If we want to survive the fallout, we need to flee. Now. I can sense her hesitation to follow me, and the reactionary portion of my mind wants to scream in her face to run as fast as she can. But now I know better. Please, Tessa, I know I screwed up, but you need to trust me. I love you. I'd never let anyone hurt you. I say sincerely as I stroke her cheek with the back of my hand. She's trembling now, struggling to maintain her composure as the screams arise from the guests outside. We both freeze in place as we hear the frantic mob begin to make its way in and around the main building as multiple calls to the police are made. The police aren't going to come, and it's all my fault. We both snap out of our panicked daze, and I force the door open before leading Tessa out into the sea of violently petrified wedding guests. Seeing all of their faces forces me to come to the full realization of what I've done, and I'm certain that I'll be carrying the weight of this day with me for years to come. When I see my brother lying on the ground, that weight begins to crush me. Liam? Liam. I stammer as I run toward him, picking up his limp wrist as I attempt to check his pulse. After multiple failed attempts in my frenzied haste, I'm able to detect a weak, thready pulse right before I see the gunshot wound to his abdomen. He tries to mumble something to me, but the cacophony of screams around us drowns him out completely. I bend down to listen, desperate to hear what could be my brother's last words. "We need to get him to a hospital," I shout to Tessa, who has stayed behind to avoid getting trampled by the crowd. As I attempt to lift Liam from the slick puddle of blood beneath him, I see 4 men carrying Jacob out of the building with a distraught Amy in tow. She's wailing as her maid of honor practically carries her to the front door, lifting her by her underarms as she drops to the floor in grief. Even from here, I can see that Jacob was hit in the wrong place, and I fear that not only will he survive the hit, he'll know exactly who to come after when he's well again. How could this have happened? "We need to call an ambulance," Tessa shouts, pulling her phone out of her bra. "What's the emergency number here?" "I don't remember." "And that won't work. We need to get him to my car right away." "The ambulance will be too slow," I bark. "Take his feet, we'll carry him. Don't let go, he's barely holding on as is." When I look at her, I see a haze over her eyes as the adrenaline pumps through her blood. She's choosing to be brave for me, readying herself for whatever will come her way as this situation progresses further into insanity. Maybe I was wrong about her. Maybe she really has what it takes to live this life with me. Chapter 33. Shane. Getting Liam into the car is difficult in his condition. With every attempt at positioning him, the wound is exacerbated and he bleeds heavily. The only way to keep the hemorrhaging at bay is to apply direct pressure, but I'm the only one here who can drive us. Tessa will have to take over. "I need you to take my jacket and put pressure on the wound, okay? Keep pressing down on it until we hand him off at the AE, I command, whipping off my jacket and tossing it to her as she crawls into the back seat with Liam. Without hesitation, she takes the jacket and pushes down onto the oozing wound. Her hands become bloodied in her attempts to stop the flood, but she doesn't let up. She's completely focused on keeping my brother alive. A man who doesn't even respect her as a person. Then, in a moment of clarity, I realize that she would be trying to save his life even if she knew that he felt that way. Even if she'd known that he holds such contempt for her, she'd do everything in her power to preserve him from death. That's just the kind of person she is. It's the reason I fell in love with her. We pull up to the emergency entrance of the nearest hospital, St. Luke's. It's not my first choice, but I know that they'll at least be able to keep Liam alive while we pursue other options. I also have a feeling that Jacob's cohort would send him to one of the more elite hospitals in the city, so we can more easily avoid them this way. It's not perfect, but it's what we've got. I park the car, so frantic that I forget the keys in the ignition as I sprint toward the automatic doors. The nurses are startled to see me, wild-eyed and covered in blood, but they follow me out to the car without question. As soon as they see Liam, they jump into action. The first nurse takes over Tessa's position to apply pressure, while the other runs back into the hospital for more assistance. Everything is a blur as a team of nurses and 2 doctors envelop my car, pulling a stretcher up to the side. With a perfectly executed mix of precision and care, they move Liam's lifeless body onto the stretcher and apply a bag valve airway to his face. Tessa and I follow them inside, and I feel as if I'm floating along the white and grey tiles. I'm not able to register anything around me that doesn't have to do with my brother. Not Tessa, not the other patients, nothing at all. When we reach the treatment area, we're given a firm warning not to enter lest we interfere with the team's efforts. I'm angry that I can't be there for him as he lies terrified and dying surrounded by strangers, but I can't be a hindrance if there's a chance he'll survive. For once, I'm unable to take charge. I've never felt more powerless or regretful in my entire life. I did this to my brother, and I'll never forgive myself if he doesn't come through it alive. You need to wait out here until someone calls you back, instructs an older nurse, demonstrating a lack of patience and empathy toward us as she points to the row of empty seats. How are we supposed to just sit here? Is there really nothing else we can do? Tessa asks fiercely, standing up to the nurse with a fire in her eyes that I always knew was there. For a split second, I'm able to break away from my fear and appreciate just how tenacious she is. She doesn't know my brother at all, but she's defending him for my sake. It's the purest form of love a woman has ever shown me. Ma'am, I can't let you go back with them. Your brother is in serious trouble. The team needs every bit of attention turned on him, not watching you or moving you out of the way. I'll make sure to give updates as I receive them, but do not bother me before then, the nurse replies indignantly. Tessa, we should just go sit down, I relent, leading her over to the corner of the room where there are the most open seats. If I have to sit in a waiting room, I'd rather be as far away from other people as possible. Tessa glares at the nurse, who rolls her eyes as she walks back over to the reception desk. I can't believe how they're shoving you to the side right now. That's your brother, she says under her breath. The least they could do is give you somewhere private to go or something. I laugh a little, taking her hand in mine and squeezing lightly. I doubt that's how it works here. I'm sure they get tons of stabbings and car crashes that are just as severe. They can't give special treatment to everyone. She turns to me, her expression heavy with worry. I just wish there was more I could do for you right now. I lift her hand to my lips and kiss it. Just having you here and knowing you're safe is all I could ask for. Really, you have no idea how relieved I am that you're all right. She gives me a slight, wan smile. It's clear that she's exhausted. From the wedding, from the baby, from the relentless drama of it all. Yet she's choosing to stay here with me in my darkest hour. Liam is rushed to surgery, and he remains under the knife for 6 hours before he's stable enough to be sent to recovery. Tessa and I wait for what feels like an eternity, occasionally getting up to find a soda or our 5th cup of coffee. We spill our guts, and I take in every word she says. She details her complicated childhood even further, choosing to be vulnerable to put me at ease. She's the only thing that could ever soothe the insurmountable fear that consumes me as we wait for Liam to come out of surgery. When we finally see his surgeon approaching us, we both rise from the seats where we've spent the better part of a night silently praying for an optimistic report. So he's stable now, but he might be pretty lethargic for a while. He did request to see you both personally though, he says as we meet him in the hallway. He's in room 405. Just follow that hallway and turn left. It should be right on the corner. We thank the doctor profusely, barely able to contain our relief. After waiting for so long, the hallway feels like another eternity to endure, but we find his room with no issues. He sat partially upright in his hospital bed, all kinds of lines, tubes and wires jutting out from underneath a thin blanket. His face is pale, but I've never seen him happier to be alive. Before you say anything, I need to tell you what happened back there, he says, wincing as he fights a cough that arises from his dehydrated throat. Sorry, it's from the anesthesia. I would slap him for apologizing under different circumstances, but I'm shocked that he's able to recall the wedding at all in his current state. What do you mean? What happened with Andrew? He misfired the first time, and after the first blast, Jacob knew what was going on. He had a gun on him, so he started firing in the direction that he thought he heard the shot come from. I ended up landing 2 shots, but he hit me shortly after. The shots were bad, I know, he confesses, trying to sit up straighter and grimacing in pain before lying back down. Well, you did end up hitting him. I don't know if he's alive or not, but I don't want you to worry about that right now, I say, reassuring him as his disposition grows panicked. Seriously though, someone's going to come after us. The mission was a disaster. Now I'm going to go to prison for the rest of my life, he continues, allowing the spiral of terror to consume him. Liam, listen, I'm not going to let that happen. You did this on behalf of me, of our family. I'm not going to let you take the fall for that, so don't worry about it. I pause, taking a deep breath before motioning for Tessa to come closer. But before we get into all of that, there's someone I want you to meet again. Liam glances questioningly at me as Tessa approaches, but quickly warms to her. Wait, she's the one who was in the back seat with me, wasn't she? She nods, showing him a bloody handprint on the front of her dress. I believe that belongs to you, she replies with a smile. I can tell that he's hesitant at first, especially knowing that I had been seeing Tessa behind his back. However, after a few moments of deliberation, his face softens a bit. Thank you for helping Shane save my life. I'm a perfect stranger to you, but you chose to step in anyway. You've even got my blood on your clothes to prove it. Shane needs to hold on to you with his life, you hear me? You've got something rare, he says, pushing through the weakness in his voice. She glances at me, tears in her eyes as she absorbs his words. Really, I was just trying to do the right thing, she replies as her voice shakes. No, don't downplay it. You did something incredible for me. I can never, ever repay you for that, he continues. I've never seen another woman do something like that for him. The family needs someone like you. Her eyes widen, and the fluorescent light from the fixture above us casts an eerie shadow over her face. I don't know what to say, she whispers, looking over to me for guidance. I pull her in closer to me, kissing her on the cheek. You don't need to say anything. All you need to do is stay. A new flood of tears streams from her eyes as they sparkle with joy and relief. You want me to stay here with you? I nod. She clings to my neck, showering me with kisses before she buries her face in my shoulder. I can feel her trying to hold back as she sobs quietly. I thought I'd have to do it all myself, she says faintly, just loud enough for me to hear. I kiss the top of her head, holding her against me as she calms her shuddering breaths. From now on, you'll never have to do anything alone, I whisper to her. For a few moments, everything feels like it's fallen perfectly into place. The room is quiet, filled only with the noises of the heart monitor and IV drip as they beep and click rhythmically. Even though this has been the most tumultuous day of my life, I've never felt more at peace. I'm going to have a family of my own with the love of my life, even after I thought she'd disappeared forever.
Chapter 34. Tessa. It's been a week since the shooting, and Shane has been laying low at my house to avoid the attention of the people who saw him at the wedding. He knows that a few of Jacob's men made eye contact with him, and he suspects that they planned on taking him out before the shooting started. He wasn't able to stay completely invisible, and eventually the police showed up at my doorstep looking for him. I was shocked that it took them so long to locate him for questioning, but I was also concerned about what they'd be interrogating him about specifically. We didn't have a chance to talk about the evidence that the police could have on Shane or Liam, but the investigation gained steam when Jacob died in the hospital. It was throttled from being an attempted murder into a full-blown homicide, and even though Jacob's death was the desired result, he was nervous about being questioned. The police brought him in at 11 a.m., and I ended up being forced to go with for a separate interrogation. My affiliation with Jacob makes me a valuable source of information to the police department, and I can't help but see the irony in the whole situation. I'm being brought against my will to testify on behalf of someone I wasn't criminally involved with. Shane and I are separated as soon as we arrive at the station, and I can feel my nerves creeping up my throat as I'm seated in the interrogation room. The officer I'm speaking with is female, probably somewhere around her mid-40s and prematurely aged by her line of work. She's curt with me from the start, and I have a feeling that I won't know exactly what's going on until the end of the session. So, what was your relationship to Mr. Sullivan? How would you describe his personality? She asks, testing the ink of a pen on the pad of paper in front of her. I was his wedding planner. He was the highest paying client I've ever had in my whole career, so I worked very carefully with him to give him and his fiancée what they wanted. I begin, breathing as steadily as I can. Would you say he was unpredictable? Was there anything you learned about him that shocked you? She continues, scanning me up and down for nonverbal cues and signs of nervousness. At first, I'm confused. Why would she be asking me if Jacob was a loose cannon? He's the one who was shot dead. Oh, I'm not sure. He always seemed a little high-strung, but I figured it was because of what he did for work, I reply. She nods, muttering to herself as she writes down my statement. Would you ever consider Mr. Sullivan to be the vindictive type? Did he strike you as someone who would pursue revenge? Now, I think I know where this is going, and I'm positive I can work with it. Well, he did talk a lot about some people that he'd had a falling out with. He never gave me the details of it, but he'd slip into this darkness whenever he talked about it. It made me uncomfortable, honestly. I was just trying to plan his wedding. She raises an eyebrow, glancing at me knowingly as she waits for me to continue explaining. Yeah, he'd always talk about how he could have been so much wealthier if he hadn't done bad business with some other guy. Never got the name, but he was obsessed. I feel like he needed someone to talk to about it, since his fiancée was a little bit. A little bit of an airhead? Yeah, I interviewed her before you came down here. Couldn't get anything worthwhile out of her. Poor woman literally had no idea what her husband was up to. She replies with some amusement in her tone. I try to hold back from smiling. I think this could really work out in Shane's favor if I play my cards right. She was yes. I felt sorry for both of them and didn't think they should be getting married, but it wasn't my place, and I didn't want to lose the commission. I continue. They seemed like a mismatched couple, to be honest. The officer scrawls some more notes down, her handwriting growing progressively messier as the details begin to form. We have reason to believe that Mr. Sullivan went on a drug-fueled rampage at his own wedding in order to retaliate against the men he believes screwed him over. His toxicology report stated that he was absolutely flying on cocaine when the incident occurred, which sounds pretty premeditated to me. It takes every ounce of restraint within me not to burst into tears of relief. Oh? I had no idea he was capable of something like that. I wasn't in the vicinity when the shots were fired, so I didn't see who discharged their weapon first, I reply. Where were you then? Exactly? She asks, narrowing her eyes. I suppress the urge to blush as I remember exactly what I was doing in those moments. I can picture it as if it were happening right in front of me. I was in the bathroom. She glances at me questioningly, but continues to write. At this point, all I want is to know what the police think actually happened. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask, and I'm crawling out of my skin waiting for her to give me more details. Mr. Sullivan shot 3 people and killed 2 of them. The third was the man who shot him back. That man saved lives with his bravery that day. That's not something you see a lot here, gunfights and all that. But he really put himself at risk by defending everyone else. He's a hero. For this entire week, Shane and I obsessed over the possible outcomes that could unfold as a result of this incident. We theorized that Liam would go to prison, that Shane would be investigated and jailed, or that all 3 of us would be considered complicit. We could have never dreamed that something like this would happen. Letting Liam off easy is one thing, but calling him a hero is something I never would have expected anyone to do, especially not a police officer. Yeah, he was injured pretty badly. When he woke up, he was just happy to know that nobody else was hurt after he was, I lie. The officer ends the interrogation with a few follow-up questions, letting me go after about a half hour. Shane is released an hour later, and I'm tempted to jump into his arms in celebration. He sees the glow on my face and registers its meaning, his own expression colored by warning. Don't overreact yet. We're almost out of here. As soon as we leave, I feel the tension and dread from the past few months melt off my shoulders. The day is unseasonably sunny for mid-November, and I close my eyes in relief for a moment as we reach the car. I haven't felt this free in so long. It'll take some time to get used to it again. On the way back to my house, I begin to experience a tidal wave of emotions that grip my chest until I'm nearly shaking. Shane notices my reaction, glancing over at me with concern as he gently takes my hand. "Hey, what's wrong? Everything's fine with Liam now. He's no longer a suspect." "It's not that," I begin, attempting to compose myself. "I feel terrible about keeping the pregnancy from you." He appears confused about the timing of my alleged confession, but he doesn't press me or confront me for answers. "I understand why you did that. Things were different between us because of Jacob. Now that he isn't in the picture, everything is significantly safer. Please don't blame yourself. You were doing the right thing," he replies, bringing my hand to his lips and kissing it like he always does. "I still feel like I should have at least told you. I was going to leave the city as soon as the wedding was over, maybe even the country," I say as my voice begins to waver from emotion. He squeezes my hand, biting it playfully before placing it back down on the center console of the car. "Like I said, I get it. Getting knocked up by a mafia boss isn't like having a bad one-night stand. There are other factors to be considered, but we're here together now, and I'm going to make sure that you and the baby are always safe, loved, and cared for." After everything that's happened with Shane, I'm still reeling in the aftershock from the progression of our relationship. He broke into my house and kidnapped me, and now we're expecting a baby together as a couple. When he says that there are factors to be considered, I'd imagine that the story of our first meeting would be important. When we arrive back to the house, we're both simultaneously overjoyed and exhausted by the morning's events. Liam and Shane are both in the clear, and now Shane and I can put this all behind us as we plan for the future. We still need to find a doctor for me. I never met with one since I thought I was going to be leaving, I say as we step out of the car. That's already been taken care of. I knew you probably hadn't seen anyone given the circumstances, so I set up an appointment with a private OB-GYN. You have your first appointment tomorrow morning, and I made sure to clear my schedule to make sure I can be there with you, he replies, stopping me in the middle of the sidewalk to look me in the eyes. I'm taken back by his effort, wondering how much time and money it took for him to get me in for an appointment so soon. Wow, I never would have expected that. "Thank you, Shane," I reply, smiling warmly and hugging him around the neck before I begin to walk toward the house again. When we get back into the house, I take in every sight and smell that I had taken for granted when I thought I was going to prison or fleeing the country. The concept of stability hasn't existed in my life for such a long time that my mind is grasping for something to worry about. I can feel the cogs working against me, reaching out to grip anything that could cause chaos. "There's something else I wanted to talk to you about," Shane says as he closes the door behind him. I feel a knot in my stomach forming already. Here it is. This is the thing that's going to throw a wrench in my life again. "Yeah?" I reply worriedly. I wanted to do this in a more grandiose way, but the moment feels right to me. Tessa, ever since the moment I met you, you're all I've been able to think about. Even when I tried to pull myself away from you, my desire for you became impossible to fight. The thought of you having my baby is the most incredible, beautiful thing that could have ever happened to me, and I want to take things further by making you my wife. I stand in the front hallway, just as speechless as I was the moment we heard the first gunshot ring out. "Oh my God, Shane," I begin, unable to complete my sentence. "I know it's soon, and this is probably not the proposal that you dreamed about when you were younger, but we've both been given the chance to have a real life again after we thought that our days of freedom were over. I don't want to wait. I need to seize every moment I have with you," he continues, placing his hands on my waist and pulling me in closer. "Do you really mean that?" "All of it?" I ask as another wave of emotions starts to wash over me. "Of course I do. I've never felt this way about anyone before, and I've had plenty of chances to find a woman like you. I've been looking for you my whole life, Tessa. I can't let what we have slip away for any reason. I need you to be mine forever," he continues, kissing my forehead as I embrace him. I'm dizzy at first, suddenly attacked by such an unusual barrage of circumstances and feelings that my head is swimming. How did we get from the warehouse to the wedding to this? It all feels absolutely insane. I have no idea how I could explain 1/5 of my relationship with Shane to anyone who asked. But amidst all that confusion, doubt, and fear, I feel a warmth spreading throughout my chest at the thought of raising a family with Shane. Knowing that he wants this just as badly as I do causes a deep yearning in me that nothing else could fulfill. Being wanted like this is all I could ever want from the man I love, and his choice of words shows me that he's been thinking hard about this for a long time. "Yes, of course I'll marry you," I say, barely above a whisper as my voice becomes choked by emotion. "I'd marry you right now if I could." He smirks a little, giving that stupid signature grin that I've only seen when he's about to be overconfident about something. "Well, I figured you'd want a little more grandiosity, and I can't let Jacob Sullivan have a better wedding than us." "Shane, Jacob is dead," I state flatly. It doesn't matter if his wedding was better. He died before it even happened. All that money was wasted. "All right, sure, but still, it would be nice to know that I'm still humiliating him in the afterlife," he replies. I giggle a bit. "I'm positive that our wedding will be just perfect." "Well, it will be, because I want you to plan it." I stare up at him, unblinking. "You want me to plan our wedding? And you want it to be more expensive than Jacob's?" He nods, playing up the seriousness of the conversation. "Of course I do. You're the only one who can plan the perfect wedding for us." He returns to his usual self as he kisses me on the cheek, squeezing my chest into his until I can hardly breathe. All right. I can't say I haven't planned my own wedding 400 times in my own head before, so I'll have to run some things by you," I reply, smiling uncontrollably as the full force of my new reality hits me. After being here for only 6 months, I've gone from being lonely and frustrated to engaged and pregnant. I'm about to marry the man of my dreams when I thought I'd have to settle for someone who felt nothing for me. All my cynical expectations about love and relationships have been turned upside down, and all I feel is intense gratitude for the chance to know someone like Shane. Shane picks me up and kisses me deeply on the lips, and I swear I've never felt so weightless. As soon as he puts me down, I stare up into his icy blue eyes and picture the day that I'll gaze into them for the first time as his wife. I've daydreamed endlessly about moments like this, who they would be with, how they would play out in real life, and how I would react. Now that I'm here, living in the present moment, I realize that it's time to let go of the life I've planned for myself and allow fate to take over. I've been such a control freak, always fixating on the minutiae of other people's relationships in order to give them their own picture-perfect moments. Without that control, I'm starting to understand that life will make better, more authentic memories for you if you allow it to. If I knew at 22 that I'd be proposed to in the front hallway of a rental home, I would have been devastated. But as I close my eyes, feeling Shane's shirt against my cheek as I inhale his cologne, I couldn't imagine a single thing that I would change. As if things couldn't possibly be more perfect, I notice a slight pressure in my belly followed by a jarring little kick. "Shane. Feel right here, the baby is kicking." I squeal, lifting his hand to my belly and placing it right above the baby's foot. His eyes light up as he feels his lively, strong child pressing against his hand, just as eager to join the conversation as if they were here with us. "I think the baby approves," he jokes, poking the baby's foot playfully as they attempt to backflip into my ribs. For the first time, I feel like a true mother. The father of my child is here to feel their first kicks, the first signs that his fiery personality has been passed on to a new generation. I can sense his pride radiating as he holds back tears. The afternoon sun streams through the living room windows across the floor, and I see the shadows of tree branches dancing along the hardwood. I deliberately choose to take in every piece of this room that my senses can grasp, eager to create more memories with Shane, just like this one in the years to come. Things won't always be easy. They weren't even easy from the beginning, but they'll always be good, and that's all I could ever ask for. Epilogue. Tessa. Planning my own wedding felt like a huge challenge, but once I was able to find my footing as my own client, I was able to give us the most unforgettable night ever. The weather was perfect, and the seaside ceremony that we had felt like absolute magic. It was the kind of wedding I would have planned for someone I was extremely jealous of, and I finally got to live every second of that night in the center instead of the sidelines. I thought that moving into a new house with a baby would be the most stressful thing I've ever done, but Shane made sure to take care of everything so that I could care for Lily. He was so attentive and present for every step of the pregnancy from the very moment I told him about it. It's been impossible to keep him apart from his daughter since she was born, which has been nothing but a benefit to me as I recover from my C-section. The rest of the pregnancy was fairly easy for me, especially because I was able to stop working. Shane insisted that I stay home and tend to myself, making sure that I always had catered meals in case he wasn't home to cook dinner for me. He attended every single doctor's appointment, listening intently as we were informed of new developments and milestones. When I first met Shane, I couldn't have been convinced that he would be such a good father. I thought he would be committed to a lifetime of partying, remaining as free from responsibilities as humanly possible. But when Lily was born, he jumped right into the role. He reads to her, buys her toys on a constant basis, and feeds her when he knows I need a break. As someone who had a terrible example for a father, my opinion of men was skewed against all of them. I was so nervous to see what kind of man Shane would be under the pressure brought on by parenthood, but he's given me so much confidence and peace in his ability to care for our daughter. He wants the very best of everything for her, which is why we moved out of the city and into a house on the outskirts of town. The yard is large enough for her to play in when she's older, and there are woods behind the house that she can explore for hours and hours. Shane was inspired to purchase this house specifically because of the woods, informing me that he wanted her to have the same chance to explore the world like he had when he was young. I feel as if he's able to relive some of his childhood through her even though she's only 1 year old. His disposition is so much happier. He's so much more optimistic and brighter than I've ever seen him before. He chose to put Liam in charge of most of the operations with the family, continuing to collect income as he oversees everything from a distance. Liam feels more fulfilled taking on bigger roles, and he's even taken a liking to Jenny. She chose to stay in the country with us after she met Liam at the wedding, choosing to pursue him after he was released from the hospital. They've been inseparable ever since, and with a little guidance, they could be absolutely perfect for each other. My family has visited us since we've moved into the new house, and they all fell in love with Shane's humor and personality. We've had to fabricate a story to tell people regarding how we met, but the process of rewriting our history made our relationship feel even more forbidden and alluring to me. Even after a year, I still feel a magnetic attraction to Shane. His hands are all over me constantly, and he's even confessed to liking my body even more after I've given birth. I'm still not sure if I believe him, but he has no reason to lie. He knows I'd be all over him no matter what he says. Every night before I fall asleep, I like to open the windows and listen to the wind blowing through the leaves just like I did on my first night in Dublin. I visit that memory often, wondering what would have happened if I hadn't been awake when Shane broke in. What if my flight had been delayed? Would any of this have ever happened? Shane tells me not to live in hypotheticals, but I can't help considering the possibility that we could have never ended up together. Having perspective about it fills me with a sense of intense gratitude that gets me through even my worst days. There's nothing I could have done to feel like I deserve the life that I live, but Shane makes me feel like the most important person on the planet. I'd developed nightmares from the day of the shooting, and he's always there to gently bring me out of the dream, holding me close and stroking my hair until I'm calm again. I used to apologize profusely for waking him, but he feels privileged to be the one I cling to. As I watch Shane and Lily fall asleep on the couch together in the glow of the sunset, I can't help but feel a swell of intense pride. There's nothing in the world that I would rather have than my husband and baby as I watch them fight to stay awake as they watch a movie together. Despite the money and the danger of Shane's former life, the simplicity of being a part of a happy family fulfills him in ways that the adrenaline rush could not. Being able to give him that sense of belonging, of being loved and cared for, is more important to me than the status of being a mafia boss's wife. I'd trade every last dollar to the wind if that's what it took to keep him here, but all I have to do is love him. and he makes it so easy. The end.